Good evening and welcome to NTD's The Nation Decides 2024. I'm Steve Lance.
And I'm Tiffany Meyer. It's day 2 at the Democratic National Convention. The main event is scheduled to start tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern. We'll be here every night covering the convention until presidential candidate Kamala Harris closes it up Thursday with her nomination acceptance speech.
And here with us at the desk is Democratic strategist Theron Bond and former U.S. ambassador to Denmark and vice chair of the Center for Energy Environment at the America First Policy Institute, Carlos Sands. Thank you both for joining us. Tonight, we'll be hearing from a number of big names, including Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, the second gentleman Doug Emhoff, former First Lady Michelle Obama, and former President Barack Obama.
And on the ground there in Chicago, we've got multiple teams. NTD Washington correspondents Jack Bradley and Luis Martinez on the floor at the DNC. NTD's Chris Bobb at Media Row. And here in the studio, NTD election data analyst Dave Martin at the Data Hub. First, let's go to Jack and Luis. What's the atmosphere like over there on day 2?
Good morning. Yes, so the second day of the DNC. Right now we can hear the clapping. The national anthem just finished playing. So today everything will start at 5:30, 30 minutes later than the previous day. Obviously, this is a central time. And today's theme is a bold vision for America. So Steve, Tiffany, yesterday we had the theme of for the people, for the future. Today, the speakers, as Tiffany and Steve just mentioned, will try and make a distinction in between Kamala Harris's policies and former President Donald Trump.
Right, and those speakers include the main keynote speaker will be former President Barack Obama, as well as his former First Lady Michelle Obama. We'll also have many senators here, as Senator Bernie Sanders and Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. And the first gentleman will be here tonight, Doug Emhoff, speaking as well. And also local governors and state representatives will have mayors here, including the mayor of Mesa, Arizona. He's a Republican, John Giles. He'll be speaking here. He's openly against nominating Trump for president, but he will be here speaking here. And
so, Steve, Tiffany, right now the United Center arena is mostly empty. Like yesterday, the first hours of the day, 4, 5, 6 p.m., 7 p.m., still the arena wasn't full. We'll see how it goes out today. Yesterday, by the time, of course, that Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Secretary of State former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, and former President Joe Biden spoke, it was packed.
Oh, crazy.
Yeah, the atmosphere was vibrant. We'll see if this happens also today. But Steve, Tiffany, yesterday, very interesting. We saw the ushers, the organizers, handing out different posters per speaker. We had posters for Jill Biden. We had posters thanking Joe Biden, and then posters, of course, for the presidential campaign of Kamala Harris.
Right. And in the beginning of the program, you saw the ushers urging everyone to clap at certain times, and they needed a bit of a push of energy, it felt like. But towards the end of the night, everyone was really gung-ho. You could see the energy in the crowd, the audience. And just a few weeks ago at the RNC, it's a very different experience, because at the beginning of the RNC, it was packed in here since the very beginning, since the get-go. But now it takes some time to fill out. And we had last night, of course, went very late into the evening, and President Biden spoke about an hour later than he was scheduled to. And there were many people who were going to play guitar, like James Taylor and many others, who actually didn't end up doing so. So it was a very packed night.
And today, Steve, Tiffany, will have something, also a ceremonial roll call vote. Of course, we already know that earlier this month there was a virtual roll call vote to select Kamala Harris as the nominee for the Democratic Party. Today they will have a ceremonial roll call vote here in the United Center arena, and hopefully it'll be packed by then. But we'll keep you posted on the events of today. Back to you.
All right, Luis and Jack, they're on the floor for us. And now over to NTD's Chris Bobb, who's at our booth there at the convention. Chris, who have we interviewed so far today?
Well, I was actually over at the Hyatt this morning, and I'm back at the United Center. I interviewed Senator Kirsten Gillibrand. I interviewed Senator Mark Kelly and a few other representatives from California and also from Texas. So they spoke to me about their joy and enthusiasm for a Harris-Walz presidency. And along with them, a good group of delegates who are excited to be here as well.
All right, Chris Bob, thanks for that. And let's go now to the Data Hub with NTD's Dave Martin, who's got a lot prepared for us tonight. Dave, take it away.
Thank you, Tiv. Now, yesterday we showed how the national polls have shifted since Kamala Harris replaced Joe Biden as the presidential nominee. A 2-point swing in favor of Harris to give her a slight 2-point lead. But now I want to take a look at a different demographic, how her support is compared to Trump's among young people, specifically Gen Zs and millennials. Let's take a look here. This is according to a Marist poll, July 9 to July 10. So a couple weeks after the debate, Trump with a slight 40-38 lead over Joe Biden. Now, a month later, Kamala Harris has replaced Joe Biden, and look at this, a 10-point bump for Kamala Harris, 48% as compared to the 38% that Joe Biden was at, and this is just August 1st to August 4th. Now, she may not be out there doing press conferences, but she is out there campaigning. She's been very active on TikTok. She's got a lot of those videos with her and Tim Walz talking about tacos or whatever, or Doritos or whatever. Been very relatable to young people. Meanwhile, Trump here, a 3-point bump after the very scary assassination attempt roughly 1 month ago. Now, we'll be back later on to show some other demographics, but right now, let's go back to the desk.
All right, Dave, thanks for that. And we will be checking in with everyone throughout the night.
And coming back to our guest in studio, Theron Bond and Ambassador Sands. It's great to have you both with us. So we do want to let the audience know that the event tonight at the DNC is pushed up from 7 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. And as soon as it kicks off, we'll bring you straight into the feed there. In the meantime, Theron, former President Barack Obama is scheduled to speak tonight. How impactful do you think that the former president's speech could be for the Harris-Walz campaign?
I think we know former President Barack Obama to be a phenomenal speaker, and what this is going to do is be a mirroring of what representation looks like for what it meant for former President Barack Obama and what it could mean for Vice President Kamala Harris. I think he's going to set the tone again for hope. Now we're at hope, healing, and possibly Harris. And so he's going to speak to the American people and he's going to inspire them. And hopefully that will in turn inspire Vice President Kamala Harris to further engage Democratic voters.
Ambassador, so obviously you have Barack Obama, a larger-than-life personality, great orator, great messenger. What do you anticipate hearing from him, and how effective will his support for Harris be tonight?
Well, so I don't think she was his first choice, but here he is going to live with Kamala Harris. I think that, as a matter of fact, by the time Barack Obama left his administration, people were really tired of limping along in our economy, where the really rich were doing really well with the stock market and all the government investments. The really poor were really doing well. But the great middle class was being squeezed, just like it's being squeezed today. And we saw under President Trump the middle class make great gains in their salaries and their employment. And so I think as President Trump and J.D. Vance are out talking about, today is the programming of Make America Safe Again, how our towns and cities have become much more dangerous under President Biden and Kamala Harris. She's the one who was helping to get people who had rioted in 2020 out of jail, appealing to that on Twitter. She's the one who has talked about defunding the police, reimagining police. And we know that we need police and to have their backs in order to have safe communities. So J.D. Vance and President Trump are talking about how people deserve to be able to walk safely on their streets and to let their child go to, walk to school if they want to. That's part of what the American promise. And so he's promising to have the back of our law enforcement.
And Theron, when it comes to Obama speaking tonight, right, reports are saying that the former president is very involved in Harris's campaign. Do you see any similarities between the Harris and Obama eras?
Right now, no. I think the representation is very synonymous, but we're not seeing just differences in policy just yet, let alone similarities. Former President Obama, he served 2 terms, so we have a generally good idea about what he did or didn't do, what we liked or didn't like. We still have yet to see what that's going to be for Vice President Kamala Harris. as a president. We've not seen very much from her as vice president. Her policy has left a lot to be desired. We desire to at least know what it is so that we can make a fair comparison to what former President Donald Trump is presenting to the American people.
On that note, when it comes to policies or trying to figure out what those policies are, Ambassador, we've seen some reporting, Vice President Kamala Harris did lay out part of her economic plan last Friday. Now, there's also reporting that she's planning to address medical debt in this country and wipe it out. That'd be about $200 billion of taxpayer cash to do that. Now, there are researchers from Stanford University who explored this idea in the past, when there was this nonprofit called RIP Medical Debt. The whole idea was to, pay off medical debt. It sounded like a really good idea at the time. The example was that $100 in a donation would allow them to buy out $10,000 in someone's medical debt and forgive that. So everyone's like, this is going to be fantastic. It's really going to be able to help these people. So researchers at Stanford dug into it. And what they found in terms of the data was that there was no improvement in terms of financial well-being, physical health, or even mental health of those people who received debt forgiveness. In fact, for many of the respondents, they felt depressed that someone else had to pay off their medical debt. And then there was another group where the recipients stopped paying all of their medical bills, even the ones they could pay financially, because they're like, oh, down the road, someone is going to forgive them. Of course, this is one study, but how do you see that fitting into the argument if this is part of the Harris campaign's policies going forward?
Well, President Trump actually said hospitals have to disclose to the patients what the care costs. He wanted transparency and openness. If you'll recall, Barack Obama's signature achievement in domestic policy was Obamacare. And a lot of people lost their health coverage because they couldn't afford it anymore. And people couldn't keep their doctor, even if he said that they would be able to keep their doctor. All of the freedom that doctors had has in a lot of ways gone away, and hospitals are controlling things because of Obamacare and the top-down controls that have been implemented by the government. And President Trump did something when he was president. He said, look, Obamacare, you're being fined even if you can't afford to buy health care. There's a fine in Obamacare on your taxes. We're going to take that away. And he did that to give people relief. But as far as debt goes, people should be able to buy health insurance cheaply, like we could before Obamacare. We actually could buy whatever plan we wanted with the services we wanted, even last-minute plans, even plans just for catastrophic illness if we wanted to, that was really cheap. And under President Trump, my hope is that they come up with a plan that actually gives people the medical freedom to buy what they want, which is a much more American kind of way to do it, in my opinion.
And Darren, I do want to get your thoughts, but we are going to go to a quick break. So first, let's go to the outside of the DNC. I think they're at the United Center in Chicago. You can start seeing people milling about outside. We are still quite ahead of time before the doors open there. But that is the convention where all the action will be happening tonight. So we'll have a lot more for you in just a few minutes.
Say goodbye to harsh, bitter coffee and hello to a delicious, smooth brew. With specialty quality beans, expertly roasted in-house, you'll taste the difference with every sip. Fermented with a blend of 50 enzymes, Dave's Coffee delivers a rich brew like no other. Made with the highest grade specialty beans available, you're sure to taste the difference. Elevate your morning with Dave's enzyme fermented coffee.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. All for just 3 easy payments of $43. Call or click right now.
Where nature embraces you and fills you with invigorating joy. Treasuring every little moment as these romantic memories gather up to complete our blissful memories together. Mokpo.
It's a painting that is peaceful. There's a lot of beauty in it. And you forget about whatever you might be worried about.
Welcome back to The Nation Decides. I'm Tiffany Meyer.
And I'm Steve Lance. And let's come back to our in-studio guest, Democratic strategist Theron Bond and Ambassador Carla Sands. Great to have you both. I'm going to give you a chance, Theron, to respond to the ambassador when it comes to, we're discussing before the break, some of former President Obama's policies and how they may carry over into this future potential administration.
Yeah. So I was a person who had Obamacare and it saved my life. I had a ruptured ovarian cyst when I lived in California. We know California in the 2011-2012 year is very, very expensive. It literally saved my life. And so I'm very grateful for that. And I think there are many Americans who are grateful, whose lives were impacted positively by that. There's not going to be any one policy that's going to be a one-size-fits-all, whether it's that or something else. But when we also talk about transparency in healthcare and medical costs, I'm also a cancer survivor, and I started cancer treatment under former President Donald Trump's administration, and I've seen those astronomical healthcare bills. Chemo is tens of thousands of dollars. What it would do for me financially if I had had my medical debt removed or cleared would be amazing. But I've continuously paid on them, similar to what some college students have done with student loan debt. So it's not going to affect everybody, but those who it can positively impact, I'm going to cheer them on because I've seen those numbers and I've seen how some of those policies can really help people like me out.
So, Ambassador, it does seem like Theron has a personal experience. Is there a happy medium? What is the right path forward to find a place that's going to kind of satisfy both sides, if you will?
Right. I think that we're having two different discussions, though. The idea that someone would take out a student loan to advance their own education and then expect people who don't have a college education, people like plumbers, truck drivers, people who work in a restaurant, to pay their debt is really a perverse anti-American idea. If you take out debt, you should pay it off. And that's how it's been in America. And to start to give to haves from have-nots, it seems pretty perverse. But as far as the medical debt goes, you have a great story, Theron. It's true. But I don't think that we can make policy from one great story. I think we actually need to reform American healthcare, give the patient-doctor relationship back to them. That should be a kind of a sacred relationship where people can tell their doctor things they would tell no one else, and that doctor can give them the best care. But we also need to look at nutrition and diet and exercise. How are people living? What are they putting in their body? What are they thinking about? Are they walking in nature often? I think that Americans are consuming a lot of processed food, and it's leading to really debilitating diseases. And we really have to look at that as one of the drivers of the unhealthy American population and obesity.
Darren, give you a chance to respond.
It seems like the ambassador, unfortunately, is putting the onus on the American people. There are certain things about the environment that we just can't control. When we're children, we don't get to have so much of a say-so as what we eat, what we drink, what we consume, what's put in our bodies. Medication, vaccines, all those things, they're decided by our parents and guardians. And so some of those things stick along with us way longer than we would like or expect. But I think to insinuate that patients need a better relationship with their doctor, I have a great relationship with my oncologist. And do you know what? I can't afford regular health insurance, but I couldn't do so under former President Donald Trump's administration. So health care and medicinal costs is something that we need reform, not just capping insulin costs, which is a great thing because diabetes affects millions of Americans. But at some point, everybody will need to see a doctor, whether it's for a physical, they twisted their ankle, something. And so we need policy in place that can positively help everyone and not just a select few. We shouldn't have to decide whether we're going to pay bills, put gas in our car, put food on the table, help families versus can we save our own life?
Now, I just want to switch gears a little bit. We're, pushing full steam ahead into what to expect tonight, but there was obviously a pretty big night last night. Former president, we have so many former presidents and former candidates in the arena right now, it's hard to keep track. President Biden, former candidate for president, gave his speech last night. Some would say maybe a farewell speech. How do you think that he did in, I guess, shaping the narrative for his support for the Harris-Walz campaign?
Yeah, it was his swan song, right? This was President Biden's swan song. He was saying goodbye, but not in a gracious way. Instead, it felt like, do you remember that speech he did in Philadelphia with the red lights behind him and the Marines standing? And he was angry and yelling at the audience. It felt like that. It wasn't a unifying speech. He didn't say, this is the one you should vote for and elect, and this is why. Instead, he started demonizing President Trump, and it felt like he was trying to do a campaign speech, but he's no longer campaigning. I don't know. That was just my takeaway.
We do have a soundbite from his speech last night there, and we'll get your reaction from it. Let's play it and take a look.
Lifetime to serve as your president. I love the job, but I love my country more. I made a commitment to you that I be a president for all Americans, whether you voted for me or not. We have done that. Studies show the major bills we have passed actually delivered more to red states than blue. Because the job of the president is to deliver to all of America. I've long said we have many obligations as a nation, but I got in trouble years ago for saying I'd make no apologies. We have only one truly sacred obligation: to prepare and equip those we send to war and care for them and their families when they come home and when they don't. Are we ready to vote for democracy and for America? Let me ask you, are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, President and Vice President of the United States?
Darren, one thing that sort of stood out there was when he said, I love my job, but I love my country more.
Yeah.
Would you say that that was a moment of grace for the president?
100%. I think that's something we needed to hear him say, because before he stepped aside and before he passed the torch, that was something we were all saying, please pick the American people over your ego. It's what could determine the outcome of election results in November. And he did it. He did it at the top of his speech. That was certainly a moment of applause. It set the tone for the rest of his speech. It's one of the better speeches that he's given during the course of his service. There were some problematic places in it, but overall, he did pretty well. But I think the problem with his speech is that this was supposed to be about Vice President Kamala Harris and more of a transition speech. This was not the Joe show. This was supposed to be the Harris Waltz show. And he didn't do that. I think he took his moment for him, which honestly I expected him to do, but it would have been better served for Democrats attending the convention and watching across the country to see him properly transition and usher in Vice President Kamala Harris as the top of the ticket.
I want to zoom in on that because right now, as we are waiting to hear what Kamala Harris's policies are in President Biden's speech last night, he seemed a bit reluctant, if you will, to separate himself from her. A lot of the issues he talked about may actually hurt Kamala Harris. He mentioned the border, the Dreamers, the economy, mentioned Ukraine. That's still a sore spot with a lot of American people because of the economic strain that's putting on them. How do you view how Kamala Harris will navigate this now?
Yeah, she owns it all. She's been there in office for over 3.5 years. She owns it. The border, Ukraine, the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, where we lost military members and really turned our back on allies and left $81 billion worth of good equipment. She owns it. The Israeli invasion by Hamas, she owns that too. The Russian aggression, she owns it because they're weak and because their policies are poor. They're not good. Americans are falling behind, not getting ahead. Unless you're really rich or really poor, you're not doing so well in the Harris-Biden administration economy. So, and she's actually signing on to his 45% capital gains tax I saw today, and taxing unrealized gains, meaning if you own some Bitcoin or you own something, an asset, and it goes up, you get taxed. And even if it goes down, you still got taxed, and too bad. That's your loss. And the federal government, that's what she wants to do if she's elected. I think that a lot of business leaders are going to look at that, even small business owners, and go, whoa, I can't afford to sign on to this plan.
And Darren, when it comes to what the ambassador just laid out here, Kamala Harris, she hasn't put out a lot of her policies, but so far the speeches she's given, she's really talked about building up the middle class, an economy of opportunity, that sort of language. What does she have to do now, maybe in her speech Thursday night, to convince the American people that there will be that difference from what we've lived through under the Biden-Harris campaign, so that there is a different one, perhaps, under Harris and Walz?
I think she has to have a plan, and I think she has to give actionable steps towards that plan being realized. She can't just talk about it, which she isn't doing much of right now. But she can't just talk about it. She has to be able to lay it out. She has to be able to give a timeline with which she can complete the terms of that. And that's something that we need to see. The difference between her and former President Donald Trump is whether or not we like his plan, he has one. And we can figure out where we fall into that based on what we see, hear, and read. We need to see the same thing from her again so that we can make the comparison. So it's not necessarily about one-upping former President Donald Trump, but it's having something so that people can make a fair decision. But under former President Donald Trump's plan, there are certain voting blocks that will rise and fall. Under a Harris-Walz plan, there will be a different set of voting blocks that rise and fall. So that middle really is up for grabs when it comes to plans that exist or not, and what it looks like for whoever becomes president when they're sworn in January 2025.
Can I speak to that for a second? Yeah. It feels a little bit like Kamala Harris is trying to run the Joe Biden 2020 plan and hide in the basement. It's over 30 days since she's been the presumptive nominee. She hasn't done a press conference where she's actually taken questions off teleprompter and talked to reporters. That's a normal course of business for any candidate for president. The people need to know. So I think she's trying to hide her agenda. I mean, you see the agenda because you know what she's done the last 3.5 years. But as far as moving forward, tacking further to the left, because that's who she and her vice president candidate is, I think that we need to hear from her, and I agree with you.
And on that note, it is an important discussion. We're going to direct everyone's gaze back to the screen where we have footage from outside the convention there at the United Center in Chicago, where the DNC will be kicking off very shortly. So on that note, we will have a lot more for you in just a few minutes, so stay with us.
Presenting the heritage of traditional Chinese martial arts, fostering martial ethics, and reviving the true tradition. The 2024 NTD International Traditional Chinese Martial Arts Competition will be held August 30th to September 2nd at the Village School in New Jersey. Semifinals and finals tickets are on sale. To buy tickets, please call 1-888-477-9228.
Will radical lies determine your child's future, or will timeless truths? Fathom the Good equips children with wisdom against the world. Our homeschool curriculum teaches high schoolers to think critically. We provide primary texts, original content, reasoning tools, and mentoring videos to help them transform America. Teach your children to navigate the world's woke confusion. Teach them to fathom the good.
Do you ever wake up and realize your life has no purpose?
Do I have a death wish? Morgan asked. Maybe I did. I thought this would be our final run ever. We had made millions and millions of dollars, but God had other plans.
Peter Lowe, the one-time drug dealer turned pastor, along with 2 others, will be executed at 12 midnight local time.
The next day, something strange happened. Someone came up to me and gave me this flyer about Jesus.
You can be in heaven, or you can be in hell. The choice is yours.
We'll walk straight out of here. Pretend to be the media.
This pathetic maggot got caught trying to escape my prison. Nobody escapes my prison.
He's a changed person. He's a new man.
I found Christ in here, and he forgave me.
I found Christ too.
My name is Peter Lowe, and I will be executed in 2 hours. Why am I being executed, you ask?
Jesus is for free, and salvation is a gift. Do you believe in Jesus?
And welcome back to The Nation Decides. I'm Steve Lance.
And I'm Tiffany Meyer.
And back to our in-studio panel. We're Theron Bond and Ambassador Carla Sands. Let's discuss the issue of the Israel-Hamas war. President Biden last night in his speech calling out both sides, but obviously I think it's going to reach a point where you have to pick a side, or how is the Democratic Party going to define themselves with this issue going into the election?
Oh, that's probably one of the harder questions of this election cycle. I think the party as a whole has already somewhat chosen their side. We continue to see funding for weapons of war to Israel. We continue to see a lot of very highly regarded, respected senior officials being very, very pro-Israel, but also condemning pro-Palestinian people. And so that's certainly not a both sides thing, but people are picking their sides. What the uncommitted movement is looking for, they're looking for concrete results. They're looking for a permanent ceasefire, and they're looking for us to stop giving our money away to Israel in the form of finances and weaponry. I think anything short of that, they may not be too happy with. And that movement is 700,000 people and counting. And this election is going to be too close for them to be discounted as a voting bloc.
And right now, we're going to continue this discussion because it's very important in just a moment. We're going to go to the DNC right now, where we have NTD's Kelly Wright sitting down with a member of Congress. Kelly, if you can hear me, tell us who do you have and what is your discussion there?
Well, Steve and Tiffany, thank you. We're here at the DNC in Chicago, and not only is he a member of Congress from Virginia, but he's also a personal friend. Should I tell people how long we've known each other? Congressman Bobby Scott. We've known each other for about 30 years. So, Congressman, you have been serving America in education as well as labor. You're the ranking member right now on labor. At labor workforce, actually. How important is that, since we're talking about jobs, inflation, the economy on this new ticket?
Well, a lot of those issues were issues I've been working on. I was chair of the committee for 4 years and ranking member of the committee since then, since the last 2 years. And we've been working on creating jobs. Joe Biden has created more jobs in 4 years than any Republican president has created. At least by the end of his term, he would have created more jobs than any Republican has created in 8 years. Great job record, low unemployment. And our job is to keep that going. Education is so important. We've had the biggest investment in K through 12 education in the history of the United States. In the American Rescue Plan Act, that was important because the young people had been out of school. They needed to catch up, and you needed to do it quickly because if they graduated, it would be permanently they'd have a permanent loss in educational opportunities. So we did a great job there. So we're going to keep up the good work. Kamala Harris was involved in all of those issues, and so she's going to continue creating the jobs, keeping unemployment low, and working effectively to keep people working.
And Congressman, you've been able to work in a bipartisan fashion, bringing both sides together. Right now, this climate of divided politics, are you finding that tough going in the middle of this election campaign?
Well, the challenge is that a lot of things are going to be divisive. We're just not going to agree on. But on our committee, we've got a bipartisan job training bill and use of Pell Grants for job training. If we can get that passed, that would be transformational in giving people opportunities to use a Pell Grant, not just for college courses, but for shorter-term programs that they can't use them for now. Welding and things like that, jobs where there are plenty of openings and can transform somebody into a minimum wage worker into somebody who with overtime can make six figures. And a short-term program that you can't afford because you don't have a couple of $1,000s, that tuition can be covered by a Pell Grant if we can get this bill passed. The community colleges are doing a great job in offering those courses, but of course you need a little bit, and that is a barrier to many people really changing their lives.
Will Kamala Harris and Tim Walz be able to extend that and be able to reach out to both sides of the aisle?
Well, we have a bipartisan bill in the House. It's both of them, the job training, significant increase in investments in job training, and the use of Pell Grants have both been reported from the Education and Workforce Committee on a bipartisan basis. And so we're optimistic that we can get it through the House. We're working with senators to see what we can get past the Senate. But these opportunities are there, and people have to recognize that if you got a good skill, and our area, as you know, is heavy in shipbuilding, they can't hire all the people they need. And these jobs are, you can have great careers if you can get the skills. And these will enable you to get those skills.
We're here at the convention. In a few moments, just around 5 o'clock, you're going to be doing something that's a very cool thing to do for a congressman from the floor of the Democratic National Convention. What is that?
Well, they're going to have the ceremonial roll call to announce the votes for each, for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz for president and vice president. Each state will get an opportunity to cast their votes, and I'll be casting those votes on behalf of the Commonwealth of Virginia.
And then, of course, the former President Barack Obama speaking later tonight.
And you've got great speakers, and there'll be great speakers all week.
All right.
We heard tremendous speeches last night, and I was delighted to see President Biden actually brag about many of the things he did. He talked about jobs, he talked about investments in climate, investments in reducing health care costs and premiums and drugs, all of the investments in education, all of the fights for your rights, your worker rights, your voting rights, reproductive rights, LGBTQ rights, all those he's been fighting for. And he's been a little slow on taking credit for it. But last night he did take credit, and we can see the great platform that people have to run on the Democratic side, because a lot of those achievements were made with very few, if any, Republican votes.
Congressman Bobby Scott of Virginia, I want to thank you for joining us, and I'll take it back or send it back to Steve and Tiffany in New York.
NTD's Kelly Wright from the DNC. Thank you so much for that interview, Kelly. We'll be back in touch. And back in studio here, we have former Ambassador Carla Sands and Theron Bond, Democratic strategist. So, Ambassador, you heard the congressman there. He was touting low unemployment, more jobs. Talk to us about some of the potential caveats that come along with that, whether it be labor force participation or also wage growth.
Sure, we can talk about all those things, and we could also talk about how the jobs numbers for the last year were just revised down by about 1 million. And then we can talk about how this gentleman claimed that Joe Biden increased jobs, more than President Trump. But as a matter of fact, he's taking credit for the jobs that came back after the pandemic. So they're not new jobs. It's just the economy recovering after the COVID pandemic. So we need to look at that with sort of, a critical eye, that statement and that claim. Under President Trump, we had the best employment for women in 50 years. We had the best employment for minorities, whether they're Asian, Hispanic, Black, or any other immigrant group. We had the best employment ever for them, and the highest wage growth was really for the people who had never gone to college, who were less educated than some. And so manufacturing jobs were coming back. The economy really, we talk about the animal spirits, they were kicked off, and people were able to start businesses, grow their business, and be able to afford to start a family because everyone's incomes were rising, especially the great middle class. We've been taking care of the poorest people. They get benefits and a lot of help. And the rich people have done really well under Barack Obama, under Trump, and now under Biden because of the stock market, and their investments have done well. But it's the great middle class that has really been squeezed and has less money in their pockets today than they did under President Trump, more than $10,000 a year.
And Theron, to the ambassador's point, when President Biden was in the race, he was struggling with black voters. That was a big trouble spot for his campaign. Since then, Kamala Harris coming into the race, she's gained some ground, but there's still some trouble for when it comes to the young black voter, specifically males, because of the issue of the economy. What does this campaign need to do to try to reach out to that demographic?
This is a really interesting question. So young black males of both the Democratic Party and Republican Party have long felt left out of the conversation. Not even just young black males, black men, period, feel isolated out of the conversation. They don't feel a part of it. They don't feel like policies speak directly to them, certainly not in a positive way. President Joe Biden struggled with black voters because of his connection to the crime bill in the past, connected to some of his previous policies before he even became president. And so that just traveled along with him. Vice President Kamala Harris, a lot of the kind of honeymoon era that we're experiencing right now is because she's a Black woman. A lot of people have gotten behind her because that's what she represents. But people my age that look like me, we're asking for concrete results. We want you to walk it like you talk it, but if you're not talking, we have no clue where you stand. We want to know so that we can decide which side we're on based on what you present to us. The sooner she can do that, the sooner we'll be able to make a decision about who we're voting for. But that's not to discount the number of Black millennial voters who are saying, we didn't want to see any version of this rematch. We didn't want to see a Trump-Biden rematch. We didn't want to see a Trump and someone in Biden's administration rematch. Because if we remember back in 2020, Vice President Kamala Harris was a candidate for president. So how much has she changed since then, whether it's policy-wise or anything else? And that's the big elephant in the room that we still have yet to discover.
That's what I wanted to ask you. Does her past policies as Attorney General in California and District Attorney still loom large over her potential presidency?
Absolutely, and that's the thing that she talks about the most, and I'm like, I really wish she wouldn't, because that's not the most positive thing that she can speak about. She starts so many of her speeches and conversations with, as a prosecutor, and I sit and watch like, that's not a high point. So let's get somewhere else. Let's get deeper into some other policies. I've read some of her past policies and decisions that she's made, and I just don't get them, to be honest. I get that they appeal to a certain demographic, but now she's got to appeal to millions of people, not just millions in California, but millions across America. That's rural voters, that's urban, that's Black, that's white, that's Asian, that's young, that's old, and that's even the apathetic. And there are so many apathetic voters right now that are saying, I want to be a part of this process, but you got to give me a reason.
And we will continue this discussion and have the ambassador chime in. But for now, let's direct our gaze back to outside the convention there in Chicago at the United Center. You're seeing more people milling about and heading in. Convention will be starting not that long from now, so we'll have a lot more for you in just a few minutes.
Lord Heavenly Father, I pray to you today to guide us tomorrow. Give us strength as we face death. Help us not to be afraid.
Hey everyone, it's me, Sebastian, and it is a beautiful day today. We have so much to be grateful for, so just remember, if you see someone without a smile, give them one of yours. I just love inspiring people to be the best they can be, and the reason I'm able to inspire so many people is because people like you who inspire me with your support of Shriners Hospitals for Children. Since I was little, I've broken 100 bones, and I've had 19 surgeries. Shriners Hospitals for Children was with me every step of the way. But more than that, they've given me the confidence to know I can do whatever I set my mind to. Like right now, I've set my mind to sharing my smile with you. Did you get it?
Because of people like you, I can play the violin.
I can play piano.
I can understand.
The help I get is only possible because of caring people like you who pick up the phone and call the number on your screen to make your monthly gift.
And when you call or go online right now to donate $19 a month or more, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you, and a reminder of all the smiles you're bringing to kids' faces every day.
Kids like me. And me. And me. And me. So what are you waiting for? You can inspire kids like me by visiting loveshriners.org. After all, you can't help everyone, but you can help someone. So let's go!
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for giving. Join me and bring a smile to the world with your monthly gift today.
Please call now. If operators are busy, please call again or go to loveshriners.org right away.
Join me and bring a smile to the world.
Do you know that Cars for Compassion is the best way to donate your car?
Through this nonprofit program, you can not only help us keep bringing the world independent and daringly truthful journalism, but also significantly impact the life of somebody who needs a vehicle. The Epoch Times fights misinformation and big tech censorship by being independent and unbound to advertisers. Every single contribution to Cars for Compassion is a powerful endorsement of our unwavering mission. All you have to do is go to carsforcompassion.org and let us know about your car, and we'll schedule a pickup time and email you a tax-deductible receipt. To do this, just click the link below, support Truth, Compassion, and Hope. Donate your car right now at www.carsforcompassion.org.
And welcome back. As you see on screen there, that's the outside the United Center in Chicago, where the Democratic National Convention will be kicking off shortly. This is a day 2. Big speakers line up today. The Obamas and Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker will be speaking, as well as a bunch of other big names like Chuck Schumer, Bernie Sanders. Now here in studio with us, we have Theron Bond, Democratic strategist, and Ambassador Carlos Sanz. I actually want to direct our attention back to the screen where Trump was speaking in Michigan earlier today, giving some remarks. Let's play a bit of sound and then have you both react to it.
If it was up to them, you wouldn't even have the men behind me, people behind me, representatives behind me. You wouldn't have them. They wouldn't have a job. They think it's going to just police itself. Everything's going to take care of itself. The Democrats are holding their convention in Chicago in order to showcase it. And yet, as you know, on 4th of July weekend, 117 people were shot.
And there you had the former president speaking about, I guess, law and order, you could say. How do you view how both parties right now, if you will, are tackling the issue of law and order? Right now, outside the convention, yesterday at least, you saw a lot of police presence with the protests happening. But how do you view how both parties have been handling this issue?
I think it's a difficult question because President Trump has, throughout his administration and now as he campaigns, talked about the importance of law and order and about making sure that victims are actually cared for. The perpetrators of crimes, he said, when they're arrested by the great law enforcement, I think he got his second endorsement just in Milwaukee from law enforcement today, but the victims need to be supported and protected, and the perpetrators need to be prosecuted. In other words, not just arrested and then there's a revolving door and they're put back on the street to repeat. Here in New York City, there are some criminals that are committing hundreds of crimes and they get out the same day and they go and do the same crime. In fact, sometimes it's the theft, sometimes it's assaults. And so he's promising a law and order administration, respecting the victims, making sure the perpetrators are prosecuted and punished. Punishment is a deterrent. And Kamala Harris has been weak on crime. She has, in fact, prosecuted people that didn't deserve to be prosecuted. She's jailed people and hidden evidence in the past. That's a very corrupt thing. And she has, as I mentioned earlier, she's offered people should help bail out criminals when they were burning down the cities across our country in 2020. And then she has talked about defunding the police, reimagining police. People who live, especially in high crime neighborhoods, really want the police protecting them so that they're safe to walk on the streets. So I think that there's a real difference here for voters. They can look, do they want the safe communities or do they want something reimagined with maybe more rights for the perpetrators sometimes than the victims?
And Theron, what are your thoughts on how both parties are handling law and order?
So I actually watched the rest of former President Donald Trump's speech, and another quote that he said was that he's going to stand up for law-abiding citizens. And I want to know if he looked in the mirror today and saw that he himself was a convicted felon. Doesn't matter how he got there or under what counts or how many, but he still is today very much a convicted felon. And so there are people that align themselves with the Democratic Party that have some things in their past where now they can relate to former President Donald Trump, even if that means the adversities they face in employment and finances and things of that nature. I think he's always been a law and order president, but it seems that it's law and order for everyone but himself. And when we talk about equity, we want equity in the legal system as far as how it's navigated, and also equity in the justice system. And people want to live in safe communities. If you actually talk to people that live in maybe more impoverished neighborhoods, or maybe see the police a little more often or even not enough, the goal is safety. Safety doesn't necessarily equal police presence, but it does mean safety. There are things that we need to do to improve the justice system so that people who do commit crimes are handled appropriately, but not unjustly. And that's the difference. I think Vice President Harris, being a former prosecutor, she knows the judicial system and the justice system from the inside, for better or for worse. I've never heard her say defund the police. I've heard many Democrats talk about reimagining policing. And what that means is to properly allocate funding towards things that directly impact people in their communities, which may or may not mean padding police budgets, which across the country take up at least 60% of police budgets in most large cities.
Can I just rebut that
Just
for a second?
1 second, because we do have to go to the floor where we have Luis Martinez there on the floor with an important guest. So Luis, take it away.
Tiffany, Steve here. We are with James Manning, state senator from Oregon, and also a delegate from the state of Oregon. Mr. Manning, how are you enjoying the convention so far?
It is awesome. It is electrifying. It's energized everyone. I'm excited to be here.
Senator Manning, today we are going to have a ceremonial roll call to elect Vice President Kamala Harris as the presumptive, as a nominee for the Democratic Party. How do you feel about this year's process, having the virtual roll call and also obviously the change in candidate towards the end of this election cycle?
Well, first, let me thank President Joe Biden for everything that he has done. I mean, it's nothing short of total dedication and support defending democracy and our Constitution. I think that President Biden did a self-evaluation and made a decision. I was with President Biden all the way through. Now we're at this point, and we have the Vice President of the United States, soon to be President Harris. I'm really excited about it. I think that the electrifying feeling that's in this room tonight is still going to carry over up to the time that we actually, or she actually accepts. So the process is not unusual. Everything we do is a process. I think open and transparent.
Senator Manning, today the theme for today is a bold vision for America. What do you expect to hear from the speakers, former President Barack Obama, former First Lady Michelle Obama? Are they going to draw a distinction between Harris's policies and Trump's policies?
I think that yesterday set the framework for today. It's talking about where we came from, what the vision is for the future, and where we're going. I think that that's already aligned. I think it's going to be exciting. I'm thrilled to be here. I'm pumped, almost ready to do push-ups.
Great. Thank you so much. That was Senator James Manning, state senator from Oregon and a delegate from that state. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Back to you, Steve and Tiffany.
All right, Luis, with a very exciting interview right there. Now, back in the room, in the studio here with us, Ambassador, I want to give you a chance to respond now. We were talking about law and order earlier. You can either respond to that or the interview we just heard.
No, I do want to respond to the law and order thing, because when people start to demonize President Trump regarding the legal system, the Kamala Harris-Joe Biden administration is the first one to turn our legal system in the United States against a political opponent. Literally, they cooked up working with attorneys and prosecutors around the country, from around the country, including sending the number 3 from the DOJ here to New York to prosecute President Trump. And they cooked up, even conflating misdemeanors into something that would send someone to prison, where they're going to have a sentencing, so-called, in September, and potentially jailing their political opponent. So when you look at what they've done to weaponize our judicial system against a person, their political opponent, it would make the old Soviet Union guys blush. what they've done. It's shocking, and so it's really, in my opinion, despicable to demonize a presidential candidate when they have been attacked with lawfare.
You are seeing a lot of the Trump base feeling that way. I am curious, actually, how the sentencing that is scheduled for September 18th will play out in terms of motivating voters right now, given how close the polls are. We are seeing Kamala Harris leading in a lot of the swing states, but all of those numbers are still within that margin of error. So it does really seem like November comes down to voter turnout and how each side can motivate that base. I think that'll be our next discussion. Right now, let's go back to the convention where there's a little more action happening outside as people, I think it's set to start in half an hour. So we'll have a lot more with some speakers lined up in just a few minutes. So we'll be back in just a few minutes.
My dad's name was David. He always talked about getting life insurance, and now it's too late.
No one was expecting my husband Dave to suffer from a heart attack. We didn't have life insurance. We thought we had more time.
Don't be Dave, and don't wait until it's too late to get the life insurance coverage you need. And if you don't have enough insurance to cover funeral costs, credit card debt, and other expenses, your family is going to get stuck with the bill. Call now to get affordable life insurance.
Just call
800-494-1562.
If you're over 50, you can't be turned down for this insurance, regardless of your health. Plus, there's no medical exam, no health questions. Your rate will never go up. Your coverage will never go down. And rates start as low as $5 a week. Remember, don't be Dave. Call now.
Call now.
800-494-1562.
大提琴不仅仅是一件乐器，它是有生命、有感情的，需要我们精心的照顾。往往我们一个小小的动作，可能都会对人情绪产生微妙的影响。天音的品牌是福星，我们对于传统的理念很荣幸被神韵艺术团选为指定供应商。时间是酿造音色的不可替代的陪伴。我跟大提琴已经有60多年的友情了，每一把琴都有它自己的个性，熟悉它，才能真正发挥它的潜力。所以，我希望给你的每一把琴，都是首先我所信任的。
What's happened to this world we're living in? Why?
For the 4 years he has been on this earth, he has known nothing but war.
Wherever I go, the things I see, I just want to turn away. The dreams I have, the stories I could tell, will they still be possible? This year, more than ever, I need a brand new world, a clean world.
I can improve myself and be inspired. My stage can be anywhere and everywhere, but it begins here.
Ganjing World, a brighter way of life.
There are real consequences to controlled media. And NTD's founders know them firsthand. Our freedom of thought is the price. This is the lesson that guides us in everything we do.
Yeah, so there's the tear gas there.
We know the value of a free society. And we take seriously the responsibility to preserve it. We are NTD.
And welcome back to our special live coverage of NTD's live coverage of the Democratic National Convention with a live look outside of the United Center there in Chicago, Illinois. We're keeping a close eye on it. One of the storylines over the past day or two has been the possible issue of protesters. There have been some popping up at the United Center, some outside of the perimeter. Overall, things have not gotten too out of control. We are keeping a close eye on it. From what we've seen in reports, there has been an additional barrier that has been added outside because some protesters did breach one of those fences. So they have added additional security measures outside of the United Center, but everything looks pretty calm and smooth there. But to find out what is going on inside of the United Center this evening, we're going to toss it over to NTD's Dave Martin for an update.
Thank you, Steve. You know, as we're waiting for this DNC to start, I wanted to take a look at some more numbers. Now, we looked earlier at the support Harris and Trump had among young people. I want to take a look at a different demographic now to see their support, among black voters. Now, the black voters as a demographic make up approximately 14% of all eligible voters in 2024, according to Pew Research data. That's more than 34 million nationwide. Now, where could they impact this election the most, especially looking at the swing states? Let's take a look at these swing states here. Eligible black voters in swing states as a percentage. And you see Arizona and Wisconsin, a low percentage here. About double the rate though in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Nevada. But it's Georgia, which is the biggest one here. 33%, that's 1/3 of all eligible voters in Georgia are black eligible voters. Now there's 7.5 million eligible voters in the state. That equates to approximately 2.5 million eligible black voters. Now the question of course is, who do they support? Now, if we take a look at a Marist poll in April, support among black voters, Joe Biden with a 62% to 36% lead over Donald Trump. Now, that's a good 26%. That's actually lower than what most Democrats do in the national polls, though. Now, 4 months later, Joe Biden is out, Kamala Harris is in. You can see a big shift here. 77%, that's a 15% boost for Kamala Harris just less than 4 months later. Meanwhile, Trump goes down nearly 13%, so quite a lead now back for Harris here. Now, getting back to Georgia, I said earlier, 7.5 million eligible voters. That means 2.5 million eligible black voters in the state. 4 years ago, Joe Biden won the state by less than 12,000 votes. 2.5 million eligible black voters means 1% shift translates as 25,000 voters. And as I just said, 4 years ago, Biden won this by 12,000 votes. So even a 1% shift is huge in the Georgia election. Now we'll be back later on to look at some more demographics. But right now, let's go back to the desk.
Appreciate that update, Dave. Bringing it back to our in-studio panel here. Theron, I'm going to open it up to you here. Some of those numbers were pretty shocking, actually. A 15-point bump for Kamala Harris with the black vote. What do you think is behind that?
It's about the representation. This country has never seen a black woman serve in the highest office in this land, which is the same case for former President Barack Obama before he was elected. This is the bump she's getting, I believe, is off of representation alone, because we haven't really seen the meat of her policy, right? So this is purely, she's a black woman. She's a member of a sorority. She went to an HBCU. These are all things that build camaraderie very strongly in the black community. But it can, just as quick as she got it, it can go away if she starts to reveal things that become very, very unpopular with that same group of people. You know, there are a lot of issues that black voters want to hear her speak to, and she hasn't quite sealed the deal for many of us just yet.
You don't seem quite 100% sold on her. What are you waiting to hear from her?
I'm not. I'm a former policy director for a nonprofit organization, so policy and research is something that is very near and dear to my heart. And I believe that the more information people have, the better they can make a decision for themselves about whatever it is. Certainly a choice for president. I want to see her speak to education. I want to see her speak to criminal justice. I want to see her speak to how she is going to put more money in the everyday American person's pocket. And I mean a plan. I don't mean I'm just going to talk about it and tell you, hey, let's do this. When we fight, we win. But what are we fighting for? What are we working towards? I think she's got a lot that she needs to flesh out, and I'm waiting to hear it. I'd like to hear it so that I can make a decision. Honestly, and I've said this only one other time before, when I voted in the presidential primary, I voted uncommitted because at that time, I didn't like either of the options. And I'm going to go to the ballot box every time, but how and who I decide is going to be decided based on what policy is presented before me.
Ambassador, how does the Trump campaign claw back some of those points?
Well, I think by getting their message out and working with surrogates throughout the communities in our country, President Trump wants to bring the country together, unify everyone, and he wants everyone to do better. He doesn't pick favored groups. But he did create in his last administration, and plans to do again, opportunity zones so that the depressed communities, no matter what the color, have more investment to get the businesses coming back. And he was bringing back manufacturing, which also benefits so many of those communities that have been hollowed out over the years. I'll give you a quick example. There's a town called Johnstown, Pennsylvania. When I was a little kid, it was thriving. People were well dressed. The shops were all full with lights and goods. And the families would stroll up and down the main street, and it was a really happy, bustling place. There were a lot of businesses there. Over the decades, I would say over 30 or 40 years, those businesses, oftentimes the government incentivized them to move, often to Asia. Rather than making things here at home, they offshored them, and those businesses closed up domestically, the jobs went away, and the population collapsed in Johnstown and towns all across our country, especially in the old Rust Belt states like Ohio, Pennsylvania, Indiana. And so now, decades later, if you drive through a town like that, you'll see many of the main street shops are empty, the lights aren't on, it's for lease or sale. People are not walking down the street, maybe newspapers are rolling down the street, or you'll see a few people poorly dressed, eyes looking vacant. They look like they're either taking drugs or alcohol to numb the pain, but the employment is gone. President Trump brought hope back to those kinds of places because he did bring manufacturing back, and he promised, I'm going to focus on you.
Very important topics here. Right now we're going to take a look back at the DNC there in Chicago, where we have Luis Martinez and Jack Bradley standing by for us. Hey guys, what can you tell us?
Hey, well, it is filling out right here right now. It's going to get really crowded very soon. All of these empty seats up here, they're going to be filled if it was like last night. And it's getting crowded and crowded by the minute here. If you can see behind us, over to our right up here is the Wisconsin cheese hats, of course. They were wearing the same exact hats at the RNC a few weeks ago in Milwaukee.
Definitely seeing several delegations dressed with themes and being very celebratory over there. We can also see the Kansas Democrats all wearing Kansas City Chiefs shirts. They're very excited. I asked them, and they're also even speculating about the possibility of a big celebrity coming to perform here at DNC. Obviously, they were particularly excited about Kelsey Travis, the Kansas City Chief player's girlfriend. Taylor Swift was a big name for hopefuls to show up here at the DNC. So definitely, Jack, a very vibrant atmosphere since earlier than yesterday.
Yeah, and right behind us too, there's more to see. We got Nebraska wearing all yellow Chiefs shirts. Tribal shirts, and we have over to our left is the Maryland. They're all holding up Maryland flags.
So definitely a bigger crowd than yesterday by this time. Also, Jack spoke with an actor from Hollywood, so we'll see different personalities coming in to celebrate this Democratic National Convention.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I spoke with the actor from Hollywood as well as delegates. We're going to hear a lot of more speeches reflected here, a lot of ideas that represented the Democratic Party. What they told me is very reflective of that. Obviously, it's diverse, but they all think that Harris and Walz can do what's best for the party in terms of unions, bringing, representing the unions, as teachers' unions, labor unions. So we'll just keep you posted here from the floor. It's going to get really busy very soon, so we're not sure where we're going to be standing around here. It's going to get crowded. They're already clearing people out, but we'll bring you more from the floor. Back to you.
Certainly a lot of energy building on the floor. Really appreciate that live update from you both. And right now we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back soon. Stay with us.
Will radical lies determine your child's future, or will timeless truths? Fathom the Good equips children with wisdom against the world. Our homeschool curriculum teaches high schoolers to think critically. We provide primary texts, original content, reasoning tools, and mentoring videos to help them transform America. Teach your children to navigate the world's woke confusion. Teach them to fathom the good.
You'll save big at Mathis Home and get store-wide 12-month no-interest financing during the Monumental Savings Event. Get huge markdowns on hundreds of sofas starting at just $3.99. Check out our incredible selection of patio and outdoor furniture and save big. Plus, we're the only place with top-name recliners starting at just $195. Shop online and find over 180,000 items perfect for every room in your house. Come save at the Monumental Savings Event at Mathis Home.
When I drink it, the first thing was I feel the warmth in my tummy. It's kind of like gently radiating out, a kind of a very comforting warmth. And it was really good, actually. I felt much better. I did feel, actually, the effect. And I find that it is actually better when I take it regularly.
It's actually steamed and dried 9 times. And so it's really, the essence is really extracted.
Then the second time, I tried it really like on an empty stomach and just 2 teaspoons of it, and over a few times. And wow, there was a big difference, because suddenly I could feel, wow, I was very good energized. I didn't have to eat. I could work outside in the garden for a couple of hours, and I still felt very well. And I was impressed by that. So I think it's a good product.
Losing the fear of looking foolish comes with age.
Who did you steal them from?
Losing your way in your own home doesn't. Confusion with time and place may be a sign of Alzheimer's.
Mom, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine.
Early detection gives you and your loved one time to plan for the future. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's.
The Kindness is Cool Video Awards are back for their 2nd year. Record and nominate acts of kindness, both big and small, from individuals, families, and communities. Submit your videos on ganjingworld.com with the hashtag #KindnessIsCool. Win a $10,000 grand prize and be featured on a New York Times Square billboard. Visit ganjingworld.com and start sharing today. Kindness is cool.
And welcome back to our special coverage of the 2024 Democratic National Convention. And we're going to bring our discussion back in studio here, where we have Ambassador Carla Sands, former ambassador, and Theron Bond, Democratic strategist. Former ambassador, I want to get your thoughts on the Biden-Harris policies when it comes to not just energy, but a lot of the acts, the Inflation Reduction Act, and some of the bills that were passed that some say may have actually led to inflation. You also have some proposals from Vice President Kamala Harris, were she to win the presidency, to have similar investments in government, which by some accounts would, economists say, would lead to even more inflation. How concerned are you about this?
So very concerned, and every American should care about this. Kamala Harris says she just doesn't want to double down on the Green New Deal. She wants to triple down and wants to spend more than $10 trillion just on Green New Deal stuff. And we know it's like Cylinder 2.0. I'll just give you an example. They committed $8 billion to build electric charging stations across the country for EVs, electric vehicles. They have built 8 electric charging stations and spent $7 trillion. That's just one example of how government misallocates capital and also crowds out private investment. A lot of these businesses are not, they're not a going concern. In other words, they couldn't exist without government money propping them up and creating a market or creating a product that maybe consumers don't even want. For instance, trying to change all of the gas-powered cars in our country into EVs and retooling the car companies. Well, the Americans are rejecting EVs. Most people like their gas-powered car. But the inflation, the pain that people feel, everyday Americans right now, is because of the multi-trillion-dollar spending in the IRA, Inflation Reduction Act, in the big multi-trillion-dollar bills that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden passed right after he was elected, saying this is going to give relief to people. We were coming out of COVID. Our economy was on a rocket ship. It was a V-shaped recovery, which economists talked about. Milton Friedman once said that government spending is a tax on the people. It's what causes inflation, and it is. The war on American energy is the secondary cause of inflation for the American people, but number one is government spending.
And Theron, to that point, once inflation happens, it's very hard to bring those prices down. So what most Americans rely on is wages to go up. And with that not happening, what do you think the potential Harris administration would need to do to satisfy that reality?
I think one, how we spend money matters. We have to invest in a future. And that's a future for everyone, whether you're rich, whether you're poor, black, white, whatever it is, it has to make sense. And right now, none of it makes sense. Inflation does not make sense. And I think with the policy she mentioned about price gouging, that's only going to do so much. If you never make enough and you can never save, then you're never going to have anything going forward. American people want more money back in their pockets. So when we talk about job creation and we talk about employment numbers, we have to talk about what the wages are that are associated with those jobs, the quality of life with those jobs, how much a family has to expend out of their paycheck. If you make $1,000 a week, but then you have to pay for childcare, groceries, medical care, and that amounts to $800, then you only have $200 left. What if you have an emergency? What the Harris-Walz administration is going to need to do is do the math for the American people and put together a formula that makes sense so we can get more money in our pockets, higher wages, and it can be consistent, because we don't have consistency. Under former President Donald Trump, there was no consistency across the board. There have been some shifts since President Biden has been in office. Obviously, inflation affects everyone, whether you're penniless or whether you're a millionaire. What we're asking is for it to kind of even out, at least let people get in neutral so we can start to rise again. But policy is going to dictate what that looks like.
Ambassador, when it comes to energy, I want to ask you about how China plays into all of this. You were mentioning the electric vehicles that President Biden's administration has really been pushing. Now, when you peel back the layers a bit, what seems to become the reality is that China currently dominates the market for rare earth, whether that's the minerals or the refining, the mining process for that, which then feeds into the expenses of the electric vehicles because they corner the market on that. How do you see that playing out when it comes to America's energy security, but also national security?
Sure, and I will answer that. I just want to mention something. Theron was talking about the pain that people are feeling and wanting more money in their pocket. 60% of the American people are living paycheck to paycheck right now. And so we do have a crisis for the working people in our country. But you are so right. This Green New Deal is really a giant gift to the Chinese Communist Party. It gives them more power over us. And why do I say that? Like you said, the rare earths and the processing is controlled almost entirely, or certainly more than half of all the rare earths. In fact, our biggest rare earth facility in the US, in Northern California, is majority owned by China. So we don't have independent processing and mining. We must do it. America must reassert our national security and return to mining, to processing. We'll do it cleaner than anywhere else in the world. We're not going to destroy the air, the water, the soil. We're going to protect it, just like we do when we harvest, for instance, hydrocarbons. When we harvest our gas and oil, we do it cleaner in the United States than anywhere else in the world. But also, China controls largely solar panels, windmill manufacturing, and they're very dirty. It takes tons of rare earths and a lot of damage to our world. It's a lot of hydrocarbons in these things, especially the windmills. And then they are dominating EVs. In fact, they're building EV factories just south of our southern border in Mexico. President Trump has said, knock it off. You're not bringing your EVs in our country. We're going to tariff them 100%. There's no way we should be giving more control over an important American industry, our automotive industry, to the Chinese Communist Party.
And right now we're going to bring everybody's attention to the convention floor there on the screen, where the 2024 Day 2 of the Democratic National Convention is set to kick off in just moments. We're going to bring you everything. Stay with us after this break.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable lithium-ion power plant. So fast and so convenient. It's like the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Look, you can inflate all 4 tires on a single charge. It has a built-in smart pressure digital sensor that gauges and automatically stops when the set tire pressure is is reached. Easily inflate pool toys, exercise balls, and more. Call or go online now and get the complete Bullseye Pro inflation system for the factory direct price of just $79.99. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free, and we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-984-7221. That's 1-800-984-7221, or go to getbullseyepro.com.
The one-time drug dealer turned pastor, along with 2 others, will be executed at 12 midnight local time.
I thought this would be our final run ever. We'd made millions and millions of dollars, but God had other plans.
We'll walk straight out of here, pretend to be the media.
This pathetic maggot got caught trying to escape my prison.
He's a changed person. He's a new man.
My name is Peter Lone, and I will be executed in 2 hours. Why am I being executed, you ask?
Salvation is a gift.
Presenting the heritage of traditional Chinese martial arts, fostering martial ethics, and reviving the true tradition. The 2024 NTD International Traditional Chinese Martial Arts Competition will be held August 30th to September 2nd at the Village School in New Jersey. Semifinals and finals tickets are on sale. To buy tickets, please call 1-888-477-9228.
And there's a look at the Democratic Convention floor in Chicago, Illinois, where there's a lot of big speakers, including former First Lady Michelle Obama and former President Barack Obama this evening, as well as many others that we're going to bring you as they kick off the festivities tonight. Bringing our discussion back in studio, there are some notable folks that are actually not attending, and I want to get everybody's thoughts on that. Ambassador, if you could kind of shed some light on some of these more moderate Democratic senators like John Tester in Montana, who's in a pretty tight race. You have Sherrod Brown in Ohio, Senator Rosen in Nevada, all, not all, but certain battlegrounds, if you will, down ticket races. What does it mean? What message does it send when some of these folks don't show up to their own convention?
I guess they're hanging on to their political life by their fingernails, and so they decided to, they want to win more than they want to go hang with their friends. Being on the convention floor is electric. It's like being in a casino. I mean, it's like you feel pumped up, you feel excited, so I know they're having a great time. However, they want to win, and those moderate Democrats and maybe some Republicans that might have historically voted for them, they don't want to lose those votes because that might be the margin of victory. But I noticed even John Fetterman isn't there. John Fetterman, who's not up for re-election, but he doesn't toe the party line. They probably would punish him in some way. And so he's gone his own way, which is super interesting.
Very interesting point. So would you just say politics at its finest?
I think there are 2 things happening here. I think there are people who are still a bit frustrated that President Joe Biden was kind of forced to step aside, but I think there are also others who understand the importance of what good is it that we win the presidency if we don't have the Congress and or the Senate. And so we've got to do that work across the board. There are a certain number of primaries that are happening today, Florida being one of them, and those results could see where some American voters stand.
And Darren, you were talking about the uncommitted vote earlier. I want to direct your attention now. The polling in Michigan has actually reversed, with the Democratic ticket now in the lead on multiple polls. The Real Clear Politic average now has Harris with a 2-point lead there. What do you think is behind that shift in support, given the protests we're seeing outside the convention?
I think that we know that they've had at least one conversation, and they're keeping the door open for further conversations. The uncommitted movement is really trying to give Vice President Harris an opportunity, but I also think that's only going to extend so far. Again, you know, we're talking about 700,000 voters and counting. Earlier, we talked about how President Joe Biden and the difference in those results in Georgia previously were 12,000 votes. That's a mere fraction of 700,000. So I think they make a formidable voting bloc. I think there may be a few that could have been picked off to say, hey, you know, she's the best thing we've got to at least try, in comparison to former President Donald Trump. And some people are picking their sides a little bit earlier. But that's a large movement, and I think we're a long ways to go before we see them actually get some results that they want to see, where they can make a firm decision. And I think there's some potential third-party happenings that could affect that vote also.
And how do you see the Democratic Party navigating this issue? Because we did see two primaries recently where squad members, Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush, lost their primaries because they've been very outspoken against Israel. There was, of course, an Israel PAC pouring in a lot of money into, you know, making sure they didn't win. But how do you see the Democratic Party itself navigating this issue?
Oh, some people really aren't going to like this, but the Democratic Party as a whole is very establishment. But a lot of those folks are getting older. Some are retiring. Some are completely just leaving the political arena, not just in elected office. And there are younger generations that are stepping up to run for office, wanting to move the party forward, but aren't really being given the space. I think that's what we're seeing. We're seeing somewhat of a tug of war within the party, saying, here's the establishment. There's a level of respect that we have for record of service, but also we need new ideas, new vision, new leadership, and we want you to be bold about it. We want to understand your platform clearly. We want you to pick a side strongly and ride the wave. And if we don't see that, then we get unsure about you as a candidate. And I think that's what we're seeing now. I think with Bowman, there are some people that just said he was a little too loud, but there were people who appreciated him being a bold leader. With Congresswoman Cori Bush, the way she even came into office was she defeated a very long time establishment incumbent. And I think she had a target on her back since then. And that's what they were looking for. They were saying, hey, you know, you took out our person. Now we're going to take you out, you know, by any means necessary. And unfortunately, that leaves a wide open gap for many progressives who followed those two people as leaders.
And right now, as the convention has kicked off, let's actually tune in and listen in on what's happening on the floor over there.
That our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Aris. Folks, give it up for Aris one more time. I'd like you to pause with me for a minute. 2 years ago, my dad died, the late Moon Landrieu. He was a great leader. He was a great mayor, secretary of HUD. He lived his life for others. We have lost so many patriots since the last convention. So before we go any further tonight, let's take a moment and join with me and let's remember them all.
Please welcome the chair of the Carter Center and grandson of President Jimmy Carter, Jason Carter.
Hello, I'm Jason Carter. My grandfather, President Carter, will have his 100th birthday in October. I call him Pawpaw, and I can tell you that he wishes he could be here tonight. He and my grandmother led their lives with an unwavering faith in God, a respect for human dignity, honesty, and a commitment to loving their neighbors as themselves. Those principles guided them throughout their lives, including during their 4 years in the White House and the 4 decades since. For my grandfather, it was never about fame, recognition, accolades, or awards. His legacy is measured by the lives he has touched and the good he has done. Kamala Harris carries my grandfather's legacy. She knows what is right, and she fights for it. She understands that leadership is about service, not selfishness, that you can show strength and demonstrate decency, and that you can get a whole lot more done with a smile than with a scowl. Pawpaw is holding on. He's hopeful. And though his body may be weak tonight, his spirit is as strong as ever. My grandfather can't wait to vote for Kamala Harris. She reminds us all that the promise of America remains unchanged. We are one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And my grandfather knows that with her as our next president, we will keep that promise. Thank you.
Please welcome delegate from New York and grandson of President John F. Kennedy, Jack Schlossberg.
Hi, I'm Jack Schlossberg. President John F. Kennedy is my grandfather, and he's my hero. JFK was the youngest person ever elected president and the first Catholic. He sent a man to the moon, fought for civil rights, and navigated the Cuban Missile Crisis peacefully. Most of all, he inspired a new generation to ask what they could do for our country. Tonight, JFK's call to action is now ours to answer, because once again, the torch has been passed to a new generation, to a leader who shares my grandfather's energy, vision, and optimism for our future. That leader is Vice President Kamala Harris. Like President Kennedy, Vice President Harris has dedicated her life to public service. She believes in America, like my grandfather did, that we do things not because they're easy, but because they are hard. As president, she will fight for working families. She will expand investments in clean energy so that my generation will have clean air and good jobs. She will defend our freedoms, the freedom for women anywhere in America to make their own healthcare choices, the freedom to be safe from gun violence, the freedom to vote easily and without fear. The choice is ours to make, and history is watching to see what we will do. Now, let's elect Kamala Harris the next President of the United States. Thank you.
All right, America, how y'all doing? We about to have a fired up, ready to go, yes we can night. Y'all ready? Well, as you can see, the torch has been passed to a new generation. So let's start off the night by talking about what's at the heart of the Harris-Walz agenda. Defending our freedoms, advancing opportunity, protecting our democracy. But the other guys, Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, They want to rip away our rights, crush the middle class, and destroy our democracy. Their version of freedom is the government creeping creepily closer to every part of our lives. They're coming for our books, they're coming for our marriages, they're coming for our bodies, they're even coming for women who don't have kids. But this just isn't about what we stand against. It's about what we stand for. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have a bold vision for America's future, where every American has a fair shot at the American dream. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will build a future that belongs to all of us, because we are one nation, not two. Indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, not some. We are part of one nation, pledging allegiance to one flag, and that is the flag of the United States of America. Hear this: America is great because of who we are, and more importantly, who we strive to be. My friends, our best days are ahead if we stick together. My friends, say it with me. Let them hear it to the rooftops. We are not going back. So now please help me welcome. Please help me welcome from the great state of Pennsylvania, the great Representative Malcolm Kenyatta.
My fellow Americans, my name is Malcolm Kenyatta, a proud son of Pennsylvania. And as you saw, I brought back Trump's Project 2025, all 900 pages of it. And it's interesting because usually Republicans want to ban books, but now they're trying to shove this down our throats. It is a radical plan to drag us backwards, bankrupt the middle class, and raise prices on working families like yours and mine. Under Project 2025, a family making just $75,000 a year with just 2 kids would pay $1,800 more in federal taxes. No, but there's more. Because on page 465, Project 2025 would stop Medicare from negotiating to lower the price of prescription drugs and capping out-of-pocket costs. And on page 587, Project 2025 would cut overtime pay for hard-working Americans. But my friend, these bad ideas aren't new. As long as we have been fighting to make America work for working families, there have been greedy corporate interests trying to take us back. In 2019, my grandma, a civil rights warrior, called me, her voice cracking, and she said, "I'm so sorry, baby. I'm so sorry. I thought my generation had fixed this. And here you are, fighting the same battles." But I want to tell you tonight, my friends, what I said to my grandma. I said, "It's okay, Grandma. It's just our turn. It's just our turn to stand up for working people and to stand up for our nation's promise. It's just our turn to defend our rights and to ensure that democracy doesn't die on our watch. It's our turn to make history, my friends, by electing Kamala Harris as the next President of the United States of America. God bless you. May God protect our troops.
So that poor kids from poor neighborhoods don't get.
And that was a live look at the 2024 Democratic National Convention Day 2 that has just gotten underway. We'll be keeping an eye on it as some of the big speakers and performances play out this evening. We'll be taking you back in there. In the meantime, we're going to bring it back in studio here. Ambassador Sands, I want to get your thoughts on, say, the Rust Belt versus the Sun Belt. Up until 30 days ago, when former President Biden was in the race, the Sun Belt seemed to be out of the question. With new polling, it suggests that it is back in the equation, whether it's a state like Nevada or Arizona. How do those states differ from, say, some of the blue wall up north?
Well, so it's been changing, right? Demographics are changing, and the reason is Americans are fleeing blue states in droves. The number one state they're fleeing from, California and New York. People don't like the policies. They don't like overregulation. They don't like high taxes. They don't like the government telling them what to do.
Democrats or Republicans fleeing from those states?
Both. Republicans and Democrats are fleeing. The Republicans are largely going to red states. And as a matter of fact, someone said to me, the new people moving to one of the red states are more conservative than the people that have been living there. So real conservatives are moving in. But the blue state members who are Democrats, when they leave, sometimes they go to a bluer state looking for a change. Sometimes they go to a red state and start to change it. And we can see Texas is always on the cusp of, are they going to stay red or are they going to go blue? That's largely driven by immigration. Those early immigrants, those new immigrants tend to vote Democrat, especially in the first generation. But it's really to be determined what happens. Joe Biden, because he stepped away, out of the race, and Kamala Harris has come in, they have a fresh face now, the Democrats, to follow. She's going to have 2 weeks of great press, is my estimation. She's going to have a honeymoon of 2 weeks. People are just overjoyed they have a sentient candidate, who can actually think and talk clearly. But then after that, I think she's going to have tough going. Like you've been saying, Theron, we're not hearing the policies. She's probably going to have to hide them because most of the policies that are coming out that I'm seeing are really unpopular with about 80% of the American people.
We're going to be talking a lot more about battleground states throughout the evening, but we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back with our special coverage in just a moment. Stay with us.
Will radical lies determine your child's future, or will timeless truths? Fathom the Good equips children with wisdom against the world. Our homeschool curriculum teaches high schoolers to think critically. We provide primary texts, original content, reasoning tools, and mentoring videos to help them transform America. Teach your children to navigate the world's woke confusion. Teach them to fathom the good.
One in 5 children worldwide are faced with the reality of living without food. No family dinners, no special treats, not enough energy to play. All around the world, hunger is affecting children's physical and mental health. Toddlers are suffering from acute malnutrition, which stunts their growth. Kids are forced to drop out of school so they can help support their families. Conflict, inflation, and climate have ignited the worst famine in our lifetime. And we are fed up. Fed up that hunger devours dreams. Fed up that hunger destroys joy. Fed up with the fact that hunger eats childhood. Help us feed the futures of children all over the world by visiting givetosave.org. For as little as $10 a month, you can join Save the Children as we support children and families in desperate need of our help. Now is the time to get fed up and give back. When you join the cause, your $10 monthly donation can help communities in need of life-saving treatments and nutrients, prevent children from dropping out of school, support our work with communities and governments to help children go from short-term surviving to long-term thriving. And now, thanks to special government grants, every dollar you give can multiply up to 10 times the impact. That means more food, water, medicine, and help for kids around the world. You'll also receive a free tote bag to share your support for children in need. Having your childhood eaten away by hunger is unimaginable. Get fed up. Call us now or visit givetosave.org today.
There's always a searching process for beauty. You know it when you see it.
And we're taking a look back at the convention floor there as everybody's getting excited. Looks like they're dancing, preparing for the evening, day 2 of the 2024 Democratic National Convention. Set to see quite a few big names speaking this evening. At the top of the list is former President Barack Obama, his wife, former First Lady Michelle. You also have Senator Bernie Sanders, Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. The list goes on, and we're going to bring you those speeches as they come in. In the meantime, we'll bring it back in studio where we were talking about swing states, the all important swing states, whether it be in the Rust Belt or the now Sun Belt, which seems to be back in play. There's also a state that is, interesting that I want to get your thoughts on, which is the state of North Carolina, closer to your home state of Tennessee. That state, traditionally red, but it did go blue. I believe it was in 2008. Barack Obama won that state. How do you see North Carolina playing in? You have a Democratic governor there right now. What direction do you see North Carolina going this cycle?
I think southern states are such a hodgepodge. You often have either a Democratic governor and then very red cities and counties, or you have a very red state and then like some of the larger counties, like in Tennessee, we have a Republican governor, but the county I live in is blue. It's the bluest county in our state. I think Southern voters are becoming more concerned and involved in politics, and that's shifting how the electorate views things, the issues that matter to them, and in turn, what elections look like. But I think North Carolina is going to be one to watch, just as is South Carolina. And then even if we go all the way out west to Arizona, which is one of my personal favorites because it's about a third. It's a third Democrat, a third Republican, and a third independent. And these are people that registered to that party. And so if you want to get a good sampling of what America views, Arizona is a great state to use as an assessment. Even their ballot access is much more unique than other places. So I think you're going to see some polls shifting in the South, and I think you're going to see them shifting out west as well.
And speaking of ballot access and the state of North Carolina, you have the North Carolina former RNC chair of that state, now the chair of the National Committee, Michael Whatley, and much of it to do perhaps with his stance on election integrity. What do you think of some of those measures that are being put in place for this cycle?
Well, Michael Whatley was, President Trump said, selected because he had an army of attorneys, tough attorneys, on Election Day, and they got the votes in on Election Day, and they had a count on Election Day. Unlike, for instance, Pennsylvania, where we saw, mischief happening in some of those special counties. And so he was chosen because what President Trump wants to do is he wants to blanket the country with good attorneys for the Republican Party to secure the vote, the ballot, from illegals voting, from ballots arriving at 3 a.m. when no one's in the building, from the Republican side. So all of the things that happened in 2020 that were irregular, they want to put a stop to that. And I think that includes eventually stopping things like ballot harvesting.
We're going to take it back to the convention floor at the Media Row, where we have NTD's Chris Bob standing by. Chris, what can you tell us?
Well, I did speak earlier to Mark Kelly of Arizona, who is a former astronaut and current senator for Arizona. It's not so often you get to say that. Take a listen to what he said about leadership.
Well, I mean, I think service means different things to different people. I'm the son of two police officers. My grandfathers both served in World War II. And for me, service to my country is serving in the United States Navy, and then, serving in space as a NASA astronaut for 15 years, and now serving in the United States Senate. And my service now, I think, is in some ways, not in all ways, but some of the most significant service I've had this 3.5 years, working as a U.S. Senator.
Chris, tell us about more of your discussion with the senator.
Yeah, I got to speak to him outside of the Veterans and Military Families Council, which is just one of the many groups that met today, along with the Women's Caucus, where I met Senator Kirsten Gillibrand and a few other representatives from Texas, from California, and many delegates from Massachusetts, New York, where I'm based. I think the service aspect is something that every single person that I spoke to who was an elected official they were telling me amazing stories, actually personal stories, about what motivated them to get into public office. And what was surprising to me is, none of it was what I thought for each one of them. Somebody like Mark Kelly, who was, in the military, was also an astronaut, is a very interesting history that he got to share with me. So I was very appreciative of that.
And Tish, Chris Bob, thank you for that live update from the convention. Appreciate it. And bring our attention back in studio here with our guests. Mark Kelly, he was on the shortlist, Theron, to be a potential vice president candidate with Kamala Harris, along with Josh Shapiro, governor of Pennsylvania, and now Tim Walz is who she wound up choosing. What do you think of her choice, Tim Walz, and some of these other candidates? Could they have been better picks, the governor of North Carolina, for that matter?
A lot of this was a pick the ticket game, and we did it for a long time. And neither Vice President Harris nor Governor Tim Walz were on my bingo card. But I think I'm more impressed as a more progressive person with Governor Tim Walz. The things that he's done in the state of Minnesota for progressives really speak to a huge part of where the Democratic Party as a whole is moving towards. Not the establishment part, but some of the younger voters that are really coming into the fold. I don't know that Mark Kelly would have been the best choice. I value what he's doing in the state of Arizona. I value him as an astronaut, what he's done for NASA. But I think his stances around labor organizing and unions are what really kind of set him down and took him as an option away. I think Governor Tim Walz has united so many people, and he's gotten people excited about the ticket. I think by and large, people are probably more excited about him being on the ticket than Vice President Harris, and that might be quiet as it's kept, but I will say it out loud. I think he brought the balance and the energy that was needed to the ticket, and so when he became the choice, people began to get excited.
Ambassador, if you could just take your partisan hat off for us for a moment, and I'm really curious about your unique perspective because you do have an astute political eye when it comes to Pennsylvania in particular, and that potential pick of Josh Shapiro. He seemed to be the one that everybody was leaning toward, and then it was backed away potentially because of his support for Israel. What do you make of that whole situation?
I think the Hamas wing of the Democrat Party won on that one. I think the fact that he was Jewish and had written a paper that's saying, negative things about Hamas and pro things about Israel, I think that probably tanked him. But Josh Shapiro, when he ran for governor just 2 years ago, he ran on a platform to give education opportunity to every child in Pennsylvania, especially the kids in neighborhoods with failing schools. And a lot of those are minority kids. And it was his bill, and it passed in the House and in the Senate in Pennsylvania. And the last night that he could, he vetoed his own bill and did not give that education opportunity to Pennsylvania's most needy kids. And so I look at him and say, he looks like a so-called moderate Democrat, but he votes like pretty close to Kamala Harris. So I think that he would have sealed the deal with Pennsylvania and perhaps delivered the presidency to her. It would have been very hard to win with him on the ticket. But Tim Walz is where the Democrat Party is moving to a more, he calls himself a socialist, but when you're doing top-down planning, that's moving toward communism, unfortunately.
And right now, as we take a look at the screen here, back at the live feed of the Democrat National Convention in Chicago, we're going to take you there as the speeches unfold later tonight. We're going to take a short break and be right back. Stay with us.
At NativePath, we're driven to improve the lives of people by providing highly effective supplements that solve common health problems and support optimal health. This is what being on the path is all about.
Hi, I'm Caleb, and this is my story. I was born with osteogenesis imperfecta, or brittle bone disease. I have broken my bones almost 200 times, and I have had 11 surgeries. But I didn't let that stop me. I love to bike ride, climb, race, and I'm learning how to stand and walk. But I can only do all of this because of generous people like you and Shriners Hospitals for Children.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children has helped more than 1.3 million kids just like me, regardless of their family's ability to pay.
Shriners Hospitals for Children is only able to provide this world-class, life-changing medical care because of the generous gifts of people just like you.
Because of you, I can ride my bike. I can play basketball.
Because of people like you, I can run.
I can smile.
Will you send your love to the rescue today?
When you go to loveshriners.org right now and give just 63 cents a day, you're helping kids just like me.
Like me. Like me. When you give today, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of the love you gave to a kid just like me.
Your gift, no matter how small, can help a child today.
This is your moment to make a difference.
When you pick up your phone, you know you have it right there, and call to give. You're helping kids like me. Thank you. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, please call again or give right away at loveshriners.org.
Your gift makes a difference. Thank you for giving.
Looking for a healthy and smooth-tasting brew? Drop by Days Coffee Roasters today and explore our wide selection of specialty-grade, small-batch roasted coffee. Home to North America's first enzyme-fermented coffee, we source a wide selection of specialty-grade coffee beans from around the world, and our baristas are ready to craft your customized brew. Visit Days Coffee at 28 North Street, Middletown, New York. Come experience a brew like no other.
And welcome back. Here's a live look at day 2 of the Democratic National Convention unfolding in Chicago as we speak at the United Center. We're going to bring it back in studio here where we have Aaron Bond, Democratic strategist, and former Ambassador Carlos Sanz. Great to have you both. Now, I think the big focus tonight is on former President Barack Obama and his speech. Now, we've been seeing some reporting, right? Harris has held a few press events, but a few gatherings, and the reporting so far is that many people haven't seen crowds like that since Obama was running for president. He's going to be speaking tonight. There's a lot of, we saw Obama actually reach a lot of independents and a lot of other groups that normally maybe wouldn't have voted Democratic. We're also seeing the street artists behind the famous Hope poster for Obama doing a similar one now for Kamala Harris called Forward. Can you see Harris repeating the success of Obama in 2008?
I wish I could say yes, but she's not doing the same work that former President Obama did. You know, he had press events, he talked to the voters, he shook hands, he bumped elbows, he kissed babies. He did it all, and he talked about his policies regardless of what we think about them. So her taking maybe a back seat to the press is highly unusual, especially when now she needs to reach millions of people. And she can't do that by having simple gaggles or just talking to the people that are on the plane with her. She's got to reach a lot of people with her message. The message has got to be strong, which if you ask a lot of voters, they don't really know what her message is. They can recite to you, when we fight, we win. But even that is kind of riding on former President Donald Trump's coattails when he said, fight, 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 as he was almost assassinated. And so we've got to look at her originality, her creativity, and what she's doing to actually be humanized and relate to voters. It's not the same as Obama. He had a certain air when he came into the room. We knew he was going to say something profound. But with her, we don't really know what we get, and it is very concerning that we are edging close to November and we still have major question marks.
And Ambassador, one thing we are seeing when it comes to Kamala Harris, she's taken a leaf out of Trump's book, if you will, with this no tax on tips. Now, many economists are saying this fits into Trump's economic plan. It would kind of make sense. When it comes to Kamala Harris, of course, we don't really know her plan yet, but it seems like it doesn't quite fit. So how do you view this? Is this the Democratic Party going after the more populist movement to try and take it away from Trump, or is this an actual economic plan that you could see fitting into this administration?
Well, I'm not sure she has an original thought. So she stole this idea, just like they stole J.D. Vance's idea of a child tax credit to encourage family to have kids. And as far as the art, the poster being made of Kamala Harris, that's a Communist Party slogan forward. I mean, let's just be candid. This is America is it's the foundation of it. Our fundamentals are about freedom and liberty. It's the First Amendment of freedom of speech and so many other freedoms to assemble, to religious freedom, the freedom of the press, and then our Second Amendment, the freedom to own a gun, which she has said she's going to come get. She wants to take the guns. We celebrate our freedoms, but getting back to her theft of and borrowing the ideas of her opponents, okay, I think she should talk about her plan with reporters without a teleprompter, and let's see how she does. Barack Obama is an amazing orator, but people were really tired of Barack Obama and his presidency. By the end of it, they were ready for change, and that's why Donald Trump won. So we want to get back to the opportunity that President Trump offered, the growing economy, the freedom and liberty, the fact that we're a constitutional republic, not a socialist heading to communist nation. That is not our DNA, and I know the American people will fundamentally reject that.
And Darren, your thoughts?
I think when we talk about freedoms and we talk about the Second Amendment, what's amazing to me is how many that align with the Republican Party work so hard to protect the Second Amendment. But when we talk about what women do with their own bodies, then that's all thrown out. It's, no, don't tell us what to do, but yes, tell women what to do. And so where is the line drawn for saying...
We don't want to tell women what to do. Sorry. Correcting the record there. We do not want to tell women what to do.
Well, according to J.D. Vance and former President Donald Trump, they both do. And I think that's reflective in the whole childless cat lady comment, which I took personal offense to, and I think many other women took personal offense to. But ultimately, it doesn't matter who's in office. I don't care if you're Democrat, Republican, Working Families Party, Libertarian, Independent. If I decide to make a decision about my body, that's between myself, my doctor, my faith, if I have one, and that should be reflective of anybody else. And so when we talk about trampling on freedoms, those things extend far past the Second Amendment and do extend into people's homes and with their physicians. And if the Republican Party did a better job of presenting that, honestly, they may have more people on their side, because that is a linchpin for many people when it comes to this election cycle.
An important discussion, and let's tune into the DNC. We are awaiting that ceremonial roll call that might be happening now, so let's not miss that.
Actually get something done. Trump promised Infrastructure Week but never built anything. But this time, the Biden-Harris administration is actually breaking ground, and we're starting to turn dirt, ushering in an infrastructure decade. All I see is possibilities ahead. You see, the foundation of a strong economy is literally a country's infrastructure. It's the cornerstone upon which all rest. We finally got a president and a vice president who puts their money where their mouth is. Already, $460 billion out the door, $1 trillion of private sector investment building roads and bridges and airports and ports and water systems so that kids don't have to drink dirty water out of lead pipes and little girls don't have to sit on the back of their mama's car trying to do their homework so they can have a better future for us. We're building a clean energy economy. All of it is moving out of the door. And we're touching every part of the country, from the Pontiac, Alaska, all the way down to Lowndes County. We have over, hear me now, 60,000 projects all across this country with funding already underway. We're hitting the ground running, and it's right in everybody's backyards. 2 years ago, after President Biden and Vice President Harris passed the biggest infrastructure investment since President Eisenhower, he called on me and others to help carry out that vision as we rebuild America. As a senior advisor to the president, we pushed out funding for the roads and the bridges. We're literally building bridges to the future, high-speed internet, and the clean energy economy. With these projects, we're ushering in a brighter future, a future in which everyone has clean air to breathe, everyone has clean water to drink, a future in which everyone has the opportunity to build generational wealth, a future in which the most vulnerable communities aren't forced to bear the brunt of progress. And we have made historic progress towards that vision. Let's take a look with what progress is being made in communities across the country with products that are being made right here in the USA.
Since passing the bipartisan infrastructure law
and the American Rescue Plan,
the Biden-Harris administration
is putting billions of dollars into
cities and counties across the country over the next 5 years.
And there we were taking a look back inside of the Democratic National Convention Day 2 as they're getting ready to tee up their roll call, their ceremonial roll call, because the official one has taken place virtually to make Vice President Kamala Harris their official nominee. With that said, Thieren, as we close out this panel for now, let me get your thoughts on what your expectations are for not just tonight, but the remainder of the convention.
Hopefully, the convention can maintain the energy that they started with on night one through tonight, all the way through Thursday, and hopefully all the way to November. We've had a lot of shakeups at the very last minute, and now it's, the bottom of the ninth, and, there are 2 strikes. We do not need to strike out. We need a win. And so I hope that the Harris-Walz ticket and all the surrogates are prepared to do the work. And do what they need to do to engage the voters necessary to win this election. And that's going to require answering some very hard questions. They've got to do it. They've got to sit in the hot seat, and hopefully that will get us the win in November.
Ambassador Sands, are you satisfied with what you're seeing from your party's side with some of the counter-programming? J.D. Vance on the trail today, as well as former President Trump.
Yes, and I love the idea of safety, supporting our men and women in blue, backing the blue, making sure that it's safe to walk down the street in your neighborhood. Every American deserves that security. And so I hope that Americans embrace the Trump and J.D. Vance idea of bringing back safety. I also am interested in RFK Jr.'s idea of maybe joining the Trump ticket. So I think that's a conversation that, we will hear more about in the next few days.
It's been a very fascinating, substantive talk. Former Ambassador Carla Sands, Democratic strategist Thieren Bond, thank you both so much for joining us, and we'll see you guys here tomorrow.
Thank you.
In the meantime, we're going to bring the feed back into the DNC with a live shot and take you there.
Pop, pop, it's showtime, showtime. Guess who's back again? Oh, they don't know, they don't know. I bet they know as soon as we walk in. Wearing Cuban links, designer mix, Inglewood's finest shoes. Don't look too hard, why hurt yourself? Known to keep the the red, the blue. Woo! I'm a dangerous man with some money in my pocket. Keep up. So many pretty girls around me and they're waking up the rocket. Keep up. Don't be mad, fix your face. I thought they all be talking. Keep up. Players only. Get up, get up, get up. What y'all trying to do? 24 karat magic in the air. So bad. Sick your face for the hustlers, gangsters, and your little friends. Can I preach? Can I preach? I gotta show them how a pimp get it in first. Do your dip, spend your money like money ain't. Woo-woo. Gotta blame it on Jesus. Hashtag close your ready for me. I'm a dangerous man with some money in my pocket. Keep up. So many pretty girls around me and they're waking up the rocket. Keep up. Don't be mad, fix your face. And my mother, y'all be trying to keep up. Players only. Come on. Put your,
We'll be back with much more this evening after this short break.
I'm Richard Karn, and I love my hose. It ain't those old hoses. This is my hose. The new Pocket Hose Copper Bullet, now infused with real copper, so your water is always clean and lead-free. Just turn on the water and watch your hose grow and grow. And when you turn off the water, away it goes. Our new inner tube uses 3 layers of high-strength latex on the inside. Then it's wrapped in a new polymer filament jacket, 3 times stronger than the other hoses. But my favorite part of our new hose build, the oversized, easy-to-grip fittings. Get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copper Bullet today for only $29.99. But wait, call now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. This is an exclusive release of our newest Pocket Hose. Order now.
Call 1-800-960-8919. That's 1-800-960-8919 or visit copperbullet.hose.com. Order now.
This is it, the culmination of everything our young athlete has worked for these past months. He's filled with determination. You can see it in his face. Is today the day he overcomes? And here we go. There is no defense in the world that will keep him at bay. He's on fire. Nothing can stop him. Watch him as he heads towards the goal. Oh, he's blocked hard. But that doesn't stop him. He's a warrior. He's back up. His eyes are on the goal. He's set up for the shot. He shoots. Goal!
Achieving goals like this is only possible with the monthly support of people just like you.
Please call the number on your screen right now and give your monthly support to Shriners Hospitals for Children so other children can reach their goals too.
If you give just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, we will send you your very own Love to the Rescue blanket as a reminder of the love you're giving us. Because of monthly support of people like you, nothing is stopping me from achieving my goals.
And here we go. There is no defense in the world that will keep him at bay. He's going left. Oh, he fakes right and continues. Look at those moves. He takes the shot. Goal! Good shot. Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, call again or go to loveshriners.org to give right away. Your monthly gift helps kids achieve their goals. Goal!
There are real consequences to controlled media. And NTD's founders know them firsthand. Our freedom of thought is the price. This is the lesson that guides us in everything we do.
So there's the tear gas there.
We know the value of a free society. And we take seriously the responsibility to preserve it. We are NTD.
And there's a live look inside of the DNC and the United Center in Chicago, Illinois, where the 2024 Democratic National Convention is underway. Many big speakers coming up tonight. Former President Barack Obama, former First Lady Michelle Obama, the first gentleman, Kamala Harris's husband, Doug Emhoff, set to speak this evening. And we're going to bring all of those speeches to you throughout the night. Right now, let's go to a clip from senior editor with the Epoch Times and host of American Thought Leaders, Jan Jekielek. Earlier, he spoke with Minnesota Congressman Dean Phillips about his hope for the future of America, President Biden's decision to bow out of the race, and Minnesota's history of producing vice presidents, where candidate Tim Walz happens to be from.
Congressman Dean Phillips, great to see you here.
Good to be seen.
Oh, well, let me actually just start with this. What is your hope for the future? You were, running for president at one point. This is how things worked out. What do you think?
My hope for the future is that we employ common sense and competency and respect, that we inspire debate, that we don't suppress competition. And when I say we, I'm talking about both political parties, and I'm talking about Americans, who I believe have to start participating more in a respectful fashion, get out and vote in primaries, and not be quiet when something's not right. And when Americans see something with their own eyes, to not pull the wool over it, rather to expose it and to start working together, not dividing, and not let the angertainment industry, as I call it, have us believe that we are so divided that it's intractable. In Minnesota, when we have babies, we put them on our laps and say, one day you too can grow up and be vice president of the United States of America. Somehow we grow good vice presidents, Walter Mondale, Hubert Humphrey, now potentially Tim Walz. And I think there might be a reason for that. Minnesota is an interesting state. We're respectful. Our political culture is not nearly as antagonistic as it is in other states. We have higher taxes, but we have clean water and clean air and good schools and good parks and good communities. And we face stresses like every community in this country, but we do it a little bit differently, and it seems to be a representation of the Midwest, which often is underrepresented in American politics. So I'm really pleased, frankly, to see both tickets, have vice presidential candidates that are not from, New York or California. And I think that's healthy. And I'm excited to see J.D. Vance and Tim Walz debate.
What do you think about President Biden, passing the torch? He says it was the best decision he ever made to endorse Kamala Harris, the vice president, for this role. How do you see all that playing out?
Well, first of all, I celebrate it, of course, because that was my fundamental mission, to inspire that very decision. Do I wish it had happened sooner? Of course I do. Do I wish it had been done in a way that would have promoted competition and inspired it? Of course. But I'm pleased that it happened. And it doesn't happen much in human history where those that have great power electively forego it, and whether by pressure or by personal decision. So I'm pleased, and my mission was to inspire the very energy that's palpable in this building right now.
There you have Minnesota Congressman Dean Phillips there talking to the Epoch Times, sister media to NTD's Jan Jekielek at the convention. While we're on the topic of members of Congress, meanwhile, you can see a live look into the DNC that is underway. Speaking of members of Congress, Arlene, who else can we expect to hear from this evening at the convention speaking?
Well, coming up is Chuck Schumer and Bernie Sanders, both of them, and I just wanted to tell you a little bit about them, what I found out from some research. Actually, Chuck Schumer, he spoke last night here at the DNC to some reporters, and he said that he has never seen the party so unified as he has right now. And he says that Kamala is proven, primed, and prepared to defeat Trump. And then they asked him, what was his message to Trump? And he started singing the Rolling Stones song, "You Can't Always Get What You Want." And apparently that was the song that Trump used to use as he entered the stage. And there was the Rolling Stones, I guess, told him to stop doing that. And so this was Chuck Schumer's way of kind of giving
some political innuendos.
Yeah, a little political innuendo. And then Bernie Sanders, he was interviewed by Politico yesterday, and he says that he supported Biden staying, actually, but he thinks that Biden is the most progressive president since FDR, and he thought that Biden could serve 4 more years. But he's also very happy that Kamala Harris is on the ticket now, and he has high praise for her. He says she's a great campaigner, she's very articulate, tough and potential to be an excellent president.
I mean, there's certainly some irony there. If Bernie Sanders says that President Biden is the most progressive, I wonder how he feels about Kamala Harris, because she was labeled as extremely different from President Biden when he initially picked her.
Right.
And how do you think, Dave, the voters in, say, battleground Michigan are perceiving this new ticket?
Well, it's pretty much around the U.S. I mean, we've seen in the swing states, it's been a big jump switching out Biden out, Harris in. Now, in Michigan in particular, 15 electoral votes there. I think we looked at polls like about a month ago before Biden had dropped out of the race. Trump had I think a 4-point lead. That was a clear, kind of real clear polling average. Now, a month later, both the New York Times and I think it was a YouGov poll we looked at the other day had actually Harris with a comfortable 3 to 4% lead. Now, for the one we looked at yesterday, that was within the margin of error, but he was also trailing in Wisconsin, I think, by a point, in Pennsylvania by 6 points. And I can't stress enough, those 3 states, that's 44 electoral votes between them. If Harris, takes those 3 states, it becomes very difficult to see a way for Trump to win this race.
Well, as we continue to take a look at the screen here at the DNC, a live look in there, we're getting ready to hear, as Arlene pointed out earlier, some big speeches, some high-profile speeches. You have the Senate Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer. Obviously, he's, like you said, he's extremely happy because for a while there it wasn't looking good, specifically on down-ballot races, and that, arguably is the sole reason why we have Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee and not President Biden. President Biden recently on the record stating that he could have stayed in the race, and the reason that, and potentially won in his own eyes, and the reason that he left the race was for America, for those down ballot races, the importance of having a majority in the House of Representatives and in the Senate. So with that said, you will see a rather elated Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, who obviously wants to hold on to that seat.
Yeah, I think Chuck Schumer was one of the ones that was kind of pushing Biden to step down, and he's very, he's thrilled that Kamala Harris is on the ticket. But I also wanted to talk about Barack Obama. He's coming up this evening as well, and he's a very popular figure in the Democratic Party. And I think that what he's going to do is he's going to touch on the historic nature of Harris's candidacy. She's the first female of color to lead the ticket, and she'll be a continuation of his legacy. So he will also pay tribute to his own Vice President Biden, of course, but he's going to really highlight Kamala Harris and their relationship. They actually had a 20-year friendship. I don't know if anybody knows that or not. They met back in 2004 when he was an up-and-coming senator and she was a district attorney. And after that, she helped and volunteered for his presidential campaign, the first one. And then he's also helped her in her campaigns for attorney general as well as senator. And so I think he's been taking her under his wing for the past 20 years, and he's also, I think, very much involved in this campaign that she has right now. So I think he's going to have a lot of high praise for her, and he's also going to mark this as a historic event as well.
And more of the live look here into the DNC, where those speakers that are going to be teed up tonight. Part of the theme for this evening, it appears at least on the Democrat side, is to highlight former Republicans and Trump supporters who have since walked away from Trump. One of those speakers is going to be Stephanie Grisham, former Trump White House press secretary, albeit, I believe, for a short period of time, not an extended period of time. But she'll speak, likely, as to why she's not supporting the former president anymore. And you also have the host of the 8 o'clock hour, Ana Navarro, former Republican strategist, now Democrat. So you do start to see a little bit of a theme that they're trying to put out there, that people are walking away from Trump, which I'm sure Trump would argue differently. You did see at the RNC, the New Jersey member of Congress, Congressman Jeff Van Drew, a former Democrat who has since become a Republican and is a staunch Trump supporters. So you do have a little bit of back and forth, people crossing party lines.
Yeah, you know, and I'm looking at really the points in this race that affect the polls. You know, for this year, you know, we've seen like Donald Trump's convictions. He dropped some points there. Biden got a slight bump after the State of the Union address, but then after his son's legal problems, he dropped a couple points there. Then, of course, we had in June, there was a major point there, the debate and the afterwards, how the media kind of turned on Biden a bit, and there was pretty much no going back from here. Looking forward now, I think it'll be very interesting to see. Kamala Harris has already started to lay out some of her economic plan. Some of it, a lot of people have gotten behind, you know, of course, the child tax credit. Most everyone, I think, that's a bipartisan thing. Most of them are happy about that. And then you saw the price gouging, her way of trying to deal with that. Maybe seems a little bit left-leaning. Also, the $25,000 loan. I think there's a questions of where that money is coming from. So I think that, plus we've got the September debate, I think are going to be very crucial in these polls. I think those two are going to be two major things. Plus, even that Trump's sentencing could be coming up later in September. Now, obviously, the cat is already out of the bag that he's been convicted. Depending on how bad it is, I actually think that could work for him this time around, because I think the cat's already out of the bag on those 34 felony convictions. If they go ahead and do sentence him there, I think it actually could have a positive effect for Trump. But those are looking forward 3 points in the poll that I think are going to shift this race coming up.
Certainly a lot of things that appeal or don't appeal to voters. We just may come back for a legal update from you, Arlene.
Well, I was going to say, I have one.
Right now, we're going to go back to the convention as we go for another short break, and we'll be back in just a few moments. Stay with me.
Pretty normal mom life. Everything was pretty good, and it was a very happy life.
And we just had a new baby. And then all of a sudden, within a day or two, she's on life support and fighting for her life.
And I knew something was pretty wrong. A little less than a week after I came home, I couldn't breathe. That's when we decided to go to the hospital. I was given the diagnosis that I had peripartum cardiomyopathy, which is basically a pregnancy-induced heart failure. They told me my only chance was a heart transplant.
And the American Heart Association helped make that possible. Their research helped save me.
This could not happen without monthly donations from friends like you. Your sustained support helps fund life-saving research that leads to medical breakthroughs, like those that gave Jen a second chance at life. Heart disease is the #1 killer in America, and we urgently need your help to save lives. Go to helpheart.org or call now to become a monthly donor today. Your donation of only $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, will make a difference through prevention, early detection, treatments, and cures that help save lives.
I am very thankful for the American Heart Association. I'm grateful for just every day that I get with my children.
Please go to helpheart.org or call now with your donation of just $19 a month. Join our community of monthly donors, and you'll get this limited edition t-shirt you could wear to show you're helping save lives.
One simple act today can save your life or the life of a loved one.
So please, call or go to helpheart.org now to help save lives.
我们师父讲过，过去武术的身法，你上阵的，你要是身法你保持好了，你就失去了生命。
Are today's mainstream martial arts not traditional martial arts?
现在有些人他学说传统武术，他尤其是西方人，他不懂。为什么我们要举行大赛呢？因为新唐人他就是要提倡传统武术，复兴中华5000年的传统文化。传统武术，真正的传统武术是讲武德的。我相信有一点，就是守住武德，就有人教。
我
And we're back with more of our special live coverage of The Nation Decides 2024 on NTD News. And that is a live look into the United Center in Chicago, Illinois, where the Democratic National Convention 2024 Day 2 is underway. Lots of big speakers coming up tonight. We'll continue to keep an eye on them as they come out and unfold. Just continuing our conversation back in studio with NTD's legal analyst, Arlene Richards, and NTD's data analyst, Dave Martin. Arlene, if you could, Dave was alluding to some of the things that are maybe shifting voters, especially moderate or swing voters, one way or another, whether people look at what's happening with former President Trump as lawfare, or if people are looking at it as him being an actual convicted felon. With that said, if you could sort of tell us, a lot has happened over the past months. Where are we right now in terms of all of Trump's legal trouble?
Well, I just want to give you an update on the New York case that he was just talking about. So yes, he is scheduled for sentencing on September 18th, but there's been a twist in the case. The Manhattan DA has waived his opportunity to oppose Trump's request for a delay of the sentencing hearing. So the attorneys for Trump have asked that the judge delay that until after the election, like not sentence him until after the election. And so that means that the prosecutor has an opportunity to oppose that request. And the prosecution has said, we're not going to oppose it, we're going to let the judge make that decision. So what this means is that, I think the prosecution is saying, whatever the judge's decision is on that, Trump's probably going to appeal it. And that appeal is going to take some time. And so regardless of whether or not, we oppose this motion, this case is probably, or this sentencing is probably not going to happen until after the election anyway. So we might as well just, let the judge decide what he wants to do rather than oppose it. And then also, they also mentioned another case or another motion that Trump has filed for the presidential immunity. So now they're asking Juan Merchan, the judge here, to overturn the conviction because of the Supreme Court's decision on presidential immunity. So that's still hanging in the wings. He hasn't made a decision about that yet as well. So they feel like Trump's probably going to appeal both of those decisions because they're assuming that the judge is not going to grant Trump's request. And that's going to cause the proceedings to get extended anyway. So why bother, I guess, opposing it? So that's what's happening in the New York case.
And so, Arlene, if you could sort of unpack a little bit the Supreme Court's ruling, and what will the judges actually be weighing and looking at based on that ruling?
So ultimately, the Supreme Court decided that they have to distinguish between presidential actions and non-presidential actions. So in other words, any of his acts that he did that were part of his duties as president, then they can't file charges against him for that. But if there are anything that he did, any acts that he did, even though he was in office, but they would be considered something that a regular citizen would do, then those acts can be prosecuted. So, but in this particular case, the New York case, that's not what they're arguing here. They're saying that you were not supposed to use any of his presidential acts as part of your arguments in the case.
In your evidence.
In your evidence, and that you did that. And because you did that, this should be overturned because I was prejudiced by that.
Fascinating, very fascinating. And right now, we're going to take another quick look into the DNC and give you an update of what's happening there. Let's take a look.
My name is Jason Ray, and I'm honored to serve as the secretary of both the Democratic National Committee and the Democratic National Convention. I remember watching my very first convention on television when I was just 10 years old. It was the 1996 convention right here at the United Center. Now, nearly 3 decades later, I could not be more thrilled to join you in making history as we nominate Vice President Kamala Harris. Pursuant to our convention rules, we will now proceed with the celebratory roll call vote for the Democratic Party's candidate for the 47th President of the United States of America. As a reminder, our nomination was made official on August 6th upon the certification of the virtual roll call. This roll call will reflect those results. The chair of each delegation or their designee will report its delegation's voting results for the presidential nomination. Pursuant to the rules, the roll call will follow the alphabetical order of the states, with the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico, the territories, and Democrats abroad treated as states for the purposes of the alphabetical roll call. Delegates, are you ready? Let me hear you.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is DJ Cassidy, and I'd like to welcome you all to the Democratic National Convention roll call. Now we're gonna pass the mic from state to state so that all our voices are heard all around the nation. But first, let me pass it back to Secretary Ray to get the celebration started.
Alabama, how do you cast your votes? Alabama passes. Delaware, how do you cast your votes?
On behalf of the great state of Delaware, home of our beloved 46th President of the United States, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr.,
it is our honor to unanimously cast our 34 votes for the next President of the United States, Vice President Kamala Harris!
Thank you, Delaware. Alabama, how do you cast your votes?
In a letter from the Birmingham jail, Dr. King wrote that progress is not inevitable. We have to fight for it. We have to win it. Kamala Harris will protect the legacy and the progress that we've made by our forefathers and our foremothers, and she will advance it. She will safeguard our freedom to vote by passing the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. She will fight for freedom and opportunity and build an economy that works for everyone. So, from Huntsville to Mobile, from the Black Belt to the Wiregrass, from the historic civil rights cities of Birmingham, Montgomery, and my hometown of Selma, from the people who brought us the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act, the proud, great state of Alabama proudly cast 56 votes for the first Black woman President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris, and the next Vice President, Tim Walz.
Alaska, how do you cast your vote?
Alaska's motto is North to the Future, and that's exactly where Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are going to take us. A future full of opportunity for everyone. As a teacher, a union member, and a proud Black woman, it is my honor to cast Alaska's 19 delegates for the next President of these United States, Kamala Harris.
American Samoa, how do you cast your vote?
Alofa lava. Here in American Samoa, faith, service, and community are everything. That's why we cast 10 votes for our next president, Kamala Harris.
Now once again, my name is DJ Cassidy, and this is the DNC roll call. So let's pass the mic around the nation.
Arizona, how do you cast your vote?
Buenas tardes. From the Grand Canyon state of Arizona, the future of the Democratic Party, where we've been bringing the heat since 2020, electing Democrats up and down the ballot. Our diverse coalition is proud to cast our 85 votes for Kamala Harris.
Arkansas, how do you cast your vote?
On behalf of the great state of Arkansas, home of American legends Johnny Cash and Sister Rosetta Tharpe, home of the trailblazing civil rights leaders Daisy Bates and the Little Rock Nine, and home of the birthplace of President William Jefferson Clinton, who inspired all of us in a place called Hope. Arkansas casts our votes for Vice President Kamala Harris and Governor Tim Walz.
California, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, the great state of California passes at this time.
California passes. Colorado, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, in Colorado, we know how to climb mountains, and we're going to make sure Kamala Harris and Tim Walz reach the summit and win this election. Colorado proudly casts its votes for Kamala Harris. Giddy up!
Connecticut, how do you cast your vote?
Connecticut, the Constitution state, home of the submarine, home of the jet engine, home of the Yukon Huskies slam dunk, home of Keith Richards lead guitar. We vote.
Tonight, we cast 73 votes and one president for the first female president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
Now we're passing the mic all around the world tonight. So let's join together. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Let's go!
Democrats abroad, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, Democrats Abroad represents millions of Americans who live abroad and vote back home in all 50 states and in D.C. U.S. citizens can go to votefromabroad.org to register and request a ballot. On behalf of our large, diverse community, we joyfully cast 21 votes for Kamala Harris!
The District of Columbia, how do you cast your vote?
We are Washington, D.C., home to 700,000 Americans, where millions have marched for jobs and justice, where Dr. King had a dream and Obama had hope, and where in January 2025, we will host the inauguration of President
Florida, how do you cast your vote?
Florida is worth fighting for. That's why we're fighting back against Project 2025 and Republican extremism. We won't go back. We won't back down. I cast 4 votes present and 243 votes in the great state of Florida for the first president, first female president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Georgia, how do you cast your vote?
Yeah! Ladies and gentlemen, we are here tonight to officially nominate Kamala Harris for president. Another round of shots. DNC, turn out for what? Turn out for what? Hey, turn out for what? Yeah! Turn out for what? Let's go, let's go! Turn out for what? Hey, everybody get your hands up! Hey, everybody get your hands up! Hey, everybody get your hands up! Now, say, we're not going back! We're not going back! We're not going back! We're not going back! VP Harris! Coming to wall! VP Harris! Giving the wall! Hey!
Mr. Secretary, the South's got something to say. I'm Congresswoman Akima Williams, chairwoman of the Democratic Party of Georgia. Georgia, the home of President Jimmy Carter, the cradle of the civil rights movement, where we fight for our freedom. Extremists in Georgia are trying to silence our voices by kicking Georgians off of the rolls and making it harder to vote. But y'all, when we send Kamala Harris to the White House, she'll fight for our freedom to vote, our reproductive freedoms, and our freedom to thrive. In the spirit of good trouble, Georgia cast 123 votes for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Guam, how do you cast your vote?
Hafide todo centro. I am Governor Noon Young Guerrero, the first female governor of our beautiful island of Guam. The home of the indigenous Chamorro people. And where America's day begins. And we proudly cast our 12 votes to the next first female president of the United States of America. Viva Kamala! Viva Kamala! Viva Kamala!
Aloha, Hawaii, how do you cast your vote?
America, thank you all for loving Hawaii. The spirit of aloha means acting with love and kindness. Our Hawaii was the first state to legalize abortion. Our state was the first to ratify the ERA. Our state was the first to pass universal health care for all and target 100% renewable energy. Our state is the birthplace of Barack Obama. Our state shares the values of Kamala Harris, and we cast 6 votes present and 23 votes for Kamala Harris. First woman president.
Idaho, how do you cast your vote?
Republicans ripped away our reproductive freedoms. The Idaho Democrats are mounting our comeback. For the first time in decades, we're running in every legislative district. We are not going back. Idaho cast 27 votes for Kamala Harris.
Ladies and gentlemen, today is a celebration of democracy, a celebration of freedom, a celebration of future. Chicago, are you ready?
Our convention host, Illinois, how do you cast your vote?
Secretary, Illinois Democrats are doing the work to win in November, and I am proud to introduce my partner in the fight, my governor, J.B. Pritzker!
The great state of Illinois, the prairie state, home of 4 presidents, including President Barack Obama. The birthplace of skyscrapers and the adopted home of Superman. The cornerstone of the Midwest Blue Wall. The first state to ratify the 13th Amendment ending slavery. And the 19th Amendment granting women the right to vote. Illinois casts 1 vote present and 176 votes for the next President of the United States, future Madam President Kamala Harris.
Indiana, how do you cast your vote?
Indiana welcomed me into its heart. Indiana welcomed me into its heart as soon as I married Christine Harrell from Rolling Prairie. And that's before I lived in Hawkins or played the littlest player with the biggest heart at the University of Notre Dame, Rudy. I want what's best for Indiana, and that means electing Kamala Harris, the first woman president of the United States of America.
On behalf of the great Hoosier State, home of the largest single sporting day event in the world, the Indy 500, home of Michael Jackson, home of Babyface, home of David Letterman, Indiana delivers its 86 delegates to Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the next president and vice president.
Iowa, how do you cast your vote?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The tall corn state of Iowa, the state that launched Barack Obama on his way to the presidency, the state that put education on its state quarter, and the state that feeds and fuels the world casts 1 vote absent and
how do you cast your vote?
I can't hear. I can't hear. I can't hear. I can't hear. Hello, delegates from the center of America, the Sunflower State, Kansas, where our farmers feed America, where we elect strong women who govern from the middle. As the first ever black chair of Kansas, I am proud to cast our 39 votes for the first black woman president, Kamala Harris!
The Commonwealth of Kentucky, how do you cast your vote?
Since 2021, the Biden-Harris administration has shown up for the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and today we're showing up for Vice President Harris. With this administration, we've broken every record for private sector investment, exports, tourism, wages, and new jobs. Together, we're building the 2 largest battery plants on planet Earth, and we opened the cleanest, greenest recycled paper mill the world has ever seen. We are proud to cast 56 votes for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Louisiana, how do you cast your vote?
Greetings from Louisiana. Mr. Secretary, my name is Wendell Pierce and I'm a proud son of Louisiana. And Louisiana is about family, and I'm surrounded by my family of the delegates of Louisiana. And our great Congressman, Troy Carter.
Louisiana casts its votes in support of our democracy, and we stand in line for a more perfect union.
And born out of that democracy from the Big Easy, the northernmost Caribbean city, the last Bohemia was jazz. And nothing can be more emblematic of jazz and democracy than what we swing with in the Big Easy. And it's because of that that I am here to cast my personal vote for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris. And now, the leader of our party, Mr. Randall Gaines.
The great state of Louisiana, a state that embodies the principles and spirit of hope and resilience, and so does Kamala Harris. The great state of Louisiana cast its 1 vote present, and our 47 votes for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're halfway there. Are you ready? Here we go, here we go. Let's go, let's go, let's go!
Next up is Maine. Maine, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Chair, great state of Maine, home of environmental climate activists and champions like Edmund S. Muskie and George Mitchell. Happy birthday today, George. The state where the sun rises first on the nation over our bold and rocky coast, bringing with it today a new day for the brave and open-hearted people of this country. We have improved lives, restored rights, and preserved our environment in Maine for future generations. Maine leads, and as Maine goes, so will go the nation.
Maine proudly cast 30 votes for our next president, Kamala Harris.
do you cast your vote?
We are Maryland! And we represent Marylanders past and present who have contributed to America's greatness. We are the birthplace of Harriet Tubman. We are the birthplace of Thurgood Marshall. We are the birthplace of Frederick Douglass. We are the place where soldiers defended our freedoms in Baltimore and also in Antietam, and the home of thousands of veterans who call Maryland home. And this community of patriots is proud to cast our votes for the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris!
The Commonwealth of Massachusetts. How do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, the people of Massachusetts know something about making history. The first Thanksgiving in Plymouth, the first public school, the first public library where we don't ban books. Health care for all, and the first shots fired in our revolution. And we are proud, as the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, to make history once again. Mr. Secretary, Massachusetts counts 116 votes, all of our votes, for Kamala D. Harris for the office of President of the United States.
Michigan. How do you cast your vote?
Good evening from the Great Lakes State. I'm Michigan Democratic Party Chair LaVora Barnes. Michigan has an incredible story. We put the world on wheels and we built the middle class.
And I'm Senator now. We are getting things done in Michigan in 2022. We flipped our state House of Representatives for the first time in 40 years. We're getting it done in Michigan.
And I'm Governor Gretchen Whitmer. We cut taxes. We protected freedoms. We brought manufacturing home, and we know how to win.
This November,
we're origin together. Michigan cast three
President 25 votes for
our next president, Kamala Harris.
Minnesota. How do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, the great state of Minnesota, home of Vice President Hubert Humphrey, Vice President Walter Mondale, and the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz. We pass.
Minnesota passes. Mississippi. How do you cast your votes?
Mr. Secretary, I'm State Chair Shaq Taylor from the home of magnolias and mockingbirds, from the great state of Mississippi, from the Red Clay Hills to the Mississippi River. To our Gulf Coast, we're proud of our heroes such as Fannie Lou Hamer and our special guest, Mr. January 6th, the Honorable Benny T. Thompson. With great joy, Mississippi delivers 40 votes for our future president, Miss Kamala Harris.
And tonight is a celebration of love, a celebration of life. So let the celebration continue.
Missouri, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, I'm Russ Carnahan, Chairman of Missouri Democrats. We're home to Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs. We are home to common sense leaders like President Truman, Senators Eagleton, Carnahan, McCaskill, and we will fire Josh Hawley and hire Marine veteran Lucas Coons. Our voters will reclaim reproductive freedom. Kamala Harris has sent a lightning bolt of energy and hope across this country, and we proudly cast 2 votes present and 68 votes for Kamala Harris and our Midwestern friend, Tim Walz.
Montana, how do you cast your vote?
We, the delegates of the proud state of Montana, on behalf of Big Sky Country, the last best place in these United States, I'm grateful for the beauty of our land and determined to protect it for future generations.
We who sent the first woman to Congress proudly cast our 24 delegate votes to send the first woman to the White House, Kamala
Nebraska, how do you cast your vote?
Nebraska, home of 4 tribal nations today, and icons Malcolm X, Standing Bear, and Willa Cather, and our homegrown homeboy, Tim Walz.
And the quality of life capital of the country, Lincoln, capital of Husker Nation, where the Biden-Harris team and unions are rebuilding the heartland.
In Omaha, now affectionately known as Kamaha, but we will protect the blue dot.
We are ready for it. Nebraska proudly casts our 34 votes for Kamala Harris and Coach Tim Walz.
Nevada, how do you cast your vote?
As a survivor of the largest mass shooting in modern American history, I'm voting for Kamala Harris because America is done running from gun violence. No more pretending books are more dangerous to second graders than assault rifles. No more stolen lives. No more silent streams. No more shattered families. As Vice President, she helped pass the nation's first significant gun safety law in 30 years. Nevada is the battle-born state, and Kamala Harris was born for this battle! Now our chair, Danielle Moreno. Nevada is the most diverse battleground state in the country, home of the late, great Senator Harry Reid, the only Latina ever to serve in the U.S. Senate, Catherine Cortez Masto, and we are the first and only women-majority state legislature. As
Hampshire. How do you cast your vote?
Good evening. My name is Joanne Dowdell from the great state home of the nation's first primary, New Hampshire, where we stand granite strong. We are so proud of the many women throughout our state committed to building a future of opportunity and trailblazing the way for all of us. And now it is my pleasure to introduce our youngest delegate, Aliana Hope Manzour.
The great Live Free or Die state of New Hampshire casts all 34 of our votes for our next Black woman and first South Asian president, Kamala Harris.
Today we come together as one nation, under one groove. Nothing can stop us now. So no matter who you are, no matter where you are, represent your state with pride as we unite for the future.
New Jersey. How do you cast your vote?
Everybody, I'm Governor Phil Murphy. We're from Jersey, baby, and you're not. In the Great Garden State, we care about protecting women's rights and lifting up vulnerable communities. That's what we mean when we say the Great Garden State.
My name is Dr. Joey Perella, pronouns she, her, hers. I'm a proud resident of the Garden State. I'm proud to stand with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz because they stand with the LGBTQ community. It's time to turn the page on Trump. Thank you.
I'm Leroy Jones, the chairman of the New Jersey State Committee, the home of the late, great Whitney Houston. And New Jersey and these amazing delegates cast 2 votes present and 142 votes for Kamala Harris, President of the United States of America. When we fight, we win. When we fight, we win. When we fight, we win.
New Mexico. How do you cast your vote?
Buenas noches! Chair Jessica Velasquez here with our delegates from the land of enchantment, the great state of New Mexico, where we live our family values, respect women, love our land, our water, our blue skies, our green chili, and our sunsets. We are proud to cast 45 votes for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
New York. How do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, my name is Henry Garrido. I am from the great state of New York. Unions not only only built the Empire State, they built a strong middle class across this country. That is why I'm so proud to introduce the governor of the greatest labor state of the country, Governor Kathy Hochul.
As governor of the greatest state that ever existed. Hey, we're New Yorkers, get used to it. From Seneca Falls, the birthplace of the women's rights movement, to Stonewall, the birthplace of the LGBTQ movement, to Stone King Mountain, the birthplace of the environmental justice movement, and the birthplace of the labor movement. We are also not just the birthplace of great progressive movements, we are the birthplace of Shirley Chisholm. We are the birthplace of Geraldine Ferraro. And we are the home of Hillary Clinton. And that's why, as the first woman governor of New York, I am so proud to cast 298 votes to make Kamala Harris the first female president of the United States of America.
North Carolina, how do you cast your vote?
My name is Anderson Clayton. I have the honor of serving as the youngest state party chair in this country. And North Carolina is the home of folks like Anthony Hamilton. Yeah, Governor Jim Hunt, Dr. Reverend William Barber, Nina Simone. We represent a new South. And we are proud to be that again this year by electing Josh Stein, Allison Riggs, Wesley Harris, Anita Earls, and everyone else that's on our ballot this year. We are going to make sure that we put Democrats on the ballot and in people's hearts and minds. North Carolina gives 131 votes to the phenomenal Kamala Harris.
North Dakota, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, the Democrats of North Dakota, the Peace Garden State, are proud to cast our 17 votes for Vice President Kamala Harris and the best neighbor you could ever hope to have, Governor Tim Walz, for President and Vice President of the United States of America. Let's go!
So now, ladies and gentlemen, my name is DJ Cassidy. This is the DNC Roll Call, and tonight, your voice is the future.
Northern Mariana Islands, how do you cast your vote?
Half a day, T-Row, and hello, everyone. We are the Northern Mariana Islands, where our customs, our culture, our land, and our oceans breathe life into our people. The earth is not red or blue. The earth is sick, and we must protect it. Home to some of the living legends in celestial navigation and to some of the friendliest people in the Pacific. We are the blue waves of the Pacific, and we are proud to cast all 11 votes for our MVP, Kamala Harris. Viva Marianas! Viva Harris
Ohio, how do you cast your vote?
Americans know how to make history. We put a man on the moon, and we are the founding home of the AFL-CIO. We enshrined abortion rights in our state constitution by 13 points, and we are going to send Sherrod Brown back to the U.S. Senate. As the first woman to lead Ohio Democrats, I am proud to cast our ballots for the first woman to be president of the United States. Mr. Secretary, we cast 1 vote present and 142 votes for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Oklahoma, how do you cast your vote?
Hello from Oklahoma, where we fight for the future for all Oklahomans can be proud of. The future where working families thrive, our diversity is our strength, and our values like freedom, equality, and opportunity puts us ahead and makes Oklahoma proud. We cast our 36 votes for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Oregon, how do you cast your vote?
From the first state in the nation to hold a presidential election with all mail-in voting, Oregon is proud to protect voting rights in America.
And hailing from the heart of the beautiful Pacific Northwest, Oregon protects our planet and fights for LGBTQ equality.
Party people in the place to be. We're now passing the mic at the DNC. It goes 1, 2, 3, let's go!
The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, how do you cast your vote?
Let's go, Pennsylvania, let's go! My name is Mayor DeJuan Walker from the great city of Aliquippa, Beaver County. My city's a city of legends, the only high school in America with 3 Hall of Famers. I took this seat in 2009 when my sister was murdered. I wanted to do better. 15 years she's been gone. 12 years this city has been under my watch. I'm grateful for the opportunity to lead my city. I'm grateful for the state of Pennsylvania. God bless everyone in this room. I love this state, thank you.
I'm Governor Josh Shapiro. The proud governor of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the birthplace of democracy, the birthplace of freedom, the greatest Commonwealth of all. And together, Pennsylvania cast 178 votes for the next Madam President of the United States, Kamala Harris, and Vice President Tim Walz.
Puerto Rico, how do you cast your vote?
Buenas noches. Puerto Rico, a U.S. territory known as the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico and the next state of the United States, has ascendencia asiática y caribeña, que será presidenta de los Estados Unidos, Kamala Harris. ¡Viva Kamala!
DNC, let's go! Roll call, keep it coming now. Roll call, keep it coming now. Roll call, keep it coming now. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, let's go!
Rhode Island, how do you cast your vote?
I am Joe Shikachi, Speaker of the Rhode Island House. We are the smallest state, but we have the biggest ideas. Home to the nation's first wind farm and historic act on climate, we continue leading the way on sustainability and housing. The deep blue ocean state is proud to cast 1 vote present and 34 ballots for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris. Yay!
South Carolina, how do you cast your vote?
I'm Crystal Spain. I'm Crystal Spain, chair of the South Carolina Democratic Party. Hello from the great state of South Carolina, where we pick presidents. The home of the DNC chair, Jamie Harrison. The home of the first Black Panther, Chadwick Boseman. The home of the national basketball champions, the mighty Lady Gamecocks.
I'm Senator Margie Bright Matthews, one of the sister senators, and John F. Kennedy Profiles in Courage Award winner. We stopped the total abortion ban in South Carolina. Like us, Kamala has proven that she has the courage to fight and will fight for all Americans. South Carolina is not going back. We're going forward on reproductive rights. We're going forward on voting rights. We're going forward against hate crimes. Forward with a prosecutor and not a crook. That's why we are proud to cast our 65 delegates for Kamala Harris.
In my beautiful Lakota language, that means hello, my relatives. I shake your hand with a happy heart. That is the spirit of my beloved South Dakota. My name is Chante Redis, and I want to say that my people, the Ocheti Shakoan, are still here. The 7 council fires are still here. Let me tell you what a Kamala Harris presidency will mean for me, my friends, and my community. More importantly, more opportunities, more good-paying jobs, better access to health care, and a quality education. That is the future we deserve. And it is the future we will win on November 5th when we elect Kamala Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The state of South Dakota is proud to be part of such a historic moment in our country's history. We are a land that is proud of our hardworking farmers and ranchers, that celebrates 9 tribal nations and their incredible cultures, where natural beauty can be seen from the Big Sioux River to Mount Rushmore. South Dakota is honored to cast all 20 of our votes for Vice President Kamala Harris, who will soon be known as Madam President.
Tennessee, how do you cast your votes?
Mr. Secretary, the great state of Tennessee, birthplace of rock and roll, hometown to the blues, the home of 7 HBCUs, and the state that gave women the right to vote.
From the bluffs of Memphis to the peaks of Mountain City, the movement for justice rooted in love in Tennessee is still strong. It is a movement where kids are free from gun violence, a movement where women have the right to choose, a movement where working people get access to economic opportunity, a movement where those who have been pushed to the periphery are brought to the center, a movement where those who have been pushed down are lifted up. It is alive in Tennessee because we believe that justice will roll down like waters and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream, which is why we are so proud to have been the first state in the union to have pledged all of our delegates to Kamala D. Harris.
We cast 72 votes for the first woman and next president of the United States, Kamala D. Harris.
Party people, come on. TNC, party people, come on. Roll call, party people, come on. TNC, party people, come on.
Texas, how do you cast your vote?
Hello, Chicago! I'm Eva Longoria from Corpus Christi, Texas, home of Selena Quintanilla, and I'm here to introduce native Texan Cecile Richards.
I'm proud to be here tonight representing a tradition in Texas of progressivism and my late mother, Ann Richards, the governor of Texas, and passing it on to another great Texas heroine, Kate Cox.
I'm Kate Cox, and I love being a mom. I have two beautiful children, and my husband and I have always wanted a third. But when I got pregnant, doctors told us our baby would never survive. And if I didn't get an abortion, it would put a future pregnancy at risk. But Trump didn't care. And because of his abortion bans, I had to flee my home. There's nothing pro-family about abortion bans. There's nothing pro-life about letting women suffer and even die. Today, because I found a way to access abortion care, I am pregnant again. And my baby is due in January, just in time to see Kamala Harris sworn in as President of the United States.
Mr. Secretary, my name is Gilberto Hinojosa, chair of the Texas Democratic Party, and as the nation's biggest battleground state with 40 electoral votes on behalf of 30 million Americans. Texas cast 3 votes for president and 263 votes for freedom, for the future, for the first woman to serve as the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Utah, how do you cast your vote?
Utah, home of 8 tribal nations, the crossroads of the West, the Beehive State, the host of the 2034 Winter Olympics, the youngest and fastest growing state in the nation, and the next battleground state. Mr. Secretary, we proudly cast 34 votes for Vice President Kamala Harris!
Vermont, how do do you cast your vote?
Vermont knows the value of public education. We even have a teacher as our congresswoman. And in 1777, we were the first state to place public education in our Constitution. As someone with significant learning disabilities, I know the value of investing in every single child. We are proud to call Vermont home, and we are proud to cast our 24 votes for Kamala Harris because we are not going back.
The U.S. Virgin Islands, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, we are proud to call the Virgin Islands of the United States our home, a place of resistance and freedom, home of Alexander Hamilton, the first slave rebellion in the Western Hemisphere, the fire-burned Queens. We are proud to celebrate a nominee of Caribbean heritage.
From America's Caribbean, the place where the sun rises first in America, from the place of great liberty and the vacation home of President Joe Biden, the Virgin Islanders are strong, resilient, and committed to and passionate to vote for the next President of the United States. All 13 votes to Kamala Harris!
The Commonwealth of Virginia, how do you cast your votes?
Mr. Secretary, the Commonwealth of Virginia is proudly represented by Senator Mark Warner and Senator Tim Kaine, majorities in the House of Representatives with 6 hardworking Congress members and majorities in the General Assembly. We also are proud to be represented by 25,000 hardworking, mostly union workers who build freedom, by building aircraft carriers and submarines. Senator Warner.
Virginia, where this year we're going to return Tim Kaine to the United States Senate. Our Commonwealth of Virginia is proud to cast all 119 votes for the next President, Kamala Harris.
Washington, how do you cast your vote?
From the amber waves of grain and verdant origins of eastern Washington to the iconic waters of the Salish Sea, Washington stands proud as a part of the Blue Wolves. I, the first South Asian woman leading a state party, am honored to pledge 9 votes present and a lucky 101 votes for Vice President Kamala Davy
West Virginia, how do you cast your votes?
My name is Jean Evansmore, and I'm 83 years old. And as such, I am the oldest of the delegates in West Virginia. Most 83-year-olds that I know are spending time with their grandchildren or traveling. But I'm here, suited up and ready to battle. Because I will not, I repeat, I will not let everything I've fought for be taken away by Donald Trump.
My name is Catherine Prather. I am 18 years old, and I am the youngest delegate from West Virginia. I'm suited up and ready for battle because I will not let my freedoms and my future be taken away by Donald Trump. That's why we're proud to cast West Virginia's 24 delegates for the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris!
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is DJ Cassidy. Now, are you ready?
My home state of Wisconsin, how do you cast your vote?
Thank you, Badger Jason Ray, for all your good work. As a proud governor of the great state of Wisconsin, we're home of the Green Bay Packers. We're home of the Wisconsin Badgers. We're home of the Milwaukee Brewers and the Milwaukee Bucks, as well as U.S. Senator, our best U.S. Senator, Tammy Baldwin, and our great Congressional folks, Gwen Moore and Mark Pocan. I'm here because I'm jazzed as hell to announce that Wisconsin passed one vote present and 94 votes were for, who are we at? Got me going here. Former Wisconsinite, former state, oh my God. We love you, Jody! We love you, Jody! 94 votes for. I'll get there, Jason, I'll get there. 94 votes for former Wisconsinite, Vice President, and our next President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
Wyoming, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, delegates, my name's Joe Barbudo, and these folks around me, we are honored to be representing the great state of Wyoming. Both the first state and territory in this nation to recognize a woman's right to vote, and the state that 100 years ago elected Democrat Nellie Taylor Ross, our nation's first female governor. With that legacy in mind and heart, the Equality State cast all of our votes for the woman who will be the first woman president of the United States. Say it with me now, Kamala Harris!
The great state of Minnesota, how do you cast your vote?
Hello, Minnesota! My name is Hans Storvik, and Tim Walls is my neighbor, coach, and favorite teacher. We were excited to go to his classroom every day. If you've ever been in high school, you know that can be rare. He opened our eyes to the world. He taught us how to talk about global issues with respect, curiosity, and kindness, even and especially when we disagreed. But he wasn't just a great teacher. He was also a great neighbor and friend. In fact, when he was in the midst of a budget battle as governor of our state, he still found time to attend my brother's funeral. Mr. Walls means the world to my family. He's always been there for us, and that's how I know he'll always be there for you as vice president.
Thank you, Hans. Minnesota, let me hear you. There you go. 14 years in the National Football League taught me a lot about leadership. A good leader cannot be selfish. He has to look out for his team. Coach Walsh is unselfish as they come. He has led Minnesota with honesty and integrity. And in November, Minnesota is going to send Tim Walz and Kamala Harris to the White House. Let's go!
I'm Amy Klobuchar, the senator from the great state of Minnesota, where nearly everyone votes and purple reigns.
And I'm Tina Smith from the great state of Minnesota, the home of the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz. Minnesota, we cast 10 votes present, and we deliver 81 votes for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
The great state of California. How do you cast your vote?
My name's Governor Gavin Newsom. From the great state of Nancy Pelosi. I come from a state, like our nation, of dreamers, of doers, of entrepreneurs, of innovators, that prides itself on being on the leading and cutting edge of new ideas. California is the most diverse state in the world's most diverse democracy. And we pride ourselves on our ability to live together and advance together and prosper together across every conceivable and imaginable difference. But the thing we pride ourselves most on is that we believe the future happens in California first. And Democrats, I've had the privilege for over 20 years to see that future taking shape with a star in Alameda courtroom by the name of Kamala Harris. I saw that star fighting for criminal justice, racial justice, economic justice, social justice. I saw that star get even brighter as Attorney General of California, as a United States Senator, and as Vice President of the United States of America. Kamala Harris has always done the right thing. A champion for voting rights, civil rights, LGBTQ rights, the rights for women and girls. So Democrats and independents, it's time for us to do the right thing, and that is to elect Kamala Harris as the next President of the United States of America. California, we proudly cast our 482 votes for the next President, Kamala Harris.
Thank you to everyone who participated in our celebratory roll call. Delegates, please know how critical you are to this process, both now and earlier this month when we conducted our virtual roll call. I am thrilled to reaffirm Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee for President of the United States. Pursuant to the convention rules of procedure, Vice President Kamala Harris has been invited to make an acceptance speech, which she will give on Thursday, August 22nd. But now, a special surprise, it's my pleasure to introduce our party's official nominee for President of the United States, live from my home state of Wisconsin, Vice President Kamala Harris.
Good evening, Milwaukee.
And hello to everyone joining us from exciting Chicago. The delegates at the Democratic National Convention, well, they just completed their roll call. And they have nominated Coach Walz and me to be the next Vice President and President of the United States of America. And I thank everyone there and here for believing in what we can do together. We are so honored to be your nominees. This is a people-powered campaign, and together we will chart a new way forward. A future for freedom, opportunity, of optimism and faith. So to everyone in Chicago and across America, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And you're going to hear from our wonderful second gentleman shortly. I'll see you in 2 days, Chicago.
Please welcome TV personality, loud and proud Latina, Ana Navarro.
Buenas noches, Chicago.
So tell me, are you excited? Wow, what energy, what a moment. I have to tell you, I will never stop being the little refugee girl who came to this country at the age of 8. Thank you for inviting me to be here. Welcome to the second night of the Democratic National Convention. Let me tell you about the Kamala Harris I know. She is legitimately a joyful, optimistic leader. She cares about policy, yes, but she also cares about people
you all and give you all a
and how
chance to
that
speak.
policy affects real people.
All right, and welcome back. This is day 2 of the Democratic National Convention happening in Chicago. We just had the ceremonial roll call. Some interesting things happening there. Here with us, we have a new panel. We have political strategist and senior counsel at the Lawfare Project, Gerard Filitti, and political strategist and national trial attorney with Mills and Edwards, Dante Mills. Great to have you both back with us for day 2 or night 2.
Night 2.
Yeah, and let's talk about that ceremonial roll call. We had some interesting things happen with Wisconsin.
Listen, you want it to be loud. There's a lot of energy in Chicago. It's what I'm hearing from my people on the ground there. They had the DJ there for the roll call. Tiffany was doing a little dance. Mike was singing along. Gerard was on his phone texting some other Republicans. No, it's what we want and what you want at a convention. You want excitement. You want to get people excited to be there and ready to participate and listen. We also saw Vice President Kamala Harris come out again for the second night in a row. And we thought the first night was rare because most times the nominee waits until it's their night, the final night. We thought it was rare that she came out the first night, but here she is again the second night. I think it makes sense that she wants to be a part of this. By the time she gets up to speak on Thursday, she wants people to be comfortable with her already. And she's doing her part, giving little 5-minute speeches, just introducing herself, saying, hey guys, it's us. So by the time she gets to night 4, they're already familiar with her voice, her cadence. I think things like that will help and goes a long way. So I think they're on a good track. Starting out these first 2 days, we'll see how it continues. I'm wearing my ode to Obama. If we remember the one thing that he got slack for when he was in the White House was for wearing a tan suit. So I did that today because this is Obama night. We're going to hear from him. I'm excited about it. I'm just happy to be here with you guys and to see what happens here on night 2.
Does look like the vice president is quite busy. She is in Wisconsin and Milwaukee right there, tuning in live to the DNC for night 2. Now, Gerard, when it comes to this roll call, we had Gavin Newsom with California's governor, saying he's from the great state of Nancy Pelosi. Pelosi was right next to him. And, you know, there's been reporting of Pelosi and Biden maybe not doing too well. She's supposedly quite instrumental in removing Biden from this race as candidate. How do you view that shout out? You know, we had the passing of the guard, if you will, last night, but how do you see that fitting in to the theme of unity within the Democratic Party?
Well, I still see that as part of the phasing out of the old guard. And Pelosi, we have to remember, Speaker Emeritus, she has had her reign, she's had her tenure. She's said that she does not want to be back in a leadership position. She is the old guard, and I think we are seeing the continuation of phasing out and paying homage to the leaders of the past, while we transition to those of the future. So the shout out to Pelosi, I wouldn't read anything into that beyond the fact that she is much celebrated in California. And yes, she did play a pivotal role apparently in convincing Joe Biden that his time was not now and to step aside for Kamala. But at the end of the day, you know, Democrats, and especially in California, they love Nancy Pelosi. She's done a lot for the state and for them. And this was a perfectly fitting homage on this night.
And Dante, as you mentioned, you know, Obama, probably the biggest speaker we can look out for, especially tonight. Now, given, you know, Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama both expected to speak tonight, how impactful do you see those speeches being to the Harris-Walz campaign, given that this is a pretty new campaign?
Very impactful. I think a lot of people took note when the Obamas did not endorse Harris right away, when she was named the presumptive nominee. It took them a couple of days. And I think every hour that went by, people were saying, well, what's going on with the Obamas? Because people value their opinion still. Barack Obama was one of the most popular presidents in his time for the Democratic Party. He generated a lot of excitement, and he still has people who believe in what he's going to say. And if he directs them to Vice President Kamala Harris, they may follow. So I think this is a big moment for the party. It's a big moment for Vice President Harris, because it's one thing for President Joe Biden to pass the torch, but President Biden is not a character, right? He's a steady force of politician. He doesn't excite much. President Barack Obama, or former President Barack Obama, is a character. He can excite a lot of people to move in a certain direction, and that's going to be his goal to get today, to get them moving into the direction of Vice President Harris so that they can get out and vote for her in November.
And when it comes to big speakers, we do have Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer speaking right now at the DNC, so let's tune into that live.
Carnage. Only one candidate will move America forward, Kamala Harris. Vice President Harris has been the best partner Senate Democrats could ever have asked for. Under her and President Biden's leadership, Senate Democrats lowered prescription drug prices and created millions of good-paying American jobs. I worked with Kamala Harris when she was Senator Harris. I saw a leader who was fearless, who stood up for middle-class families like the one she was raised in, who focused on things that really mattered. Helping parents raise their kids, safe neighborhoods, safe schools, and building an opportunity economy that gives everyone a shot at the American dream. She will lead America forward into a brighter future, but she can't do it alone. She needs a Democratic majority in the Senate of the United States. Now, my friends, 2 years ago, The naysayers said Senate Democrats stood no chance in the midterms. I told them, just you wait. We're going to keep the Senate and maybe pick up a seat or two, and that's exactly what happened. Well, ladies and gentlemen, my good friends at this convention, I am telling all of you now, we're going to hold the Senate again, and we're poised to pick up seats. A Democratic majority to create good-paying jobs and lower costs, to defend a woman's right to choose, to deliver for communities back home. Our senators are doing it, like Jackie Rosen, delivering high-speed rail for Nevada. John Tester, bringing high-tech jobs to Montana. And Bobby Casey and Sherrod Brown and Tammy Baldwin and Martin Heinrich fixing bridges in Pennsylvania and Ohio and Wisconsin and New Mexico. We also have amazing candidates. Ruben Gallego, Angela Alsobrooks, Andy Kim, Alyssa Slotkin, Lisa Blunt, Rochester, Colin Allred, Debbie Mucarsel-Powell. And folks, listen to this. More than half of our candidates are candidates of color. We're making the Senate look like America. Now let's compare that with Senate Republicans. Senate Republicans pretend to care about middle-class families, but they voted no on expanding the child tax credit, and J.D. Vance didn't even show up to vote. Senate Republicans pretend to care about the border, but they voted no on the strongest border bill in a decade. Republicans tend to care about freedom, but they voted no on a woman's right to choose. No to safeguard IVF. No to birth control. That is just a taste of their extreme agenda. Is that what we want for America? Do we want a Republican Senate that assaults reproductive freedoms? Do we want a Republican Senate that cuts taxes for the rich, rigs the game for big oil and big pharma? Well, folks, the choice is ours. Now, let me close on a personal note. As the highest-ranking Jewish elected official in American history, I want my grandkids and all grandkids to never, never face discrimination because of who they are. But Donald Trump, this is a guy who peddles anti-Semitic stereotypes. He even invited a white supremacist to Mar-a-Lago. And unfortunately, his prejudice goes in all directions. He fuels Islamophobia and issued a Muslim ban as president. Tonight, folks, I am wearing this blue square to stand up to anti-Semitism, to stand up to all hate. Our children, our grandchildren, no matter their race, no matter their creed, their gender or family, deserve better than Donald Trump's American carnage. So, are you ready to make sure Donald Trump never, ever gets near the White House again? So let's elect Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, and a Democratic majority in the Senate and keep the torch of freedom burning bright for generations to come. On to victory in November.
Together, we will build what I call an opportunity economy. I will take on the high costs that matter most to most Americans. Compare my plan with what Donald Trump intends to do. He wants to impose.
And we just heard from Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer there on the floor and the DNC. Now, Gerard, you were reacting to some of the things he was saying. He was talking about anti-Semitism, but you're pointing out he actually wrote a book recently. Expand on that for us.
Well, Chuck Schumer is writing a book. It's coming out, I think, next year on anti-Semitism. But for a lot of people in the Jewish community, they're disappointed that he hasn't been doing more, saying more in the aftermath of October 7th, standing up against the anti-Semitism that they're seeing on city streets. In fact, I know that some Jewish groups have even protested, demanding that he take action. So while it's absolutely fair to say that anti-Semitism exists within Donald Trump's orbit as it does within Kamala Harris's, some people may see it as a little bit hypocritical that he's not addressing and calling out anti-Semitism more vigorously outside of the convention.
And we are seeing those protests. At least yesterday we had footage of the protests happening outside the convention. When it comes to Kamala Harris, we haven't heard much of policy yet. We were talking about that yesterday and what we expect to hear. How important do you see her speech on Thursday fitting into what we see in terms of those pro-Palestine protests? Are we going to see more of the uncommitted vote, or how much of that hinges on her speech Thursday?
Well, everything does. And right now, you see these protests in part because they believe they have the ability to impact which way she's going to come down on some of these issues. There was a breach in the security barriers and things like that yesterday. Suppose they took care of those today, so it's more secure. You don't want people to get violent in any way, but you understand that people feel the need to speak out right now on every side with a lot of issues. There are protesters of different groups and sects down there in Chicago right now because they believe they can impact her policy. Now, when she says what that policy is, I think people will begin to understand what she's going to move forward with, and you'll see those divides hopefully come together. But what they'll say is, okay, at least I know where she stands and I can either be behind her or not. But right now we're kind of operating in this gray area. This is the pregame, right? We're all excitement, we're hype, but we want to get to that meet so we know what she's going to do so people can decide which side of the fence or which side of the line she's on so they can say what side they're on.
In the uncommitted vote, it's, I think, important to remember that it started back during the primary, President Biden's primary, where we started to see it popping up. It was sort of a fascinating phenomenon, a protest vote, as they were calling it. I think we should revisit this discussion. We're going to tune into the DNC, where Senator Bernie Sanders is speaking right now.
The groundwork for Kamala Harris to become our next president. And let me tell you why that is so important. I want you all to remember where we were 3.5 years ago. We were in the midst of the worst public health crisis in 100 years and the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. 3,000 Americans were dying every day, and our hospitals were overwhelmed with COVID patients. All across the country, businesses were shutting down. Unemployment was soaring. Workers were losing their health insurance. Schools were closing. State and city budgets were running out of money. People were being evicted from their homes. Children in America were going hungry. That was the reality the Biden-Harris administration faced as they entered the Oval Office. A nation suffering, a nation frightened, and people looking to their government for support. And within 2 months of taking office, our government did respond. We passed the American Rescue Plan, which provided $1,400 for every man, woman, and child in the working class. We extended and expanded benefits for the unemployed. We provided emergency assistance for small businesses to stay open. We guaranteed health care coverage to tens of millions of Americans through one of the largest expansions of Medicaid in history. We provided rent relief and mortgage assistance, which prevented tenants and homeowners from being evicted. We established emergency food programs for hungry children and the elderly, and protected the pensions of millions of union workers and retirees from being slashed by up to 65%. Oh, and by the way, we cut childhood poverty by over 40% through an expanded child tax credit. Thank you, President Biden. Thank you, Vice President Harris. Thank you, Democratic Congress. Now, I say all of this not to relive that difficult moment, but to make one simple point. When the political will is there, government can effectively deliver for the people of our country. And now we need to summon that will again, because too many of our fellow Americans are struggling every day to just get by, to put food on the table, to pay the rent, and to get the health care they need. Brothers and sisters, bottom line, we need an economy that works for all of us, not just the billionaire class. My fellow Americans, when 60% of our people live paycheck to paycheck, the top 1% have never, ever had it so good. And these oligarchs tell us we shouldn't tax the rich. The oligarchs tell us we shouldn't take on price gouging. We shouldn't expand Medicare to cover dental, hearing, and vision. And we shouldn't increase Social Security benefits for struggling seniors. Well, I've got some bad news for them. That is precisely what we are going to do. And we're going to win this struggle because this is precisely what the American people want from their government. And my friends, at the very top of that to-do list is the need to get big money out of our political process. Billionaires in both parties should not be able to buy elections, including primary elections. For the sake of our democracy, we must overturn the disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision. and move toward public funding of elections. And let me tell you what else we must do. We need to join the rest of the industrialized world and guarantee health care to all people as a human right, not a privilege. We need to raise the minimum wage to a living wage. We need to pass the PRO Act so that workers can organize in unions and gain the decent pay and benefits they deserve. We need to strengthen public education, raise teachers' salaries, and make sure that every American, regardless of income, receives the higher education he or she needs. We need to take on Big Pharma and cut our prescription drug cost in half so that we no longer pay any more than other countries. Joe and Kamala made sure that no senior in America pays over $35 a month for insulin. We need to make sure that reality is true for every American. I look forward to working with Kamala and Tim to pass this agenda. And let us be very clear. This is not a radical agenda. But let me tell you what a radical agenda is. And that is Trump's Project 2025. At a time of massive income and wealth inequality, giving more tax breaks to billionaires is radical. Putting forth budgets to cut Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid is radical. Letting polluters destroy our planet is radical. And my friends, we won't let that happen. Fellow Americans, in the last 3.5 years, working together, we have accomplished more than any government since FDR. But much, much more remains to be done. We must summon the courage to stand up to wealth and power and deliver justice for people at home and abroad. Abroad, we must end this horrific war in Gaza. Bring home the hostages and demand an immediate ceasefire. At home right here, we must take on Big Pharma, Big Oil, Big Ag, Big Tech, and all the other corporate monopolists whose greed is denying progress for working people. On November 5th, let us elect Kamala Harris as our president, and let us go forward to create the nation we know we can become. Thank you all very much.
Please welcome Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker.
Fellow Democrats, welcome to Chicago! We're a great American city in a proud blue state. Our patriotism was formed in frost and in fire, and in the steel we forged to survive both. Our love of country has been a tapestry of faith that weaves from Abraham Lincoln reuniting a house divided to Barack Obama declaring blue states and red states make one United States. Now, Illinois' presidential pedigree is unmatched. And given that Vice President Kamala Harris spent some of her early life right here, I speak for the entire Illinois delegation when I say, we claim her too! Now, one president we will never claim is the con artist the Republicans nominated in Milwaukee last month. Donald Trump once called Chicago embarrassing. To quote a great Chicagoan who won 6 world championships on these very grounds, we take that personally. I had to govern for 2 years while Trump was president. Let me tell you what's embarrassing. In Illinois, we passed a massive bill to fix our roads and bridges. When Donald Trump proposed his own plan, he turned right around and called it stupid. We eliminated the grocery tax. Donald hasn't been in a grocery store since his first bankruptcy. Illinois invested in clean energy and the jobs it brings. Donald claimed that windmills in the ocean made the whales a little batty. During COVID, we supported small businesses and jobs. And Donald, well, Donald told us to inject bleach. Donald Trump thinks that we should trust him on the economy because he claims to be very rich. But take it from an actual billionaire. Trump is rich in only one thing: stupidity. Now, I meet with business leaders all the time, and there's one universal thing they all need: people. They need more workers to fill all the jobs they have. But the anti-freedom, anti-family policies of MAGA Republicans are driving workers away. Here's the thing. Americans don't want to be forced to drive 100 miles to deliver a baby because a draconian abortion law shut down the maternity ward. Americans want the hope of giving birth through IVF, not the fear that it might be taken away. Americans with LGBTQ kids don't want them facing discrimination at school because the state sanctioned it. Americans want to go to their neighborhood grocery store and not have to worry about some random guy open carrying an AR-15. Americans don't want their kids to be taught in history class that slavery was a jobs program. And if Americans are black or brown, they want to get promoted at work without being derided as a DEI hire for the sin of being successful while not white. Let's be clear. It's not woke that limits economic growth. It's weird. And these guys aren't just weird, they're dangerous. Democrats are for lower taxes and higher wages, less inflation and more business growth. We just think it's wrong to craft those policies for Elon Musk and not for everyday working people. That includes a secure retirement and good health care. We think the government should help you prosper, not police who you're sleeping with. More than anything, Democrats want economic policies that are kind, not cruel. But Trump chooses cruelty every time. After all, everything he's achieved in his own life has been by hurting someone else. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, well, they've spent their lives lifting people up, not pushing them down. They know that a White House that leads with kindness looks at someone who is struggling and sees not what they might cost society, but what they might create for it. Americans want policies that give every American a chance to make it to the middle class. They want to grow small businesses, and Democrats want to cut taxes for everyday people. More than anything, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want a country where we can all live with a little serenity. The serenity that comes with a balanced checkbook, an affordable grocery bill, and a housing market that has room for everyone. And if there's one thing I know about Donald Trump, he's not bringing anyone any kind of serenity. We have a choice, America, between the man who left our country a total mess and the woman who has spent 4 years cleaning it up. And I think it's time we stop expecting women to clean up messes without the authority and the title to match the job. Vice President was a good title for Kamala Harris, but you know an even better one? President of the United States of America. Let's go get 'em!
Please welcome former chair and CEO of American Express and current chair and managing director of General Catalyst, Ken Chenault.
My fellow Americans.
And there you just heard from Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker speaking at the DNC, addressing the crowd in his home state. We're going to be keeping an eye on the floor there. We'll bring you the feed as soon as we can. Right now, we're going to go to NTD's Dave Martin, who has an update for us. Dave, what do you have?
Thank you, Steve. You know, as we're taking a quick break from watching the DNC, I wanted to take a look at some more poll numbers, specifically demographics. And we already took a look at the young person vote earlier today with their support for Harris, Trump, and Biden. We've also looked at black voter support. Right now, I want to take a look at Latino voters. Now, Latino voters take up eligible voters. Nearly 15% of all eligible voters in the United States, has more than 36 million nationwide. In particular, where are they? Of course, in the swing states. Let's take a look here. Eligible Latino voters in the swing states as a percentage of all eligible voters here. You look at Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Georgia, not very high percentages there. That's like 1 in 20 people. When you head out west though, Nevada, 22%, Arizona there, 25%, so pretty significant. Of course, now, who are they supporting? Let's take a look, actually go back to April. This is a Marist poll in April. Support among Latino voters. Joe Biden, a small lead then over Donald Trump, although Trump would take this 48%, I'm sure, of the Latino vote. Now, of course, 4 months later, Biden out, Kamala Harris is in, and look at this, a 6-point bump for Kamala Harris. Trump, of course, goes back. So this is taken in August of this year, of course. So that's 6%. And if you think about that, out of 36 million eligible voters, 6% equals more than 2 million eligible voters. Very important to Kamala Harris. So the switch here of taking Joe Biden out and putting Kamala Harris in clearly has worked for the Democrats in the polls. Now, that's all we've got for right now. Let's go back to the desk.
And today's Dave Martin, thank you for that update. So Gerard, I want to get your thoughts back to our panel here when it comes to the change that Dave just kind of outlined since Kamala Harris has gotten into the race. What do you think Trump needs to do to sort of gain ground and pick up those votes that he's losing?
I think the first observation to be made is that what we're seeing in this election cycle, and to some extent what we saw in the last one, is a significantly higher percentage of Latino voters going with a Republican candidate, which is not something that we have seen in previous elections. So this is already a change, and Donald Trump is working hard to keep those votes and build the momentum. And for that, he has been hitting on issues that a lot of Latinos actually care about, which do involve immigration and securing the border, and which do include the economy. So I think we will see Trump hammering home what he will do for people to help their situations at home, to improve the economy, and to tighten the controls at the border. Because for a lot of these voters, it is an issue. They came legally, they did the right thing to live the American dream, and there is a bit of disappointment and resentment that other people are taking advantage of the system. So Trump's messaging has actually resonated, and we can expect to see more of that.
Now, are there certain states, Gerard, that you think are going to be more crucial for the Latino vote, certain battleground states?
Well, I mean, as we saw from the polling, we do see a significant impact in Arizona and Nevada, both of which are important, and Trump would need those states to win. But also Pennsylvania, you have a significant Latino population there that could make a difference in a state where 20 to 40,000 votes can determine the outcome of the election. So that's another state where we have seen Donald Trump focus attention on the Latino community, and he should perhaps continue to do so.
Now, Dante, of course, I'm assuming the Democrats are liking what they're seeing in terms of that mapping right now with Kamala gaining ground with the Latino community. What do you think she needs to do to speak to them to further take that number up?
To speak to them directly and individually. What you don't want to do, if you're anyone, is assume that an entire demographic is driven by the same thing. And people can say, oh, this is a Latino community that we're trying to get, so let's talk about immigration, or let's talk about, but everybody has their own problems that they deal with. You have to meet them where they are and don't just assume. And I think that's what will separate these voters. It's going to come down to it may come down to not a lot of votes. So you don't want to just talk and give blanket statements. You have to meet people where they are and address individual needs, and whoever can do that best. The people who get up off the couch to go vote are the people who feel like this person, this candidate is going to help me specifically. So you have to figure out, how can I touch each and every person individually, not grouped by, oh, these are Hispanic voters, so let me just talk to them about immigration. Or these are black voters, so let me just talk about black jobs, or whatever you want to group with them. You can't do that. You have to treat them as individuals just like they are, and figure out how you can impact their lives and make them believe in you so they'll get off the couch and vote for you in November.
And Gerard, the big speech tonight, of course, is former President Barack Obama. Now, he, really motivated a lot of people, to your point, Dante, to come out and vote, especially a lot of independents, also some Republicans, to really change their parties and come out and support him. We were talking earlier about how this could impact the Harris-Walz ticket, but there's been already some comparisons with, say, Harris and Obama drawing really big crowds. We see the artist behind the famous Hope poster now making a similar one for Kamala Harris with the word forward. Now, how do you see the Harris campaign trying to tap into those same groups? What do they need to do? Right now, we don't know many policies yet, but what do you see the Harris campaign needing to do to maybe pull something like we saw in 2008?
I think, although we haven't seen a lot of policy, a lot of it is psychological. It's the excitement. It's the promise of something that is a change, that it's markedly different than what came before. And in this case, even though she is part of the Biden administration, Biden really can be seen as a placeholder president. And before that, we had Donald Trump. So for Kamala, it's about setting herself out there as an agent of change, a new direction for the party. Even if we don't have the specifics of the policy agenda just yet, she needs to build on that. And Obama, it's not just Barack Obama, Michelle Obama. Remember, before Kamala entered the race, before she became the presumptive nominee and now the actual nominee, a lot of excitement came from one name, and that was Michelle. And we expect that what she will be saying tonight will really be playing up to the crowd and build a lot of excitement. And we will start to see, whether intentional or not, or really beneficial or not, comparisons made between Kamala and Michelle and how they compare in contrast and what they have in common. And I think that for Kamala, it really is about defining herself. It is about being comfortable with who she is and making sure that Americans see that. That's what got Obama into the office. It was about being genuine. And I know that that's a term that's loosely construed by people like us, but for voters, they feel it. They understand it. It's not a farce. It's not a show. And Kamala does that, just like Obama did, then she is going to be in a very good position.
If I can, I'm going to put out a request. Please do not compare Kamala Harris to Obama or watch this Democratic convention and expect on Thursday she's going to be able to move the crowd like former President Obama did, because if you do, you're going to be let down. She does not have the same charisma. But Gerard is absolutely right. She has to establish who she is as a candidate. She can't get up there and try to be the next Obama, because she's going to fail miserably. It's not going to come across as authentic. It's not who she is. She's not going to get up there and give a speech and have everybody googly-eyed, and that's what former President Obama did. He just made people believe. He gave them hope. She has to find her lane. I think she's still working on that. That's why she, is making these appearances and testing out different types of rhetoric and different types of speech. But she can't get up there and try to be former President Obama, and we should not have that expectation, because if we do, we're going to be let down.
I want to zoom in on that. Last night, of course, we heard from President Biden. There was kind of that changing of the guard. He was handing it over to Kamala Harris. However, he did kind of tie her to a lot of his policies, right? Right now, we've been talking about her redefining herself, kind of maybe separating herself from Biden, and the Biden-Harris campaign now being like, this is the Harris-Walz time. Do you see it being harder for her to make that distinction after President Biden's speech last night, or is it the same?
It's a little harder because, one, it was President Biden's kind of farewell song. So he had to talk about what he believed were good policies in his presidency. And to him, if he's saying, oh, this is something that went well, then it was almost doing a favor if he included Kamala Harris in that conversation in his mind. But if you're Vice President Harris sitting there, you may not have been on the same page with some of those things, because some of those things may not be popular with voters. But we see that tonight. For example, we just saw Bernie Sanders speak. He's very progressive, right? And liberal, very liberal. And you don't want, if you're Vice President Harris, people watching today of the campaign thinking that's who she's going to be. So you run the risk, but you have to put up people that will relate to voters, that have a block of voters that support them, but you don't want necessarily all of those policies to be associated with you. So it is that fine line of having people there to speak, but detaching yourself, because not everything is going to be good for you.
And Jared, how do you view that? And do you see the Republican side maybe honing in on that and being like, Vice President Kamala Harris is saying on day one as president, she's going to make all these changes, especially on the economy. And they're like, well, you're in the White House right now. Why aren't you making those changes now? Do you see more of that argument, or how do you view this?
We're seeing more of that argument. Donald Trump has started making it. His surrogates are making it. And going back to, Bernie Sanders had two interesting things. One was that statement about too many Americans are struggling every day. Well, yes, where has the vice president been for the last 3.5 years? That is the attack line that will be honed by Republicans, because it is difficult for Kamala to distance herself from the Biden policies. She can try, but she will have to answer that at some point. And the second part of what Bernie Sanders was saying, he was laying out his own vision, but we don't know yet where she stands on the economy. And if Americans don't know where she stands, they're going into Thursday night thinking maybe she agrees with Bernie. Maybe these are the policies that she is supporting, because otherwise, why would he be up there speaking for her? So I think as much as everyone wanted to hear from Bernie Sanders, that type of speech is actually not helpful necessarily for the vice president, because it's other people defining the positions of the Democratic Party, which may not be in tune with what she wants as her party agenda.
Yeah. Expanding on that, we did see when Kamala Harris was running for president in 2019, she was very supportive of Bernie Sanders' policies, especially when it came to universal health care. Perhaps now it's not so popular, hence why she hasn't come out full throttle on that. There has been some reporting that she does want to forgive a lot of medical debt as well as student debt, kind of continuing what President Biden has been doing. But how do you view Bernie Sanders' speech tonight when it comes to either helping or harming Kamala Harris?
We don't know, and I feel like we keep saying that, right? We don't know yet, because we don't know if she's going to stand up there on Thursday and say, I'm completely aligned with everything that Bernie Sanders is saying, or if she's going to stand up there on Thursday and be more to the middle, right? And say that those things that I thought were the way to go before, my 3.5 years in the office has taught me that I can't do that, that's not going to work. It's not fiscally possible. So here's what I propose, and it's going to lead us further, but also, protect our budget and our bottom line. So we don't know what side she's going to end up on. And I think that was a fantastic point, that you run the risk, since we don't know, of people just assuming based on who the speaker is at that moment. And that's a risk that she runs by having these people step up. But you have to. You can't leave the voting bloc that Bernie Sanders may bring. You can't leave them behind. You want them. So you have to have Bernie Sanders on this platform, but you have to be mindful that everybody else may think you're with him.
And given that, what would you like to hear from her? Obviously, we don't know yet her policies, but maybe some specifics that you would like to see.
Listen, if I'm in a dream scenario, my dream politician is someone who's fiscally conservative, but socially conscious, right? And is aware that people need to be treated fairly, and you need to be kind to each other. But we also need to protect our budget, and we can't overspend. We have to protect the bottom line and make sure that we are finding a way to generate revenue and income for people. I think the way to do that is through big business and making sure that these companies and small businesses are available to provide jobs and give people a place to grow. But at the same time, you have to be socially conscious. And I think that's the ideal candidate that most people are looking for. And we just haven't had that in quite a while, I think.
And Gerard, on the flip side of, obviously right now there's a lot of momentum. This is a new candidate. And then with the addition of Tim Walz, again, new names, new energy in this campaign. Now we have the DNC coming out of it. It seems like there's a lot of momentum. The polls are reflecting that. We're seeing, Trump, J.D. Vance doing some pressers, some rallies, some counter-programming, if you will. What do you see the Republican Party needing to do to claw back some of those numbers in the polls?
I think it's inevitable that some of those numbers will be clawed back. And it's what, as you were speaking, I was reminded of another inevitable candidate who was leading in the polls, and that's not quite the way things played out, and that's Hillary Clinton. And the Republican Party can remember that they managed to pull off an upset 8 years ago. And part of that playbook was being out there and fighting for every single vote, taking advantage of every opportunity to get their message out, swaying people in the swing states, swaying people who had not voted before, going after new voters, going after new blocs, people who are disenchanted with politics as usual. And I think Trump and the Republicans right now have the same opportunity. There's going to be a post-convention bounce, no doubt about it. 5 points probably, that's usually what we see. Then we can expect the numbers to tighten, then we'll have the debate. And that's the defining moment, really, I think, is when you see that debate, that's when polls actually start to count. Because right now, they give you a general indication of what people are feeling, maybe what they're thinking, but not yet that this is how they're going to vote. We've seen that coming later and later in the last elections. So there's still an opportunity for the Republicans to go out there and fight for every vote, to say what they're about, to lay out specific policy issues. And if they do that, you will see a change in the polling.
I think we're on the flip side of where we were 8 years ago, where Hillary Clinton was running and she assumed she was going to win. And she took her foot off the gas. She didn't campaign in a lot of states like Michigan that she said she regretted, because I think she just assumed she had it in the bag. And former President Donald Trump was able to come in and peel away some of those voters. I think the Republicans need to be careful now, because I think there is a feeling that they have it in the bag. especially because they thought the nominee was going to be President Joe Biden, who really wasn't running very well. But they can't afford to take their foot off the gas, because I think Vice President Harris will have that opportunity to come in and siphon off maybe enough voters to get her across the finish line if they start to neglect some of those states.
I want to ask you about Michigan. Obviously, 2016, Hillary regretted not going in there and spending a little bit more time, a little bit more money. So let's circle back to the uncommitted problem, if you will. We saw about 100,000 votes in the primary go uncommitted, not to President Biden in Michigan. So I guess now fast forward to where we are now, look at the reason why they were uncommitted. The war between Israel and Hamas. Has it been resolved to satisfy those uncommitted voters? And ultimately, what will it take to satisfy it? And where do you see those voters going?
The short answer is no, it has not been resolved to satisfy those voters. But I think once she introduces where she stands, I think it will be. I think right now it's a major issue because, again, people feel like they can influence where her policy is going to be. But once she introduces her policy, you have to accept that. And I think that once you accept that, then you look at all of the rest of the platform and say, okay, I agree on this one issue or I don't, but overall, is this the candidate for me? And I think that's where you allow people to get past it. But right now, everybody kind of is stuck in this moment because they don't know what side she's going to be on. So they want to be as active as possible to try to sway her. So I don't want us to be confused or distracted by the excitement around it right now. I think that's going to tamper down some. And I think it will go more consistent with what the vote has been before, because they'll look at the overall candidate, the overall party, the overall platform. And even if they disagree on one specific issue, I think most voters will land where they typically land. You just got to figure out how to get those few folks that stay in the middle.
An important discussion. I will let you respond, but for a quick minute, we're going to go over to the DNC where we have Luis Martinez on the floor there at the convention. Luis, what can you tell us?
Well, right now, as you can hear, thunderous applause. Angela also Brooks, the nominee for, the candidate, Democratic candidate for Senate for the state of Maryland, is giving a speech. Let's remember, a very important race. Angela also Brooks will match up against Larry Hogan in the state of Maryland for a very important seat that could determine the future composition of the Senate. Earlier today, I also spoke with Congressman Adriano Espaillat, the Democrat from New York, and he was very excited about what the Biden-Harris administration has accomplished so far, and even more excited about what he thinks the Harris-Walz administration can do in the future. Let's listen to what Congressman Adriano Espaillat had to say. Congressman, for many of the policies Kamala Harris has mentioned already, she will need the help of Congress to pass those ideas that she's put forward. What are your expectations after November 5th, the composition of the House?
I expect a solid Democratic majority in the House. I expect a Democratic majority in the Senate. And I think that without Senators Manchin and Sinema there, the Senate will abolish the filibuster and we'll be able to get a full program done.
Great. Thank you so much, Congressman.
Elections are about the future, but you run on your record, right? And our record has been a substantial one for working families, for single moms, for seniors. You know, the infrastructure bill, you know, the insulin capping, $35 a month, other prescription drugs. We got the CHIPS Act that has made America competitive again. Biden built and Biden and Kamala Harris built 15 million new jobs. So this is all important as we go forward to learn about what we did in the past.
So there we had, first we heard from Jared Nadler, congressman, Democratic congressman. He also said something very interesting after that interview. He said that he was excited to see if Democrats control the Senate, they would eliminate the filibuster. And then the second congressman we just heard from was Adriano Espaillat, Democrat from New York. And as I mentioned, very excited about what the Biden-Harris administration has done, very excited what he thinks the Harris-Walz administration can do if elected president. So just to recap really quickly for you, Tiffany and Steve, right now we're listening to Angela also Brooks. It's the beginning of the main keynote speeches of the night. Later tonight we'll hear from Michelle Obama, former First Lady, and also from former President Barack Obama. Back to you.
All right, Luis, they're on the floor for us. Thank you for that. And let's bring it back in studio now. Gerard, earlier we were talking about the protests, the uncommitted votes. Please feel free to respond to that, but also what we just heard from Jerry Nadler potentially breaking this filibuster if there's, control of the Senate there.
Well, I'll start with that. I think it's very interesting, and it's easy to forget that the House and the Senate are both at play in this election, and control of the House has been tipped every which way since the campaigning began. Now it does look to be leaning towards a Democratic victory, if a smaller one than Nadler just expected. Senate is still up for grabs. Senate might actually end up being Republican, so you may have an issue there for if Kamala wins the White House. But this is just a reminder that we can't just focus on the top line ticket. You have to also look at the individual races, and every vote for every one of those races matters. And going back to uncommitted for a second, we need to remember what uncommitted is. Uncommitted is a single issue idea, but it is a radical one. It is pursuing an agenda that is not healthy. They're perpetuating the same anti-Semitic stereotypes that we have seen, unfortunately, for decades, systemic anti-Semitism. And they are really looking at this and looking at what's happening in Israel, in Gaza, and basing their actions on the delusional rantings, if you will, of a terrorist organization. They're literally flying the flags of Hamas, a U.S. government-designated foreign terrorist organization. And who is uncommitted? In Michigan, it's Listen to Michigan, which is run by Leila El Abed, who is Rashida Tlaib's sister. So we have a member of the Democratic caucus, a Democrat, who is in cahoots, who is linked to this organization that is siphoning away Democratic voters because they want a certain policy position. The danger to that isn't just to Israel and to fomenting anti-Semitism in America, but if America is so quick to change its alliances and not support its longtime Democratic ally in the Middle East, Israel, what's next? Taiwan, Ukraine, Poland, NATO? This is a fundamental issue for foreign policy, and I think that some people may be undermining how important it is when you see Kamala Harris being influenced potentially by a group of radicals on a single issue.
Expanding on that, Dante, how do you see the now Harris-Walz ticket impacting down-ballot races? We are seeing some of those, Democrats who are in quite tight races not showing up at the convention. How do you see this ticket impacting down-ballot?
Well, it's been an uptick since Vice President Harris has been named the presumptive nominee. And in fact, I think that may have played more a role, the down-ballot tickets, than may have played more a role in President Biden dropping out of the election than the presidential race. Because when you talk about Representative Hakeem Jeffries, who went to him and said, there's a bunch of my people who may lose because you're not generating excitement, and the down ballot ticket is going to go all Republican. And there was a lot of push against President Biden because he was not only impacting himself, but the rest of the ticket. So I think once he shifted out and that new life came into the party, it obviously is going to impact everybody else. And even if Vice President Harris can't get more people to vote down ballot, she won't take votes away down ballot. And that's what they were concerned of President Joe Biden doing if he remained in a race. So clearly it's important. The presidential seat is obviously the highest seat in the land, but you also need that support around them. And if you want to get the House, if you want to get the Senate, you have to have a candidate that's not going to take away those numbers. And I think the Democrats are in a much better position now that they've changed the top of the ticket.
And Gerard, on the flip side, how do you see the Trump-Vance ticket impacting, the down ballot for the Republicans, given that, the House and the Senate are also in play here?
Well, the irony perhaps is we've already seen the impact in that a lot of candidates that Trump backed for the primaries lost. So the voters kind of rejected that already. And going into the election, the Republicans, I think, will maintain whatever vote they had, regardless of whether it's Trump or anyone else at the ballot versus Harris or anyone else, meaning that they are pretty much committed to the candidates that they voted for in the primaries. How will the outcome of the election of the president affect the down ticket races? I think it may not make that much of a difference. I think that people have learned to split votes, especially when it comes to Donald Trump. And I think that the Republicans are in a better position than currently advertised to hold on to the House if certain things happen in those downstate races, which are really unpredictable at this time. And we haven't even had all the primaries conclude yet.
Gerard, I just want to ask you, earlier you mentioned that we may see a 5-point bounce for Kamala Harris coming out of the convention here. Traditionally, you do see some form of a bump for any party coming out of the convention. But I want to talk to you about the role of the media and media bias. The Media Research Center reports that Kamala Harris has received 84% positive coverage, while Trump has faced 89% negative coverage. So when you look at the impact that that may have had since the inception of her candidacy, do you think that she possibly has already received that bump just due to the media being the party that typically focuses on the convention and ultimately aids in that?
I think we have seen some of that bump, but not yet, because we still have post-convention coverage, we still have debate coverage, and we still have coverage that will come of her traveling the country campaigning. And the media bias, to the extent there is some, that will still reflect more so in the polls afterwards than now. So I think that what we're seeing now represents a more genuine interest and happiness, if you will, excitement of many voters that there's a different face at the top of the ticket. And the media role is there, but it's not yet as pronounced as it can be.
I think it's a dangerous place to be in, because the ticket for Vice President Harris, I think they've been flawless up to this point. And if you look at a flawless campaign that is only really still within the margin, that's scary, right? I would expect if I came out and I had a flawless campaign to date that I should be up a little bit more in these polls, but she isn't. We're assuming, when we say a 5% bump coming out of this, we're assuming she's going to do well on Thursday. She may not. We don't know. So if she does, yes, there's an opportunity for her to really get a windfall and come out of this with a 5% bump. But I don't know if there's so much more grace that she can get, because she's getting, she's at the highlight of that honeymoon phase right now. I don't know how much higher it can go. She may settle in at some point, but I also think that her performance on Thursday is going to dictate a lot of it as well.
I want to zoom into those numbers a bit, actually, because a super PAC of Kamala Harris says, don't trust those polls right now that are maybe quite rosy. Reuters is reporting that Chauncey McLean, who's the president of Harris's Future Forward campaign PAC, admitted that public polls over the past few weeks are wildly off. He's saying, quote, our numbers are much less rosy than what you're seeing in the public. They actually spoken to about 400,000 Americans across the country last month. And they're saying, she's gotten this initial bump of support after President Biden dropped out of the race. This was mostly from younger voters, especially Black and Hispanic voters. Now, that's made her more competitive in some of these battleground swing states that we've been talking about. But they're pointing out that those voters can be fickle, especially the young ones. They often don't come out and vote. And then he's also pointing out that Harris hasn't nailed down the Obama Rainbow Coalition. We're talking about don't compare her to Obama, right? It's like, she's not quite getting the same response so far. And to your point, we have to see if she gets a better response after this convention. And then he also said, McLean, the head of this PAC, is saying that Kamala's internal polls show that the state of Pennsylvania is arguably the most important for her, because Trump is likely to squeak by in Georgia and North Carolina, so that she must win Pennsylvania. How do you view that when it comes to what maybe we are seeing in the media right now?
Well, she must win Pennsylvania, that's for sure. When you look at the breakdown of the board and what's out there, what's in play. But I agree that we can't rely on these polls, in part because she hasn't introduced her platform. So you're taking polls of people and saying, are you going to vote for her? And they don't even know what she stands for yet. So at some point, if we just use logic, when she announces her positions, there's people that's going to fall off because they're not on the side that she announced for. So you have to account for that. And that's why I'm saying she may be at the peak right now because she doesn't have any distractors. She doesn't have anybody mad at a position she took because she hasn't taken any yet. And that positive spin from the media kind of has her elevated and on a pedestal. I'm concerned that people think that that's real, and that they may get comfortable and say, oh, we have it in the bag, or everybody loves her, so we don't have to do much, and then nobody gets up off the couch, come November. So I think the Democrats have to be mindful of that and not get caught up in the moment and think that that's going to carry the day. She still has to plant her flag, say who she is, weather a couple of storms, because they are going to come, and then we'll see how the chips fall after that.
All in a very condensed timeline as well, given
very
how close
condensed
we are
timeline.
to the election. Let's tune in now to the DNC, where a veteran of the Iraq War is speaking.
If they win, Republicans will not stop at banning abortion. They will come for IVF next. They'll prosecute doctors. They will shame and spy on women. And if you think that's far-fetched, just look up what happened in Alabama last year. So let me say to every would-be parent, I see you, I'm with you. And together, in November, we'll send a message to old Cadet Bone Spurs. Stay out of our doctors' offices, and where you're at it, out of the Oval Office too. Look, my struggle with infertility was more painful than any wound I earned on the battlefield. So how dare a convicted felon like Donald Trump treat women seeking health care like they're the ones breaking the law? How dare J.D. Vance criticize childless women on cable news, then vote against legislation that would have actually helped Americans to start families? How dare the GOP endanger the dreams of countless veterans whose combat wounds prevent them from having kids without IVF, punishing our heroes for their willingness to serve? It's simple. Every American deserves the right to be called mommy or daddy without being treated like a criminal. Kamala Harris believes that. So let's make some history and elect her in November. God bless America.
This is my dad, Doug. He was raised in Jersey and moved to LA when he was 16. These are his parents, Barb and Mike. They think he walks on water. This is what he wore to his bar mitzvah. And here's him at summer camp. They voted him most athletic, so he says. This is a photo McDonald's used when he was Employee of the Month. It hung on our wall for years. My dad is a lawyer, a really good one. My mom called him the crisis guy because he was everyone's first call. My parents split when I was in middle school, and that wasn't easy. That's not easy for any kid. But it helped that my parents stayed friends, and we all kept hanging together. We grew closer than ever. And then he met Kamala, the blind date that would dramatically change all of our lives forever. It was my senior year of high school. Elle and I would laugh watching them fall in love, acting like teenagers. In 2014, Kamala became Mamala. She took over Sunday night dinners and taught Doug how to actually cook. Our blended family wasn't used to politics or the spotlight, but when Kamala became senator, we were all excited to step up, especially my dad. Then Kamala became vice president. It felt like Doug was a bit out of place on Capitol Hill. I thought, what is my goofy dad doing here? But he embraced it. He left his practice after being a lawyer for 30 years. That was tough. I was so proud to watch him do it, to stand by her side, an example of true partnership. I just got married myself, and he's inspired me as a new husband. Anyone who really gets close to him knows he's kind, loving, and fiercely protective. I mean, just look at this face. This is my dad, the first second gentleman in the history of this nation. He he's found his voice around the issues that matter to him.
You have no choice but to speak up and speak out.
There is an epidemic of hate, including a crisis of anti-Semitism in our country and around the world.
What they are doing on reproductive freedom and freedom in general is just outrageous.
And next, he's gonna make history again as the first gentleman. I can't wait for everyone to get to know why we all love him. He's the glue that keeps this family together. We might not look like other families in the White House, but we are ready to represent all families in America.
Please welcome my dad, the second gentleman of the United States, Doug Emhoff.
I guess he didn't want me to give this speech. He just... Thank you so much. Hello. Thank you. Hello to my big, beautiful, blended family up there. I love you so much. Aren't you proud of Cole? Wow. And a special shout out to my mother. I see you. My mother is the only person in the whole world who thinks Kamala is the lucky one for marrying me. And to Kamala, who, well, we just saw where she is. She's out on the trail, listening to and talking with voters. Honey, I can't wait for you to come back to Chicago because we're having a great time here. I love you so much. I'm so proud of how you're stepping up for all of us. But that's who she is. Wherever she's needed, however she's needed, Kamala rises to the occasion. And she did it for me and our family. And now that the country needs her, she's showing you what we already know. She's ready to lead. She brings both joy and toughness to this task, and she will be a great president we will all be proud of. Now, I'm the son of two Brooklynites, Mike and Barb. They've been together almost 70 years. My dad worked in the shoe business in Manhattan, and he moved our family out to New Jersey. Where's New Jersey? I see you out there. When I was a little kid. And in a lot of ways, I had a typical Jersey suburban childhood. I biked around the neighborhood. I took the bus to Hebrew school. And I rode to Little League practice in the way back of my coach's wood-paneled station wagon. And if we did well, we got to have a Slurpee after. In my neighborhood, everyone left their garage door open. Wherever you ended up at dinner time, that's the family that fed you. Everyone took care of everyone else. And the guys I grew up with are still my best friends. The group chat is active every day, and it's probably blowing up right now, guys. When my dad had to get a new job, we moved across the country to LA. Money was tight. Hey, California. Money was tight, so I worked at McDonald's in high school for some extra cash. Not only was I Employee of the Month, but I still have the framed picture, which you just saw, and there was a ring, golden arches and all. And then I waited tables, parked cars. I was working full-time so I could afford to go to college part-time. And thanks to partial scholarships, student loans, and a little help from my dad, I got myself through law school. And I got my first job as a lawyer.
which is also where I met the guys in my fantasy football league. And a lot has changed in our lives since the early 90s, but my team name is still Nirvana. Yes, after the band. I worked hard, and I love being a lawyer. And by the way, I still get to be part of the profession by teaching students at Georgetown Law School. I got married, became a dad to Cole and Ella. Unfortunately, I went through a divorce, but eventually started worrying about how I would make it all work. And that's when something unexpected happened. In 2013, I walked into a contentious client meeting. We worked through the issue, and by the end of the meeting, the now happy client offered to set me up on a blind date, which is how I ended up with Kamala Harris's phone number. Now, for generations, people have debated when to call the person you're being set up with. And never in history has anyone suggested 8:30 a.m. And yet, that's when I dialed. I got Kamala's voicemail, and I just started rambling. Hey, it's Doug. I'm on my way to an early meeting. Again, it's Doug. I remember I was trying to grab the words out of the air and just put them back in my mouth. And for what seemed like far too many minutes, I hung up. By the way, Kamala saved that voicemail, and she makes me listen to it on every anniversary. But that message wasn't the only unusual thing about that day. Now, Kamala, who normally would have been working hard at her office, just happened to be waiting at her apartment for a contractor to do some work on her kitchen. I was eating at my desk, which was not a regular occurrence for a busy lawyer like me who appreciated a good business lunch. But that's when she called me back. And we talked for an hour, and we laughed. Well, you know that laugh. I love that laugh. And maybe that counted as our first date. Or maybe it was that Saturday night when I picked her up and told her, buckle up, I'm a really bad driver. Because you can't hide anything from Kamala Harris, so you might as well own it. And as I got to know her better and just fell in love fast, I learned what drives Kamala. And it's what you've seen over these past 4 years, and especially these past 4 weeks. She finds joy in pursuing justice. She stands up to bullies just like my parents taught me to. And she likes to see people do well, but hates when they're treated unfairly. She believes this work requires a basic curiosity in just how people are doing. Her empathy is her strength. Over the past decade, Kamala has connected me more deeply to my faith, even though it's not the same as hers. She comes to synagogue with me for high holiday services, and I go to church with her for Easter. I get to enjoy her mom's chili relleno recipe every Christmas, and she makes a mean brisket for Passover. It brings me right back to my grandmother's apartment in Brooklyn, you know, the one with the plastic-covered couches. But Kamala has fought against anti-Semitism and all forms of hate her whole career. She's the one who encouraged me as second gentleman to take up that fight, which is so personal to me. And those of you who belong to blended families know that they can be a little complicated. But as soon as our kids started calling her Mamala, I knew we'd be okay. Ella Ella calls us a three-headed parenting machine. Kamala and Kirsten, thank you both. Thank you both for always putting your family and the kids first. Now, Cole and Ella's friends knew that when they'd come over for Sunday dinner with Mamala, it was going to be real talk. In between taking cooking instructions, they'd have to answer questions about what problem they wanted to solve in the world. They learned that you've always got to be prepared because Kamala is going to prosecute the case. And in the same breath that Cole and Greenlee told us that they were engaged, they asked Kamala to officiate their wedding. And in the same way that she always steps up when it matters, Kamala put so much time into those remarks, and she bound them in a book that matched her dark red dress, and then turned that into a gift for the happy couple. A few days ago, during this incredible time we're going through, there was a brief window when Kamala was back at home. And I saw her sitting on her favorite chair, and in the middle of a wild month, I just hoped that she was having a quiet moment to herself. But then I realized she was on the phone. And of course, my mind went to all the potential crises that the vice president could be dealing with. Was it domestic? Was it foreign? Was it campaign? I could see she was focused. And all I knew was that it must be something important. And it turns out it was. Ella had called her. That's Kamala. That's Kamala. Those kids are her priorities, and that scene was a perfect map of her heart. She's always been there for our children, and I know she'll always be there for yours too. Kamala is a joyful warrior. It's doing for her country what she has always done for the people that she loves. Her passion will benefit all of us when she's our president. And here's the thing about joyful warriors. They're still warriors. And Kamala is as tough as it comes. Just ask the criminals, the global gangsters, and the witnesses before the Senate Judiciary Committee. She never runs from a fight. And she knows the best way to deal with a coward is to take him head on. Because we all know cowards are weak, and Kamala Harris can smell weakness. She doesn't tolerate any BS. You've all seen that look, and you know that look I'm talking about. That look is not just a meme. It reflects her true belief in honest and direct leadership. And it's also why she will not be distracted by nonsense. Kamala knows that in order to win, we cannot lose focus. America, in this election, you have to decide who to trust with your family's future. I trusted Kamala with our family's future. It was the best decision I ever made. This Thursday will be our 10th wedding anniversary, which I know it means I'm about to hear that embarrassing voicemail again. However, that's not all I'll be hearing. That same night, I'll be hearing my wife, Kamala Harris, accept your nomination for President of the United States. And with your help, she will lead with joy and toughness, with that laugh and that look, with compassion and conviction. She'll lead from the belief that wherever we come from, whatever we look like, we're strongest when we fight for what we believe in, not just against what we fear. Kamala Harris was exactly the right person for me at an important moment in my life. And at this moment in our nation's history, she is exactly the right president. Thank you so much.
Please welcome former First Lady Michelle Obama.
something wonderfully magical is in the air, isn't it? Yeah. You know, we're feeling it here in this arena, but it's spreading all across this country we love. A familiar feeling that's been buried too deep for far too long. You know what I'm talking about. It's the contagious power of hope. The anticipation, the energy, the exhilaration of once again being on the cusp of a brighter day. The chance to vanquish the demons of fear, division, and hate that have consumed us and continue pursuing the unfinished promise of this great nation, the dream that our parents and grandparents fought and died and sacrificed for. America, hope is making a comeback. But to be honest, I am realizing that until recently, I have mourned the dimming of that hope. And maybe you've experienced the same feelings, that deep pit in my stomach, a palpable sense of dread about the future. And for me, that mourning has also been mixed with my own personal grief. The last time I was here in my hometown was to memorialize my mother, the woman who showed me the meaning of hard work and humility and decency, the woman who set my moral compass high and showed me the power of my own voice. Folks, I still feel her loss so profoundly. I wasn't even sure if I'd be steady enough to stand before you tonight, but my heart compelled me to be here because of the sense of duty that I feel to honor her memory and to remind us all not to squander the sacrifices our elders made to give us a better future. You see, my mom, in her steady, quiet way, lived out that striving sense of hope every single day of her life. She believed that all children, all people have value, that anyone can succeed if given the opportunity. She and my father didn't aspire to be wealthy. In fact, they were suspicious of folks who took more than they needed. They understood that it wasn't enough for their kids to thrive if everyone else around us was drowning. So my mother volunteered at the local school. She always looked out for the other kids on the block. She was glad to do the thankless, unglamorous work that for generations has strengthened the fabric of this nation. The belief that if you do unto others, if you love thy neighbor, if you work and scrape and sacrifice, it will pay off. If not for you, then maybe for your children or your grandchildren. You see, those values have been passed on through family farms and factory towns, through tree-lined streets and crowded tenements, through prayer groups and National Guard units and social studies classrooms. Those were the values my mother poured into me until her very last breath. Kamala Harris and I built our lives on those same foundational values. Even though our mothers grew up an ocean apart, they shared the same belief in the promise of this country. That's why her mother moved here from India at 19 It's why she taught Kamala about justice, about the obligation to lift others up, about our responsibility to give more than we take. She'd often tell her daughter, don't sit around and complain about things, do something. So, with that voice in her head, Kamala went out and she worked hard in school, graduating from an HBCU, earning her law degree at a state school. And then she went on to work for the people, fighting to hold lawbreakers accountable, strengthening the rule of law, fighting to get folks better wages, cheaper prescription drugs, a good education, decent health care, child care, elder care. From a middle-class household, Kamala worked her way up to become Vice President of the United States of America. My girl, Kamala Harris, is more than ready for this moment. She is one of the most qualified people ever to seek the office of the presidency. And she is one of the most dignified. A tribute to her mother, to my mother, and to your mother too. The embodiment of the stories we tell ourselves about this country. Her story is your story. It's my story. It's the story of the vast majority of Americans trying to build a better life. Look, Kamala knows, like we do, that regardless of where you come from, what you look like, who you love, how you worship, or what's in your bank account, we all deserve the opportunity to build a decent life. All of our contributions deserve to be accepted and valued. Because no one has a monopoly on what it means to be an American. No one. Kamala has shown her allegiance to this nation, not by spewing anger and bitterness, but by living a life of service and always pushing the doors of opportunity open to others. She understands that most of us will never be afforded the grace of failing forward. We will never benefit from the affirmative action of generational wealth. If we bankrupt a business or choke in a crisis, we don't get a second, third, or fourth chance. If things don't go our way, we don't have the luxury of whining or cheating others to get further ahead. No. We don't get to change the rules so we always win. If we see a mountain in front of us, we don't expect there to be an escalator waiting to take us to the top. No. We put our heads down. We get to work. In America, we do something. And throughout her entire life, that's what we've seen from Kamala Harris. The steel of her spine, the steadiness of her upbringing, the honesty of her example, and yes, the joy of her laughter and her light. It couldn't be more obvious. Of the two major candidates in this race, only Kamala Harris truly understands the unseen labor and unwavering commitment that has always made America great. Now, unfortunately, we know what comes next. We know folks are going to do everything they can to distort her truth. My husband and I sadly know a little something about this. For years, Donald Trump did everything in his power to try to make people fear us. See, his limited, narrow view of the world made him feel threatened by the existence of two hardworking, highly educated, successful people who happen to be black. Who's going to tell him that the job he's currently seeking might just be one of those black jobs? Look, it's his same old con. His same old con. Doubling down on ugly, misogynistic, racist lies as a substitute for real ideas and solutions that will actually make people's lives better. Look, because cutting our health care, taking away our freedom to control our bodies, the freedom to become a mother through IVF like I did, those things are not going to improve the health outcomes of our wives, mothers, and daughters. Shutting down the Department of Education, banning our books, none of that will prepare our kids for the future. Demonizing our children for being who they are and loving who they love, look, that doesn't make anybody's life better. Instead, it only makes us small. And let me tell you this, going small is never the answer. Going small is the opposite of what we teach our kids. Going small is petty, it's unhealthy, and quite frankly, it's unpresidential. So, why would any of us accept this from anyone seeking our highest office? Why would we normalize that type of backward leadership? Doing so only demeans and cheapens our politics. It only serves to further discourage good, big-hearted people from wanting to get involved at all. America, our parents taught us better than that, and we deserve so much better than that. That's why we must do everything in our power to elect two of those good, big-hearted people. There is no other choice than Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. No other choice. But as we embrace this renewed sense of hope, let us not forget the despair we have felt. Let us not forget what we are up against. Yes, Kamala and Tim are doing great now. We're loving it. They're packing arenas across the country. Folks are energized. We are feeling good. But remember, there are still so many people who are desperate for a different outcome, who are ready to question and criticize every move Kamala makes, who are eager to spread those lies, who don't want to vote for a woman, who will continue to prioritize building their wealth over ensuring that everyone has enough. So no matter how good we feel tonight or tomorrow or the next day, this is going to be an uphill battle. So folks, we cannot be our own worst enemies. No. See, because the minute something goes wrong, the minute a lie takes hold, folks, we cannot start wringing our hands. We cannot get a Goldilocks complex about whether everything is just right. And we cannot indulge our anxieties about whether this country will elect someone like Kamala instead of doing everything we can to get someone like Kamala elected. Kamala and Tim, they have lived amazing lives. And I am confident that they will lead with compassion, inclusion, and grace. But they are still only human. They are not perfect. And like all of us, they will make mistakes. But luckily, y'all, this is not just on them. This is up to us, all of us, to be the solution that we seek. It's up to all of us to be the antidote to the darkness and division. Look, I don't care how you identify politically, whether you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, or none of the above. This is our time to stand up for what we know in our hearts is right. To stand up, not just for our basic freedoms, but for decency and humanity, for basic respect, dignity, and empathy, for the values at the very foundation of this democracy. It's up to us to remember what Kamala's mother told her. Don't just sit around and complain, do something. So, if they lie about her, and they will, we've got to do something. If we see a bad poll, and we will, we got to put down that phone and do something. If we start feeling tired, if we start feeling that dread creeping back in, we got to pick ourselves up, throw water on our face, and what? Do something. We only have 2.5 months, y'all, to get this done. Only 11 weeks to make sure every single person we know is registered and has a voting plan. So, we cannot afford for anyone America to sit on their hands and wait to be called. Don't complain if no one from the campaign has specifically reached out to you to ask you for your support. There is simply no time for that kind of foolishness. You know what you need to do. So, consider this to be your official ask. Michelle Obama is asking you, no, I'm telling y'all to do something. Because you all, this election is going to be close. In some states, just a handful, listen to me, a handful of votes in every precinct could decide the winner. So we need to vote in numbers that erase any doubt. We need to overwhelm any effort to suppress us. Our fate is in our hands. In 77 days, we have the power to turn our country away from the fear, division, and smallness of the past. We have the power to marry our hope with our action. We have the power to pay forward the love, sweat, and sacrifice of our mothers and fathers and all those who came before us. We did it before, y'all, and we sure can do it again. Let us work like our lives depend on it. And let us keep moving our country forward and go higher, yes, always higher than we've ever gone before as we elect the next President and Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Thank you all. God bless. know I have one more job tonight. Yeah, one more job. You all, thank you for all the love, but it is now my honor to introduce somebody who knows a whole lot about hope. Someone who has spent his life strengthening our democracy, and let me tell you, as someone who lives with him, he wakes up every day, and thinks about what's best for this country. Please welcome America's 44th president and the love of my life, Barack Obama.
Hello, Chicago! Thank you, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. All right. That's enough. Thank you. Chicago! It's good to be home. It is good to be home, and I don't know about you, but I'm feeling fired up. I am feeling ready to go. Even if I am the only person stupid enough to speak after Michelle Obama. I am feeling hopeful because this convention has always been pretty good to kids with funny names who believe in a country where anything is possible. Because we have a chance to elect someone who has spent her entire life trying to give people the same chances America gave her. Someone who sees you and hears you and will get up every single day and fight for you. The next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris. It's been 16 years since I had the honor of accepting this party's nomination for president. And I know that's hard to believe because I have not aged a bit. But it's true. And looking back, I can say without question that my first big decision as your nominee turned out to be one of my best. And that was asking Joe Biden to serve by my side as vice president. Other than some common Irish blood, Joe and I come from different backgrounds, but we became brothers. And as we worked together for 8, sometimes pretty tough years,
What I came to admire most about Joe wasn't just his smarts, his experience. It was his empathy and his decency and his hard-earned resilience, his unshakable belief that everyone in this country deserves a fair shot. And over the last 4 years, those are the values America has needed most. At a time when millions of our fellow citizens were sick and dying, we needed a leader with the character to put politics aside and do what was right. At a time when our economy was reeling, we needed a leader with the determination to drive what would become the world's strongest recovery. 15 million jobs, higher wages, lower health care costs. At a time when the other party had turned into a cult of personality, we needed a leader who was steady and brought people together and was selfless enough to do the rarest thing there is in politics, putting his own ambition aside for the sake of the country. History will remember Joe Biden as an outstanding president who defended democracy at a moment of great danger. And I am proud to call him my president, but I am even prouder to call him my friend. Now, the torch has been passed. Now it is up to all of us to fight for the America we believe in. And make no mistake, it will be a fight. For all the incredible energy we've been able to generate over the last few weeks, for all the rallies and the memes, this will still be a tight race in a closely divided country. A country where too many Americans are still struggling, where a lot of Americans don't believe government can help. And as we gather here tonight, the people who will decide this election are asking a very simple question. Who will fight for me? Who's thinking about my future, about my children's future, about our future together? One thing is for certain, Donald Trump is not losing sleep over that question. Here's a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems since he rode down his golden escalator 9 years ago. It has been a constant stream of gripes and grievances that's actually been getting worse now that he's afraid of losing to Kamala. There's the childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theories, this weird obsession with crowd sizes. It just goes on and on and on. The other day I heard someone compare Trump to the neighbor who keeps running his leaf blower outside your window every minute of every day. Now, from a neighbor, that's exhausting. From a president, it's just dangerous. The truth is, Donald Trump sees power as nothing more than it means to his ends. He wants the middle class to pay the price for another huge tax cut that would mostly help him and his rich friends. He killed a bipartisan immigration deal written in part by one of the most conservative Republicans in Congress that would have helped secure our southern border, because he thought trying to actually solve the problem would hurt his campaign. He doesn't. Do not boo. Vote. He doesn't seem to care if more women lose their reproductive freedom, since it won't affect his life. And most of all, Donald Trump wants us to think that this country is hopelessly divided between us and them, between the real Americans, who of course support him, and the outsiders who don't. And he wants you to think that you'll be richer and safer if you will just give him the power to put those other people back in their place. It is one of the oldest tricks in politics, from a guy whose act has, let's face it, gotten pretty stale. We do not need 4 more years of bluster and bumbling and chaos. We have seen that movie before, and we all know that the sequel is usually worse. America's ready for a new chapter. America's ready for a better story. We are ready for a President Kamala Harris. And Kamala Harris is ready for the job. This is a person who has spent her life fighting on behalf of people who need a voice and a champion. As you heard from Michelle, Kamala was not born into privilege. She had to work for what she's got. And she actually cares about what other people are going through. She's not the neighbor running the leaf blower. She's the neighbor rushing over to help when you need a hand. As a prosecutor, Kamala stood up for children who had been victims of sexual abuse. As an attorney general of the most populous state in the country, she fought big banks and for-profit colleges, securing billions of dollars for the people they had scammed. After the home mortgage crisis, she pushed me and my administration hard to make sure homeowners got a fair settlement. Didn't matter that I was a Democrat. Didn't matter that she had knocked on doors for my campaign in Iowa. She was going to fight to get as much relief as possible for the families who deserved it. As vice president, she helped take on the drug companies to cap the cost of insulin, lower the cost of health care, give families with kids a tax cut. And she is running for president with real plans to lower costs even more and protect Medicare and Medicaid, and sign a law to guarantee every woman's right to make her own health care decisions. In other words, Kamala Harris won't be focused on her problems. She'll be focused on yours. As president, she won't just cater to her own supporters and punish those who refuse to kiss the ring or bend the knee. She'll work on behalf of every American. That's who Kamala is. And in the White House, she will have an outstanding partner in Governor Tim Walz. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I love this guy. Tim is the kind of person who should be in politics. Born in a small town, served his country, taught kids, coached football, took care of his neighbors. He knows who he is, and he knows what's important. You can tell those flannel shirts he wears don't come from some political consultant. They come from his closet, and they have been through some stuff. They have been through some stuff. That's right. Together, Kamala and Tim have kept faith with America's central story. A story that says we are all created equal. All of us endowed with certain inalienable rights, that everyone deserves a chance, that even when we don't agree with each other, we can find a way to live with each other. That's Kamala's vision. That's Tim's vision. That's the Democratic Party's vision. And our job over the next 11 weeks is to convince as many people as possible to vote for that vision. Now, it won't be easy. The other side knows it's easier to play on people's fears and cynicism, always has been. They will tell you that government is inherently corrupt, that sacrifice and generosity are for suckers. And since the game is rigged, it's okay to take what you want and just look after your own. That's the easy path. We have a different task. Our job is to convince people that democracy can actually deliver. And in doing that, we can't just point to what we've already accomplished. We can't just rely on the ideas of the past. We need to chart a new way forward to meet the challenges of today. And Kamala understands this. She knows, for example, that if we want to make it easier for more young people to buy a home, we need to build more units and clear away some of the outdated laws and regulations that made it harder to build homes for working people in this country. That is a priority, and she's put out a bold new plan to do just that. On health care, we should all be proud of the enormous progress that we've made through the Affordable Care Act, providing millions of people access to affordable coverage, protecting millions more from unscrupulous insurance practices. I noticed, by the way, that since it's become popular, they don't call it Obamacare no more. But Kamala knows we can't stop there, which is why she'll keep working to limit out-of-pocket costs. Kamala knows that if we want to help people get ahead, we need to put a college degree within reach of more Americans. But she also knows college shouldn't be the only ticket to the middle class. We need to follow the lead of governors like Tim Walz, who said, if you've got the skills and the drive, you shouldn't need a degree to work for state government. And in this new economy, we need a president who actually cares about the millions of people all across this country who wake up every single day to do the essential, often thankless work, to care for our sick, to clean our streets, to deliver our packages. We need a president who will stand up for their right to bargain for better wages and working conditions. And Kamala will be that president. Yes, she can. Yes, she can. A Harris-Walz administration can help us move past some of the tired old debates that keep stifling progress, because at their core, Kamala and Tim understand that when everybody gets a fair shot, we are all better off. They understand that when every child gets a good education, the whole economy gets stronger. When women are paid the same as men for doing the same job, all families benefit. They understand that we can secure our borders without tearing kids away from their parents, just like we can keep our streets safe while also building trust between law enforcement and the communities they serve and eliminating bias. That will make it better for everybody. Donald Trump and his well-heeled donors, they don't see the world that way. For them, one group's gains is necessarily another group's loss. For them, freedom means that the powerful can do pretty much what they please, whether it's fire workers trying to organize a union, or put poison in our rivers, or avoid paying taxes like everybody else has to do. Well, we have a broader idea of freedom. We believe in the freedom to provide for your family if you're willing to work hard. The freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water and send your kids to school without worrying if they'll come home. We believe that true freedom gives each of us the right to make decisions about our own life, how we worship, what our family looks like, how many kids we have, who we marry. And we believe that freedom requires us to recognize that other people have the freedom to make choices that are different than ours. That's okay. That's the America Kamala Harris and Tim Walz believe in. An America where we, the people, includes everyone. Because that's the only way this American experiment works. And despite what our politics might suggest, I think most Americans understand that. Democracy isn't just a bunch of abstract principles and dusty laws in some book somewhere. It's the values we live by. It's the way we treat each other, including those who don't look like us, or pray like us, or see the world exactly like we do. That sense of mutual respect has to be part of our message. Our politics have become so polarized these days that all of us across the political spectrum seem so quick to assume the worst in others, unless they agree with us on every single issue. We start thinking that the only way to win is to scold and shame and out-yell the other side. And after a while, regular folks just tune out, or they don't bother to vote. Now, that approach may work for the politicians who just want attention and thrive on division, but it won't work for us. To make progress on the things we care about, the things that really affect people's lives, we need to remember that we've all got our blind spots and contradictions and prejudices, and that if we want to win over those who aren't yet ready to support our candidates, we need to listen to their concerns and maybe learn something in the process. After all, if a parent or grandparent occasionally says something that makes us cringe, we don't automatically assume they're bad people. We recognize that the world is moving fast, that they need time and maybe a little encouragement to catch up. Our fellow citizens deserve the same grace we hope they'll extend to us. That's how we can build a true Democratic majority, one that can get things done. And by the way, that does not just matter to the people in this country. The rest of the world is watching to see if we can actually pull this off. No nation, no society has ever tried to build a democracy as big and as diverse as ours before. One that includes people that over decades have come from every corner of the globe. One where our allegiances and our community are defined not by race or blood, but by a common creed. And that's why when we uphold our values, the world's a little brighter. When we don't, the world's a little dimmer. And dictators and autocrats feel emboldened. And over time, we become less safe. We shouldn't be the world's policemen, and we can't eradicate every cruelty and injustice in the world. But America can be and must be a force for good, discouraging conflict, fighting disease, promoting human rights, protecting the planet from climate change, defending freedom, brokering peace. That's what Kamala Harris believes, and so do most Americans. Now, I know these ideas can feel pretty naive right now. We live in a time of such confusion and rancor, with a culture that puts a premium on things that don't last. Money, fame, status, likes. We chase the approval of strangers on our phones. We build all manner of walls and fences around ourselves, and then we wonder why we feel so alone. We don't trust each other as much because we don't take the time to know each other. And in that space between us, politicians and algorithms teach us to caricature each other and troll each other and fear each other. But here's the good news, Chicago. All across America, in big cities and small towns, away from all the noise, the ties that bind us together are still there. We still coach Little League and look out for our elderly neighbors. We still feed the hungry in churches and mosques and synagogues and temples. We share the same pride when our Olympic athletes compete for the gold. Because the vast majority of us do not want to live in a country that's bitter and divided. We want something better. We want to be better. And the joy and the excitement that we're seeing around this campaign tells us we're not alone. You know, I've spent a lot of time thinking about this these past few months because, as Michelle mentioned, this summer we lost her mom, Ms. Marion Robinson. And I don't know that anybody has ever loved their mother-in-law any more than I love mine. Mostly it's because she was funny and wise and the least pretentious person I knew. That, and she always defended me with Michelle when I messed up. I'd hide behind her. But I also think one of the reasons Mary and I became so close was she reminded me of my grandmother, the woman who helped raise me as a child. And on the surface, the two of them did not have a lot in common. One was a black woman from right here, south side of Chicago, right down the way. Went to Englewood High School. The other was a little old white lady born in a tiny town called Piru, Kansas. Now, I know there aren't that many people from Piru. And yet they shared a basic outlook on life. They were strong, smart, resourceful women, full of common sense, who, regardless of the barriers they encountered, and women growing up in the 40s and 50s and 60s, they encountered barriers. They still went about their business without fuss or complaint and provided an unshakable foundation of love for their children and their grandchildren. In that sense, they both represented an entire generation of working people who, through war and depression, discrimination and limited opportunity, helped build this country. A lot of them toiled every day at jobs that were often too small for them and didn't pay a lot. They willingly went without just to keep a roof over their families' heads, just to give their children something better. But they knew what was true. They knew what mattered. Things like honesty and integrity, kindness and hard work. They weren't impressed with braggarts or bullies. They didn't think putting other people down lifted you up or made you strong. They didn't spend a lot of time obsessing about what they didn't have. Instead, they appreciated what they did. They found pleasure in simple things. A card game with friends, a good meal, and laughter around the kitchen table. Helping others. And most of all, seeing their children do things and go places that they would have never imagined for themselves. Whether you are a Democrat or a Republican or somewhere in between, we have all had people like that in our lives. People like Kamala's parents, who crossed oceans because they believed in the promise of America. People like Tim's parents, who taught him about the importance of service. Good, hard-working people who weren't famous or powerful, but who managed in countless ways to leave this country just a little bit better than they found it. As much as any policy or program, I believe that's what we yearn for. A return to an America where we work together and look out for each other. A restoration of what Lincoln called, on the eve of Civil War, our bonds of affection. An America that taps what he called the better angels of our nature. That is what this election is about. And I believe that's why if we each do our part over the next 77 days, if we knock on doors, if we make phone calls, if we talk to our friends, if we listen to our neighbors, if we work like we've never worked before, if we hold firm to our convictions, we will elect Kamala Harris as the next President of the United States, and Tim Walz as the next Vice President of the United States. We will elect leaders up and down the ballot who will fight for the hopeful, forward-looking America we all believe in, and together we too will build a country that is more secure and more just, more equal, and more free. So let's get to work. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
And there you have it, coming out of the DNC, former President Barack Obama giving the keynote address this evening, preceded by his wife, the former First Lady Michelle Obama, as well as the second gentleman, Vice President Kamala Harris's husband, Doug Emhoff. It was quite the lineup there tonight. I don't know what you guys think. I mean, I guess we could start with the former president's speech. Was he channeling his inner 2008, Dante?
He was. I think there's an authenticity to Barack Obama that I think will go with him until the end. He is a phenomenal orator. He knows how to connect with people. That's always been his strength. And I think just the excitement behind him is the proof in that. It's built in and it's not going anywhere. But I want to actually talk about Michelle Obama and the realness that she had in that moment where she said, the campaign for Vice President Harris will make mistakes. And we talked about that a little bit before, but I think it was important for her on that big of a stage to say, bear with them. There are going to be some stumbles. And Mike Tyson said it best, right? You have your game plan until you're punched in the face. What we want to see is what happens when there is a stumble, when they do something that's not successful, when she slips up and says something that's bad. Will people abandon her completely? Will she show that fortitude to be able to get back up and show that she can fight through some bad times? I think we're talking about polls and what they show. None of that is real until there's trouble. And I think that's what truly shows character. And I think it was important for Michelle Obama to bring that up and tell people, don't expect it to be all roses. There's going to be some issues with this campaign, but stick it out, show up the next day, and you hope that for the Democratic nominee's sake, that Vice President Harris shows up the next day as well.
Gerard, does former President Barack Obama make Republicans nervous when he hits the trail like this?
Well, I think that any time you have a strong and passionate orator speaking about hope and optimism for their party's candidate, you need to have some concerns about how that's going to play and how many people might be swayed by that. I think ultimately, though, for Donald Trump, he's looking at a different kind of voter than necessarily Obama is speaking to. So I don't think that the concern will be quite the same for Donald Trump as it would for other Republicans in his shoes. But of course, I mean, you have someone who makes a very compelling argument and did a very good job of driving up enthusiasm for Vice President Harris and optimism for what this race will look like, even as Michelle injected the reality that not everything may come up roses, and even as Doug Emhoff portrayed himself as an ordinary, affable husband, loving father, and a man of the people. we do know that there will be stumbles, and we know that Obama's words carry a lot of weight to the Democratic Party and to a lot of Americans who miss, quite frankly, the relative peace and prosperity of the political system, at least back then, before the days of Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton and what we've seen the last few years. But ultimately, Americans will not be making their decisions based on what Barack Obama said or even on his presidency from 8 years ago. They will be making their decisions based on what Kamala Harris comes out with as her policy and how well she convinces the American people that she is the right person at the right time with the right policy.
But you do see that former President Obama, he did highlight some of the things that Vice President Kamala Harris did when she was a senator and Obama was president. He talked about her reaching out to him to get people housing for people who couldn't afford housing and things like that, and knocking on his door and making sure that she even fought against him, despite the fact that they're both Democrats. I think he wanted to make a point that she does have an active history, that she does have a track record of fighting for people, and I think it was important for him to do that. He talked about some things that she did in the current administration, and then even brought it back to his administration, just showing that she's been around, she has that experience, and she's a known fighter. And I think that is important for people to hear right now.
And zooming out a bit, we've been talking about how close the polls are, whether we should be looking at that or not. But Gerard, which states maybe do you see as most competitive this election cycle?
I think the competitive states are the battleground states that we have all been talking about for months now. It does come down to Pennsylvania. It does come down to Michigan. It does come down to Nevada, Arizona. I don't think that, there's been talk in the last 2 days on whether the Democrats are opening up a potential confrontation in Florida that puts it up for play. I don't think so. Georgia will be an issue. North Carolina, not so much. But it really does come down to Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin.
You don't think choice being on the ballot in Florida may open that up?
No.
No.
I think that choice will be on the ballot everywhere, but I think that Florida voters have so far made up their minds about which direction they're heading in, and unless there's something that changes dramatically, it will be with a small margin for Trump.
We are seeing, right, reporting saying that Pennsylvania will be crucial for Kamala Harris with the Democratic Party. Now, some reports are also saying that Georgia is Trump's Pennsylvania, given, his attacks on Governor Kemp over there. But I think we're going to hold that discussion really quickly and go to the DNC floor, where we do have our reporters there on the floor. There we go. Jack and Luis, take it away.
Hey, yeah, so it's end of day 2 here at the DNC, and we had laughs, we had some tears, lots of dancing and applause, of course. A very memorable night. We had former President Barack Obama speaking, a very heartfelt moment when he was talking about reaching across the divide. He said that bringing bipartisanship, loving each other, and showing compassion to people who don't agree with you and still going along with them, also encouraging others to vote for Kamala.
But I think, Jack, today, and Steve, Tiffany, one of the highlights, or I think of the moment with most emotion of the night, was the roll call. You probably, we showed some of that. Before the start of the roll call, we had the dance cam, so the cameras here inside of the arena would pitch to someone, and that person would have to start dancing. It was a very fun moment. And then we had also the delegations from different states celebrating what they brought to the table. We had, for example, the delegates of Hawaii saying that they were the first state to abolish, to permit legal abortion, but then we also saw other delegations do some interesting things, Jack.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw the Lil Jon.
Yeah,
Lil Jon from which
for Georgia.
For
So the
Georgia, that's right.
delegation was introduced by singer Lil Jon.
That's when the energy may have peaked tonight, because when he came on, we just saw lots of applause and cheering and singing along. Of course, we know Lil Jon to be quite a character. Who else did we see out there tonight?
Well, we had also the keynote speakers. We heard from Doug Emhoff, and he, of course, focused on the message of Kamala Harris being a joyous warrior. Michelle Obama focused a little bit more on making a distinction between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, and then, of course, finishing with Barack Obama.
Yeah, and if you can see behind us, so everything is clearing out here. The stage, the lights just came on. Everyone, it kind of, the energy was kind of getting a little bit lower throughout the night. I think they really peaked during the roll call vote. We saw everyone with their magical wristbands on that would change colors when they were featured. We had They would turn red, white, and blue. It was a really interesting night tonight.
Yeah, and Tiffany, Steve, we've mentioned this twice, but I think it's important to highlight it, the energy levels, right? So when we heard from former First Lady Michelle Obama and former President Barack Obama, there was a more of a reflective energy in the arena as opposed to the celebratory emotions we saw during the roll call.
Oh, absolutely. And, from the people we talked to today, they really are adamant about electing Kamala because they really believe that, she can do what's right for the country, and they're really gung-ho about her. We saw a lot of support for her tonight.
We saw former President Barack Obama bring back that moment when people started booing when he mentioned Donald Trump, and he said, "Don't boo, vote." And actually, we saw that the posters that the ushers, the DNC organizers gave out today said vote. And that was something very interesting. And between the first day and the second day, we've noticed that the organizers are handing out posters per speaker. So yesterday we saw posters for Jill Biden, posters thanking Joe Biden. Today we saw posters for asking people to vote, posters asking people for freedom. And so that's also something to note from the organizing. A lot of production, probably looks great on TV.
Absolutely. And, just coming out of here, we had thousands of people here tonight just showing complete support. One of the messages of the Democratic Party we saw tonight is it doesn't matter. You can differ on certain policies within the Democratic Party, although they are gathering everyone behind Harris. They do think that you can have difference of opinion and still be within the Democratic Party.
That's right, Jack. So a message of unity at the end of tonight, and we'll see what the third night of the DNC will bring. There wasn't a lot of policy discussion in today's speeches, so we'll hope to hear from Tim Walz tomorrow, and then, of course, Kamala Harris on Thursday. Back to you.
Luis and Jack, they're on the floor for us in the DNC. Thank you for that. At the very least, it seems like they're having a great time. Actually, on that point, when it comes to policy, I know we've been saying this all night. We don't know policies yet, but maybe zooming out a bit, which policies or areas do you see Kamala Harris being able to work across the aisle on?
Yeesh, that's a tough question, right? At this point in our political, just the environment that we're in, it's almost faux pas to reach across the aisle, and you hate to see that. If you work with the other side, you're almost looked at as a traitor or somebody that's abandoning your party. It wasn't the case before, but we've gotten to that point where people want to make it clear that they're not willing to work with the other side. So if we have any issues where Vice President Harris can come in and kind of bridge that gap, I think that would be phenomenal. I don't know politics or not if former President Trump has the desire to do that. He seems to be more, this is my platform and I'm going to kind of bully my way with my people and get it done. You would hope that if Vice President Harris does win that presidential seat, that she comes in with a different tactic, because we want to see people working together, because that's really the only way that you can get a lot of these things done. You heard talk today about trying to get rid of filibusters and things like that. And you also heard, and former President Obama talked about where former President Trump put a stop to a vote because he didn't think the outcome would help with his election. Whether or not that's true, for that to be even a possibility where there's politicians putting their personal gain or their personal platform over what's best for the country, we don't want that. You're supposed to go to Washington to make the country better, and that can only happen by working together.
I've come up with an unusual, unthinkable headline being in D.C. where you see so much, I guess, partisanship. But what about China saves America? Because it does seem as though, being in D.C., that China is one of the few, if not the only things that brings both the Democrats and the Republicans together, specifically with the bipartisan China Select Committee that's really focusing on a lot of nitty-gritty issues that raises the awareness about what the threat that China poses to us. Do you think that that would be something that...
I do, and I think the threat that China poses to us is very significant and real, and I think everybody is recognizing that, thankfully. Some people are later on that wagon than others, and I think it's time that everybody understands it. I think we're there, but how we address it still seems to be creating some issues, right? Is it through tariffs? Is it through some kind of penalty or working with other people? I think there's a big distinction of punishment as opposed to reward, punishing China as opposed to rewarding our country for doing things that will bring businesses back voluntarily, right? So there's still room for divide. You hope that the divide doesn't happen and maybe China does bring America together, because they do agree that that's a problem that has to be addressed. But how we address that, there's still some divide there, but hopefully we can come together and figure out a solution.
Gerard, I'll let you respond to that.
No, the bipartisanship that occurs best these days, or the only bipartisanship that seems to occur, is behind closed doors. We still live in an era of scorched earth politics. We see that almost on a daily basis. Whether that will change if Kamala Harris wins the White House, probably not. It also depends on who else is elected to Congress, whether we have, and it also depends on her policy positions. If she turns out to be more of a moderate in the style of Joe Biden, or even more so, then maybe there will be a hope for bipartisanship cooperation, depending on which Republicans come back or are elected. But we're far too many years away from having an era of bipartisanship. I think it'll take at least the next presidential election cycle to maybe get back to that point. Both parties need to move on from where we are today. But China is a driving force. I think that is one thing that unites us. National security is something that unites us. The need to defend ourselves against economic and physical threats to this country are something that should unite us. And maybe those are the best hope for bipartisan cooperation going forward.
When should the American people expect to hear from Kamala Harris on her foreign policy, specifically when it comes to China, with only 2 short months left?
I expect that she will mention China in her speech on Thursday, although I don't think we will get specific policy details. I would expect or hope that they get rolled out in a series of white papers or other policy points within the week after the convention. That's how some candidates have done it in the past, many years in the past for that matter. But she can't procrastinate. These are issues that people need to know about and need to question her about. So I think that by the beginning of September, we will see, after Labor Day weekend, we will see more concrete policy ideas from her and where she stands on China, on Russia, on the Middle East. These are questions that everyone is really asking right now.
Yeah, and her website, if you look at it, there's people who they're trying to search for her policy because they want to know. And even if you go to her website, it just says it will be rolled out later, right? There's nothing there that you can grab onto. But going back to just crossing the aisle really quickly, I think the last time that we can really point to that, we think of that iconic moment of Senator John McCain kind of giving the thumbs down on that Republican vote when he was the deciding vote. But you hope that you have politicians that's going to step up and be willing to cross the aisle, because they know they're going to get pushback if they do. And they may lose their next election if they do, but you would hope that they have the courage, if they believe in something, to say, I'm going to put my country over my party so we can come together and make progress.
And what did you make of former President Barack Obama's, the beginning of his speech tonight, where he sort of gave a tip of the cap, if you will, to President Joe Biden?
I think it was honorable. And they've had some ups and downs in their relationship. And towards the end of former President Obama's run, they weren't really seeing eye to eye. And I think that showed when President Biden ran for office and didn't have the true support of former President Obama. But I think out of respect, he did the right thing and talked about the connection that they did have, the relationship they did have, and it being important to him. Not everybody's going to get along when you're around each other and have differing opinions. And we also know that President Biden is outspoken and he believes in his views. And I'm sure there were a lot of clashes in those back rooms where they were fighting over what the policy should be. And obviously, as president, former President Barack Obama would win that. But I think he did the right thing and showed a lot of class to really congratulate him on the work he did, on winning the election, and also just thank him for being what he was to American politics over the years.
Gerard, I was sort of struck by former President Barack Obama's line where he said, he's not just my president, he's also my friend. This comes at a time where I think a lot of people are skeptical as to maybe the role that Barack Obama played in getting Joe Biden to concede from his candidacy. But what did you make of?
Look, I think not to diminish from the exceptional speech that President Obama gave, but a lot of it were things that he had to say. I'm sure that he believed it. I'm sure that he genuinely believes in the greatness of his relationship with Joe Biden and in their accomplishments together. But there is still that lingering doubt for a lot of people. What role did Barack Obama have in helping push Joe Biden to not continue his candidacy? We have to remember that Obama endorsed Hillary Clinton. He did not endorse his own vice president. There is that history there between these men, and that's not always been favorable. So President Obama did what he had to do. He said what he had to do. I'm sure he believes it, but I would love to be a fly on the wall at the White House or wherever Joe Biden is tonight to see what he actually thinks about that speech and how genuine he felt it was.
Well, as always, we really appreciate both of your perspectives. It's always insightful and respectful, and we do appreciate that greatly. And that does conclude tonight's special coverage of the 2024 DNC Day 2.
We do want to thank everyone for joining us tonight. We've got 2 more nights left, so remember to tune into our special live coverage every night at 5 p.m. Eastern until Thursday.
I'm Steve Lance.
And I'm Tiffany Meyer.
And from all of us here at NTD, have a great night, and remember, stay informed and always seek the truth.